Elysia's wedding night finally arrived, and she was feeling extremely nervous. The kind of nervousness that made her hands shake a little and her heart beat faster than usual, because everything had happened so quickly and she hardly had time to understand her own feelings. The days passed like a blur, and she remembered packing her wedding dress as if it were only yesterday, even though many little things had happened in between. And now, here she was, standing in her room on the very night she was meant to start her new life with Tiberius. Earlier, her friend Erica had given her a novel, and in that novel, it said that a bride must wear a compelling dress on her wedding night so her husband would be pleased. And because Allesia wanted to do everything correctly, she had worn such a dress, even though she was unsure if it truly matched the moment. She kept worrying that Tiberius might not like it, or might think it was strange, or too cute, or too childish, and this thought kept making her more anxious until she even considered changing into something else. But before she could do anything, it was already too late, because Tiberius stepped into the room, gently calling out for his wife in a calm and warm voice, apologizing politely for making her wait. The very first thing his eyes noticed was the dress she was wearing, and he commented with honest surprise that he had never seen that dress on her before, which made her cheeks warm. He then asked, almost confused but also curious, if brides were really supposed to wear something this cute on their wedding nights, and Ellesia, unsure herself and only relying on what the novel had told her, softly answered that yes, that was how it was supposed to be. It became clear that both of them were quite clueless about what exactly was meant to happen on a wedding night, and because of that, the atmosphere between them felt innocent, new, and full of quiet awkwardness. Yet Tiberius still managed to ease the mood a little by telling Elysia that she looked very cute when she blushed, a simple compliment that made her heart flutter. Then, trying to be gentle and follow her lead, Tiberius reminded her that she was the one who needed to teach him what happened on a wedding night, speaking in a soft voice while he reached out and lightly touched her cheek, a calm and careful gesture that made her feel both shy and appreciated. Elysia whispered that they should start by kissing, and when they kissed, it was slow and hesitant, but also sweet, full of warmth instead of anything bold. Wanting to continue the moment, Tiberius carefully moved with her toward the bed, guiding her without force, keeping himself above her, but in a protective way rather than an overwhelming one, and their kisses grew a little deeper but still stayed tender. Elysia told him in a shy voice that they needed to remove their wedding clothes, not in a rushed or bold way, but simply because the novel said that married couples were supposed to take steps together on their wedding night, and she reminded him they could take their time and did not need to hurry at all. She tried to tell him things slowly and gently, keeping the tone mild and cautious, and she placed her hand near his chest to encourage him softly, repeating that he should be gentle and not hurt her because that was what she had read and what she believed was right. Even though she felt unsure, she pushed away her doubts, reminding herself that she was simply following what the novel had explained. Tiberius, trying to understand everything, told her with a small playful smile that she seemed fragile and that he worried he might break her if he was not careful, saying it in a half-teasing, half-concerned way. Elysia, meanwhile, kept noticing how warm and large his hands felt whenever he touched her lightly, making her feel as if her body reacted with a soft melting sensation she did not fully understand. Everything moved forward naturally, not rushed and not explicit, but simply emotional and full of closeness. Tiberius then asked her in a quiet voice, full of trust, to teach him what to do next, to teach him the proper way noble couples behaved with one another, and to teach him how men and women showed love in gentle ways. As he continued following her lead, he promised her he would stay alive and safe no matter what happened in the future, reminding her that these were the terms of their marriage contract and that she was the one who had chosen him, almost as if she had hired him, which made their bond unique and filled with a mixture of duty, tenderness, and growing affection. The setting is gloomy and heavy, with dark clouds hanging low as if the sky itself is mourning, and we discover that a funeral is taking place, filled with a sad and uncomfortable silence that makes everyone speak in whispers. People gather together, praying quietly, yet at the same time murmuring among themselves with worried and gossipy expressions, unable to stop the rumors spreading through the crowd. died. One woman, louder and bolder than the rest, comments that this is already the fourth husband who has died while married to Elysia, her voice full of suspicion and judgment. She even goes so far as to question whether Elysia might have killed all of her husbands herself, saying this in a careless tone as if she had no concern for kindness or respect. Another woman standing beside her quickly tries to silence her, telling her to be quiet because Elysia might hear her cruel words. But the loud woman refuses to stop talking. She lifts her chin and says, "It does not matter even if Elysia hears, because people are already calling Elysia a witch who gobbles up her husbands," repeating the awful gossip without any empathy. Meanwhile, Elysia, dressed in mourning clothes, is completely heartbroken, her face pale from crying, her body barely able to hold itself together as she stands alone in her grief. Later, after the funeral, she slowly walks back inside the mansion, where she is supported by her loyal maid and close friend Erica, who gently holds her arm so she will not stumble. Elysia quietly tells Erica that it is all right for her to let her go now because they have reached home, and she tries to speak calmly even though her voice trembles. She then tells Erica to go and take care of her own matters because Elysia needs some time alone to rest and gather her strength, even though deep down she feels extremely lonely. As Elysia moves deeper into the mansion, we learn the sad truth that she has been married 4 times so far, and every single one of her husbands has died for different reasons. However, despite the differences in how they died, there is one strange and frightening similarity between all their deaths. They all died exactly 1 year after their marriage to her, which now makes Elysia suspicious and confused. Everything around her seems to point toward the idea that her husbands might have died because of her, something she never wanted or intended. But the odd part is that she did not even want to marry any of them in the first place. This is Princess Elysia, the last living heir of the fallen royal family, a title that brings her more sorrow than pride. In truth, her mother and brother took every possible advantage they could using the royal family name, forcing Elysia into marriage after marriage, endlessly searching for a husband who could benefit them. But now, the monarchy has fallen, and the revolutionary forces have created a new republic, leaving the old royal bloodline powerless and abandoned. Elysia never received affection or kindness from any of her partners. All she ever experienced from them were different forms of abuse and violence that left her emotionally wounded. Vaslik, her most recent husband who has just died, did not care about Elysia either, much like the men before him. The only slight difference was that he did not raise his hand to beat her, and because of this tiny bit of decency, Elysia had allowed herself to dream that maybe this marriage could be normal and peaceful. But even that small hope was destroyed, and she was once again left with grief and confusion. While walking slowly down the long hallway of her mansion, Elysia continues thinking about everything that has happened, sobbing softly and wishing with all her heart that someone, anyone, would comfort her right now. Her mind then drifts to the whereabouts of her mother and her brother Pats, wondering what they might be doing and whether they feel even a hint of the sadness she carries. Every single time Elysia married, she prayed that it would be her last marriage, that maybe she could finally live quietly, but fate never worked in her favor. Suddenly, she stops walking when she hears mumbling voices coming from inside one of the rooms, the door slightly open. The conversation is clearly about Vaslik, her recently deceased husband. It turns out to be her mother and Pats talking privately. Elysia listens as her mother cruelly says that Vaslik was such a weakling because he died so easily, adding heartlessly that it was almost a relief. Pats quickly tells his mother to lower her voice because someone might overhear them, but she ignores the warning and instead asks him if he has already started looking into Elysia's next marriage, showing no sympathy for her daughter at all. Meanwhile, Elysia is confused regarding what is going on, and she is not fully convinced yet about the involvement of Pats and her mother in her husband's death. Pats then tells his mother that the most important thing right now is to make sure that they have covered Vaslik's death and questions if she has removed all the evidence. It appears that Vaslik was poisoned, and Pat says that they will be done for if it gets found out that they were the ones who poisoned him. This is when his mother assures him that everything has been taken care of. If that is not enough for Elysia, her mother even says that this is not the first time they have done this, leaving Elysia even more traumatized. Her mother then tells Pats that their business has not been booming as of late, and the only way of income for them is the inheritance left behind by Elysia's late husbands. Just then, they turn around and see that Elysia has been eavesdropping on them. They try to justify themselves, lying to Elysia that whatever she heard was just a misunderstanding. However, Elysia knows the complete truth now. Her mother tries to calm her down, but in a fit of rage, Elysia slaps her hand away, asking her not to touch her. In response, Pats speaks up, telling Elysia that it is wrong to behave with her mother in this manner. Pats then tries to justify their immoral act by telling Elysia that she has lived a comfortable life so far because of what they did. He even tells her that there is nothing wrong with what they did. Meanwhile, Elysia cannot believe what she is hearing. It all comes as a huge shock for her. Elysia tells Pats that he should have been the one to do this immoral act and that she should not have been dragged into their horrendous plans. But Pats says that he needs to remain faultless to regain the throne. This is when Elysia realizes that she is being used as a throwaway for their plans. Pats then reminds Elysia that she used to get beaten up by her late husbands anyway, so there is nothing wrong with them being killed. This is another shocking moment for Elysia, as she has just discovered that her mother and brother knew everything about her getting mistreated, yet they did nothing to stop it. No matter what Elysia says, the two have withered away from their humanity so much that they are not ready to think of killing people as immoral. They then tell Elysia that it looks like she needs to get some rest after the recent death of her husband and suggest that she moves to the countryside. Immediately, Elysia realizes that these people are trying to frame her as mentally ill so they can lock her away. All the remaining night, Elysia feels choked by Pat's and her mother's betrayal. She cannot think straight all night and cannot believe how her own blood can do this to her. Eventually, she remembers that these people would make even greater haste, so she decides to come up with a plan and think of a way to punish them. She vows to herself that she will never forgive them for their heinous acts. The next day, Elysia prepares to leave but gets stopped by Erica, who reminds her that the funeral still needs to be taken care of. But Elysia says that she needs to take care of some business for a brief period of time and asks Erica to take care of things in her absence. Elysia then assures Erica that she will reach out to her once she has reached her destination. Hearing this, Erica appeals to go along with Elysia, suggesting leaving the household in butler Chris's hands. But Elysia explains that she does not trust a single person in this house except Erica, her only ally who she even grew up with. Elysia then heads into the city and looks for a taxi. Eventually, she finds someone and asks to catch a ride to Kavala, where the pagans live. Upon hearing Kavara's name, the driver immediately refuses to take Elysia there. But when she offers him 10 times the amount of the actual fare, the driver has no choice but to comply. When he asks her why she needs to go to such a place, Elysia says that she needs to right her wrongs and reclaim her own life. Kavara had been marked as a dangerous cult 10 years ago, and because of that label, they were persecuted very deeply by the people and by the new government, forcing all their followers to go into hiding like scared birds running from hunters. Many of their loyal believers died during that terrible time, and most of their temples were burned down until nothing but ashes and broken stones were left behind. And now, after all those years, Elysia has arrived at what is probably the very last standing temple of Kavara, a lonely place that seems to hold the final traces of a once large and powerful faith. When Elysia was young, her brother Pats had been deeply inspired by Kavara, almost obsessed with it, and he would bring many of their followers into their home, treating them like honored guests. Not only that, Pats would constantly try to convince young Elysia to think the same way he did, telling her again and again that Kavara was the truth, and he would often invite her to pray with him. Because Elysia had always feared her brother's strict, cold behavior, she would sit beside him quietly and pray, even though though she never fully understood what she was praying for. One time, she remembered hearing Pats crying desperately while praying, begging his God to return their royal wealth because it had been stolen by the revolutionaries who overthrew their kingdom. That was when Elysia also learned that her grandparents and her father had been killed by those revolutionaries, and she realized that Pats was secretly plotting revenge, holding hatred inside him while pretending to be calm. But all of that is in the past now, and many long years have passed since those painful moments. Now, standing in front of the old temple, Elysia wonders if she is doing the right thing or if she is making a terrible mistake, and her heart feels heavy with confusion. Soon after, the wooden door of the temple creaks open slowly, and a priest steps out, looking at her with calm, serious eyes. He asks Elysia if she is ready to heed the word of the god, which is the traditional Kovarian greeting. Elysia answers that she will, and she politely explains that she has come because she wishes to meet with the high priest. She remembers that this phrase about heeding the word of the god is just a formal greeting, nothing dramatic, and it helps her calm down a little. The priest then leads Elysia to the basement of the temple, a dim and quiet place where the high priest is waiting for her. In front of him floats a strange magical glowing ball, lighting the room with a soft blue light. The high priest asks Elysia what she seeks from Kovara. Elysia starts to introduce herself with her full name and background, but the high priest cuts her off gently, saying it does not matter because he will forget it anyway, and he asks her to simply explain why she has come. It seems that the very reason Kovara was marked as a cult is also the reason Pats was so loyal to them. They held the power to control time. And this is exactly why Elysia has come, because she wants to go back in time. The idea that Kovara could turn back time had always terrified people, filling their hearts with fear and suspicion. When the high priest tells Elysia that she has indeed come to the right place, she suddenly begins wondering if Pats's words from long ago were truly right after all. She remembers Pats trying to comfort her, telling her that everything would be okay one day once he found a way to take them back into the past and fix all the wrong things that had happened in their lives. Elysia never understood why, but Pats had failed to keep his promise, and he eventually left Kovara behind, abandoning his obsession. She had always believed that everything about Kovara's power was a lie, nothing more than stories. But now, standing inside the real temple of Kovara and facing the real high priest, she finds herself questioning everything she believed. Elysia feels extremely conflicted and deeply frightened inside, worried that if none of this strange situation is real, she might end up being sent to a mental asylum for believing in something impossible and unbelievable. Yet despite her heavy fear and shaking emotions, she gathers all the small pieces of courage she has left and tells the high priest that he will be compensated richly, trying her absolute best to show that she is serious and determined about her request. To her complete shock, the high priest calmly says that he does not need riches at all, and even warns Elysia that going back in time is indeed possible, but it is not something that is guaranteed or certain. The high priest further explains that many people have come before Elysia with the same desperate reason, hoping for a chance to change their lives, but none of them have succeeded yet. Hearing this, Elysia begins thinking that this all might just be one big scam or trick, and she wonders if she is being fooled. The high priest continues speaking, stating that for this to work successfully, he requires Elysia's faith, her strong, resolute desire, and her most precious memory. However, Elysia thinks sadly that she does not have a single precious memory from her childhood or even her adulthood. So, she tells the high priest to take whatever he wants because she has nothing valuable in her heart. Elysia recalls how she has always led a meaningless, empty life of a loser just because of the royal blood that runs through her veins. All her life, Elysia has done exactly what her mother and her brother desired from her, and when she finally got married, she was still badly treated and emotionally destroyed. The high priest then hands a mysterious potion to Elysia, asking her to drink it only when she feels ready. But he also instructs her to go to a place near and dear to her heart and drink the potion there. However, Elysia quickly says says that she does not have any such meaningful or dear place. The high priest warns her that this is the only way the magic will work, and he says gently that it would be a shame for her to fail, since she has already lost her most precious memory forever. Eventually, Elysia heads to the quiet path through the forest near the small town where she grew up as a child. Though she is still unsure if this is the correct place, she remembers that this path leads directly to a small cabin that a hunter had abandoned after using it long ago. After walking and searching for a while, Elysia finally finds the cabin. Upon looking at it, she remembers how she would come here and cry every time Pats and her mother scolded her cruelly. However, when she would sit there and cry until evening, someone would come, gently pat her head, and comfort her. However, Elysia does not know who that person was or remember their face clearly. All she remembers from that warm interaction is that it was the first time someone had truly cared about her without expecting anything in return. Quietly sitting on the small bed inside the cabin, Elysia wonders if this potion will really help her or if it will destroy everything. But she quickly realizes that she must stop hesitating and tells herself that she has nothing more to lose now. Immediately after drinking the potion, things go terribly wrong for Elysia. She drops the bottle, falls to the floor, and wonders if this lonely cabin is the place where she will spend her very last moments. All of a sudden, someone barges inside the cabin with force, seeing Elysia in a disastrous, painful state lying on the bed. The man calls Elysia Miss and assures her that he is there for her, gently reminding her that he once said he would return to her side. Elysia is shocked to hear such words, but she does not remember what they had promised each other. Right before she can finally close her eyes for good, she wonders if she will be able to see this person ever again when she wakes up. Later, Elysia gets woken up by Erica, informing her that Master Alex's relative has arrived to visit her. Elysia slowly rubs her eyes, trying to wake up. Eventually, she regains her consciousness, questioning Erica if she had just called her Miss. But Erica tells Elysia that no one would be calling her Miss, but rather ma'am. Erica understands that Elysia must be exhausted since it has not been long since the funeral ended, but urges her that she must get ready as Alex's guests have arrived. Hearing Alex's name, Elysia is completely stunned. He was actually her first husband, and it appears that in this timeline, he was Elysia's only husband. This causes Elysia to wonder if she has really turned back time. The guest in question is Mr. Scott, who arrives unexpectedly and immediately apologizes to Elysia for his sudden visit, speaking in a polite but slightly nervous tone as if he wants to appear kind and respectable. He excuses himself for not visiting more often, explaining that he was abroad for a very long time, and says he cannot believe that he is only now hearing the sad news about Alex passing away, shaking his head slowly as though deeply shocked. Elysia, however, takes a small jab at Scott, telling him calmly that it would have been much nicer and much more meaningful to see him when her husband was still alive, not now when everything is already over. With a sorrowful smile that looks almost practiced, Scott says that the lavender tea reminds him of Alex because Alex also used to love drinking lavender tea, trying to create a feeling of closeness. Scott then adds another detail, saying that he is sure Elysia would already know about the burn mark on Alex's shoulder. He explains that Alex burned himself when he was a young child while trying to make tea for himself, wanting to look grown up. But what is not surprising at all is that Elysia had no idea that this was how Alex got his scar, because her husband never shared small personal things with her, and she never had the chance to learn such memories. Curious and suspicious, Elysia then asks Scott where exactly abroad he has been. Scott quickly answers that he returned from Delabrook by sea just a few days ago. Elysia continues the small talk with a gentle smile, saying that Delabrook is a beautiful place and that she would love to visit there someday. But in reality, she knows very well that not a single ship has gone to or come from Delabrook in recent weeks, and her mind becomes sharper as she realizes Scott is lying. It turns out that the Republic and Delabrook have been locked in a trade war for about a month now, and because of this, all sea routes between them have been stopped. This information has been kept hidden from the general public so the people do not panic, and unfortunately, this secrecy creates the perfect opportunity for con men like Scott to take advantage of nobles who do not know the truth. Furthermore, Scott is not related to Alex in any way. He is simply another scammer who wants to steal Alex's inheritance by pretending to be family. The sad part is that in her previous life, the younger Elysia had almost fallen for this trap and believed him. Wanting to test him further, Elysia tells Scott that he should spend the night here since he must have traveled a long way. But before accepting, Scott asks if he can have something to eat first, showing how comfortable he already feels. Elysia, on the other hand, is in the mood to play mind games, wanting to expose him slowly. She suddenly asks Scott why he has not even mentioned visiting Alex's grave, even though he claims to be a close relative who loved Alex dearly. Before Scott can force out an answer, Elysia politely offers him a room to rest and then decides to leave, ending the conversation on her own terms. Later, she is seen leaning against a wall, trying to comfort herself because she realizes she was extremely nervous during that whole confrontation, her hands still slightly shaky. At that moment, Erica approaches Elysia, and Elysia immediately asks if Erica has already called security. Erica looks surprised and confused, asking how Elysia even knew that Scott was lying. The fact that Scott knew about Alex's favorite tea and the story behind his scar had completely fooled Erica, making her believe he was telling the truth. Elysia simply says that she had a hunch, although deep inside she is still thinking carefully about why Scott knew so much about Alex's little details. She remains curious, but she is now prepared to wait for the investigation reports, which will clearly prove that Scott had no real connection to Alex and that he never traveled abroad at all. In her previous life, it was around this point when Pats arrived, helped Elysia chase Scott away, and then took control of her inheritance for himself. But this time, Elysia tells herself firmly that she must be more careful and not allow anyone, including Pats, to manipulate her again. Just then, something suddenly clicks in her mind, like a small but important realization forming, and she prepares herself to think things through more deeply. She realizes that it must be Pats who tipped off Scott about Alex's hobbies. She then tells Erica that she urgently needs to be somewhere and asks for her help in getting ready. Elysia then heads to meet with Pats. There, Pats tells Elysia that she should not have bothered herself so much and should have told him, and he would have visited her. This causes Elysia to ask Pats if this is a bad time, but Pats tries to change the topic. Just then, his maid Joanna arrives and tells Pats that Chancellor Tovsky will soon arrive. Pats, in a high tone, scolds Joanna and tells her to be quiet. Hearing this, Elysia gets a bit curious, but Pats asks her not to trouble herself with such matters. But Elysia is suspicious now, as she realizes that Chancellor Tovsky is actually of noble blood and has no relation with Pats whatsoever. Pats then asks Elysia about the reason for her visit. Elysia explains that a man named Scott visited her mansion and claimed to be Alex's relative. Pats tries to play innocent, saying that he did not know Alex had such a relative, and questions Elysia if she would like him to meet Scott. Elysia then tells him that it would be cool, mentioning that Scott is locked up currently. Hearing this, Pats throws up his tea in surprise. It turns out that Elysia had gotten Scott arrested earlier before leaving to pay Pats a visit. Coming back to the present, Elysia asks Pats why he is acting so surprised, but Pats denies that he is and asks why Scott is locked up. Elysia then explains that Scott actually turned out to be a con man who was after Alex's inheritance. But Pats argues that Scott might actually be a relative to Alex. This is when Elysia reminds Pats that he was the one who introduced her to Alex, telling her that he had no family to speak of. However, Pats still continues, arguing that there must be a misunderstanding and that they should hear the man out. Seeing Pats so uncomfortable at that moment, Elysia is now sure that he is involved in Alex's death. Elysia slowly connects the dots and understands that Pats must have told Scott things about Alex and had him approach her so that he can go after Elysia's economic agency and Alex's inheritance. Moreover, Elysia tells Pats that there is no need to hear Scott out, as the reports would tell them everything. Pats comments that an investigation might not be necessary, but Elysia argues that if Scott is found guilty, then he deserves to be punished accordingly. As if he is not suspicious enough, Pats continues to defend Scott by all means. On the other hand, Elysia is hell-bent on making sure that such con men are treated the way they deserve. She even says that she will make Scott an example so that no other person would dare to go after Alex's inheritance, sparking fear in Pats. Meanwhile, Elysia appreciates herself for being able to stand up in front of her brother, as she has always been looked down on by him. Elysia then gets up and takes her leave. On her way out, she encounters Joanna and asks why the Chancellor is coming to visit Pats. Joanna reveals that Pats has been involved in some charity work, and that is why the Chancellor is coming to visit him. Elysia does not believe it, but Joanna says that she needs to trust her when she says that Pats has changed as a person. However, Elysia knows that is not true at all. Elysia then heads out and decides to go home, realizing that this act of hers will keep her mother and Pats at bay for a short while. But she is also sure that they will plan to marry her off soon. Looking at the ring on her finger, Elysia gets an idea for a new marriage. She realizes that she can make a move before they do, and so she asks the driver to take her to the Dealerway Trading Company instead of home. The driver thinks that Elysia is going there for shopping, commenting that they have some of the products there. But what Elysia is going to buy there is not clothes, rather a husband to marry. The Dealerway Trading Company is widely known throughout the empire for solving all kinds of problems, no matter how big, small, strange, or complicated they might be. People say that if you go to them with a request, they will take it seriously and find a way to help you, which is why their slogan boldly says, "Trust us with your every request and problem." Because of their reliability, this company is also considered the best place to gather any kind of information that someone might need within the entire empire, making it a powerful and mysterious business. Inside Elysia's mansion, the butler Chris walks up to her with his usual polite and calm manner, telling her that she has received a new telegram. When Elysia asks where the telegram is from, Chris replies that it was sent by the Dealerway Trading Company. Hearing this, Elysia cannot hide the small smirk on her face, showing signs of excitement and relief because she had been waiting to hear from them and hoping for good news. It turns out that a week ago, Elysia personally visited the Dealerway Trading Company with a serious and clever plan in mind. She had been thinking hard about how to escape her mother and Pat's constantly trying to marry her off again, and she came up with a very creative and completely legal solution to avoid the problem altogether. During her visit to the company building, Elysia had actually asked them to find her a husband for a contractual marriage, a temporary arrangement that would protect her from being forced into another unhappy marriage. Now, in the present moment, Elysia accepts the letter from Chris and thanks him politely for bringing it to her. She opens the letter carefully and begins to read the message inside. The letter greets her warmly and states that her request has been received successfully by the company. It also informs her that there will be a masquerade ball held in 2 days at the Verdue Salon. At this event, she is instructed to look for a man who will be wearing a mask shaped like a bull. Additionally, the letter tells Elysia that she must attend the ball wearing an owl mask so the man can identify her correctly. Feeling overjoyed, Elysia begins dancing around her room in excitement, spinning lightly and smiling because she realizes she has finally managed to handle this issue in a simple, smooth way without facing too many obstacles. She feels relieved and triumphant, happy that she found a method to take control of her own life. She then calls out loudly for Erica, asking if she is nearby, and Erica immediately responds that she is present. Elysia tells Erica to choose a beautiful dress for her because she will be attending a masquerade ball soon. She also instructs Erica to find an owl mask for her to wear at the event. Erica, meanwhile, is completely surprised and confused by Elysia's Elysia's sudden energetic behavior and does not fully understand what is happening, but she listens anyway because she is loyal. Somewhere else in the city, Elysia's mother, Beatrice, goes to meet with her friend Orlando. The two women pretend to be close companions, but in reality, they secretly dislike each other deeply. However, neither of them ever admits it out loud. During their conversation, Beatrice asks Orlando to help her find another man for Elysia to marry. Orlando responds by saying that it is far too soon to start searching for a new suitor. Beatrice quickly tries to justify her request by saying that Alex, the late husband, was such a wonderful man whom Orlando had found for her daughter, and she claims she trusts Orlando again to find another good match. Beatrice also argues that life is very difficult for unmarried women and that she is only thinking about Elysia's future. However, Orlando knows perfectly well that Beatrice has no real concern for her daughter and that she pushed Elysia into marriage purely to gain money and benefits. So Orlando pretends to struggle with the decision and says she must first check if there is a suitable man, adding that Elysia's bloodline is very royal and important, making it difficult to find a proper match for her. Realizing her request will not be fulfilled easily, Beatrice pulls out a beautiful and expensive pendant and offers it to Orlando as a symbol of their friendship. Orlando tries to act humble and pretend she does not want the gift, but Beatrice insists, saying there is no need for formalities between them, clearly hoping to buy the help she wants. Orlando then changes her mind and says that she knows of a man that hails from the countryside. However, hearing the word countryside puts Beatrice off. She reminds Orlando of her own words that they are of royal blood and that they would need someone more than a countryside man. However, Orlando says that this guy is a young baron who has just recently inherited his entire family line and all the responsibilities that come with it. She adds in a calm voice that he is someone with incredible and impressive wealth, the kind of money that can make anyone's eyes widen. But she also mentions that it is unfortunate and disappointing that Beatrice has no interest in him at all. Hearing this, Beatrice quickly changes her opinion like she always does and says that she did not mean she disliked him and that she simply did not understand the full situation earlier, deciding now that she should hear Orlando out properly. Orlando then explains patiently that this young man is extremely handsome, so handsome that he always has many beautiful women around him all the time, following him and trying to catch his attention. Beatrice then questions if he would really take an interest in Elysia, even though she knows in her heart that Elysia is not exactly charming or appealing according to her own harsh standards. But to her shock and surprise, Orlando says that Elysia is exactly the type of woman the young baron is looking for. She explains that the young baron wants a quiet and wordless wife who leads a silent, peaceful life and takes care of the household without making a single unnecessary peep. Orlando then asks Beatrice politely what she thinks of this entire proposal. Beatrice decides to leave, saying stiffly that she will come visit her tomorrow. Outside, Beatrice frowns deeply over the fact that Orlando was looking down on her during their entire conversation, speaking to her as if she were lower than her. She cannot take it anymore and is quite angry and insulted, but she understands that once this marriage is done, she will not have to see Orlando ever again, which makes her feel a small amount of relief. Moreover, Beatrice likes the fact that the young baron is wealthy, extremely wealthy, but she is conflicted because he is from the lowly countryside with a flirting problem that she cannot ignore. So, Beatrice decides to take this matter to Pats and believes that he is the only one she truly has on her side. The scene shifts to 2 days later, and it is finally the night of the masquerade ball. Ellesia arrives, knowing somewhat about this ball that is going on from what she heard before. However, seeing it now for herself is much more promiscuous and shocking for Elysia than she ever imagined in her mind. Then she starts looking nervously for the man in the bull mask. As in everything else in her life, trouble comes looking for Elysia even when she does not want it to. Some other man approaches her, asking why such a beautiful young lady is standing all alone. Not long after talking, the man proceeds to force himself on Elysia, telling her that he is not a bad guy and that he just wants to get to know her a little. Elysia tries her level best to push him away, but she is not as powerful or strong as him. The man says that he only wants to escort her and insists that she should not worry. But before he can even finish his sentence, the man in the bull mask arrives suddenly, snatches Elysia away from the predatory man, and says firmly that the lady is taken. He then takes off his mask slowly, and beneath it is a man with a handsome, sparkling face that Elysia cannot take her eyes off no matter how hard she tries. The man gently says that they meet at last, calling Elysia his goddess of victory in a soft, almost enchanting voice. Both Elysia and the bull-masked man stand facing each other, quietly staring for a good amount of time, long enough for the air between them to feel heavy and filled with curiosity. Neither of them rushes to speak, as if both are trying to figure out the other person behind the mask. Finally, the man breaks the silence and says that they should head somewhere more private, somewhere quieter, where they can talk freely without all the noise and music from the masquerade ballroom interrupting their conversation. Eventually, the two make their way to the terrace, where the night air is cool and the surroundings calmer. Elysia gently hints at asking why he brought her specifically to this isolated place. The masked man replies that this spot is much quieter compared to the loud ballroom, and he wanted a peaceful place to speak seriously. He then politely asks for Elysia's permission to introduce himself properly. He says his name is Tiberius Maxim and reveals that he is the president of the Dealerway Trading Company. Hearing this surprises Ellesia because she did not expect someone of such a high position to be the one responding to her request. Tiberius then says that he is very curious about something. Why would a noble lady like Elysia ask his company to find a man for her? Elysia tries to keep her answer simple and replies that she could not like anyone in particular, which is why she sought help. But Tiberius does not look satisfied with such a short explanation. Elysia, meanwhile, has absolutely no idea why the president himself has shown up when she only asked for a simple, ordinary man, not someone powerful or high-ranking. To Tiberius, however, Elysia's proposal is extremely interesting. She appears to be seeking a completely common man who has no noble bloodline, someone humble who would not complain about the compensation he would receive, someone who would not chase after more money or greater status, and someone who would peacefully divorce her once their contract ends. But before he continues, Elysia stops Tiberius and says there is one very important clause missing. She explains that the man she wants to find must stay alive at all costs. She repeats with seriousness that this is the most important condition, more important than anything else. He must stay alive no matter what happens, whether he gets sick, whether there is a sudden accident, or whether something unexpected occurs. He must live. Deep inside her mind, Elysia quietly thinks about Pats and Beatrice, how they always kill her husbands in every life she remembers, and she fears the same thing may happen again. She tells herself that if her new husband ends up dead, even before the marriage properly begins, then he would be completely useless to her plan. Tiberius stays silent and listens patiently, waiting respectfully for Elysia to finish explaining everything without interrupting her. Once she is done, he thanks her sincerely for trusting the Dealerway Trading Company with such a sensitive request. And then, unexpectedly, Tiberius calmly assures her that he would stay alive at all costs as her husband. Hearing this makes Elysia freeze, unable to speak for a moment because of how shocking and unbelievable his offer sounds to her. When she finally comes back to her senses, she asks Tiberius if he is really serious about becoming her husband, because she never imagined the literal president of the company would offer himself instead of sending someone else. In response, Tiberius explains that he fits every part of her description very accurately. He reveals that he has no noble blood, making him exactly the type of man she requested. He says he has enough personal wealth to take care of himself without relying on her money, so he will never become greedy or dependent. He also mentions that he has plenty of experience with guns and swords, meaning he can protect himself and survive dangers. Additionally, he points out that he has no illnesses because he is very skeptical by nature and pays careful attention to everything he consumes, always choosing what is safest for his body. After listening listing these points, he asks Elysia if she needs any further reasons to consider him as her husband. Elysia raises her hand gently, telling him that his explanation is enough. She then begins quietly counting everything about Tiberius that matches exactly what she requested, slowly realizing how many of her conditions he meets. He looks quite strong. He is not of noble blood lineage. He has enough wealth to take care of himself, and he also has a very elegant-looking face. But that is exactly why Elysia is a bit skeptical. She thinks of Tiberius as someone too perfect and cannot figure out why he is putting himself on the line for this job. So she asks him what he wants in return. In response, Tiberius says that he wants to live as an actual husband and wife. He wants Elysia to eat together with him after marriage, sleep together, do things that neither of them has done before. On top of that, he also wants to do other marital duties with Elysia. He says all this while caressing Elysia's chin gently. Elysia pushes his hand off her chin, saying that there is no need for them to do such stuff. As a result, Tiberius tells her that he is not a very open-minded person like her, and that he would like to experience things with her because he wants to. Elysia continues, telling Tiberius that there are plenty of other ways to satisfy his curiosity. But Tiberius gets back at her, asking if she does not like his conditions or she does not believe in her capabilities as a wife. Elysia then reminds him that she has been a married woman before, questioning why he would want such a relationship with a widow. Tiberius explains to Elysia that she is from a noble family and very beautiful, which is compelling enough for him. However, Elysia believes Tiberius must have many noble women lining up to be his wife. Tiberius tells Elysia that those noble women do not want him because of the fact that he is uneducated. This leads Elysia to tell him that he should seek a teacher if he wants to learn things. But Tiberius says that there are other things that only Elysia can teach him, such as the treatment a husband should have with his wife and things that a married couple do. Moreover, Tiberius even admits that he has never dated or married before, but Elysia scoffs after hearing this as she does not believe him. However, she joins all the pieces together and realizes that marrying a commoner such as Tiberius would be good for her, as it will be perfect revenge for her status-obsessed brother and mother. Elysia now understands that this contract benefits her far too much, so she cannot let go of this offer. She then turns to Tiberius and starts talking about something related to honor, all the while realizing that this contract will prove to be beneficial for her in the long run. Meanwhile, Tiberius does not understand what Elysia is trying to say about the honor. Elysia says that she will teach him well about the things that he wants to learn, but she also needs to make sure that he overcomes his commoner birth. The only way she thinks of solving this matter is by giving the consul's position to Tiberius. This is a position of the Republic that even the noble council of elders cannot falsely attain. Elysia continues, telling Tiberius that in exchange for this wedding, she will put him in a position from where he will be able to rule against these arrogant nobles. Elysia even believes that just the thought of having power must have made Tiberius excited. She also thinks to herself how Pats's ego would be crushed seeing a commoner in such high power. After a brief moment of thinking, Tiberius agrees with the deal, saying that he will do his level best to learn about his new position if Elysia holds her end of the deal properly. He even assures Elysia that he will not disappoint her. Later at home, Elysia is reading through books, trying to figure out where she should begin teaching Tiberius. She did make a promise not too long ago, but she is completely clueless about what to do. Not long after, Erica arrives to inform Elysia that Pats and Beatrice have come to visit her. Elysia decides that she needs to deal with this matter before she can decide where to begin teaching Tiberius. She then heads to the hallway and greets her mother and brother there. Beatrice even comments how it is getting more and more difficult to get an appointment with Elysia. Without wasting any time, Beatrice heads straight to the topic, telling Elysia that they need to talk about something with her and says that they must sit in the living area. However, before they can take another step, Elysia reveals to their surprise that she will be getting married to a common man soon, leaving both stunned. Immediately upon hearing about the marriage of Elysia, Elysia, the reaction from Pats and Beatrice says everything about their character. Moreover, they even show concern over the fact that Elysia is getting married to a commoner. Her mother quickly latches on to Elysia, reminding her that her late husband just passed away and asking if she is really planning to get remarried so soon. However, Elysia does calm them down by revealing that she will not be marrying the guy soon. This gives them some relief, but Pats and Beatrice are still concerned over the fact that it is a commoner Elysia is talking about. Beatrice even comments that Elysia must have been feeling very lonely if she has to marry a commoner to fill her void. On the other hand, Pats questions if this commoner is at least wealthy. Silently, with a smirk on her face, Elysia thinks to herself how laughable it is that her family is constantly trying to show themselves as caring enough to think about her, but they actually keep slipping in their real thoughts here and there during their conversation, such as them being concerned if Elysia's future husband is rich or not. Meanwhile, Beatrice also argues that money is the most important thing in one's life and urges Elysia to think about it, saying that she is too young to understand this. She even reminds Elysia how they used to live when the revolutionaries took all their wealth. In response, Elysia affirms that she still remembers what happened during that time and states that she has enough money from Alex's inheritance that she is set for the rest of her life. Moreover, she even says that she would prefer someone healthy over wealthy at this point. Pats then grows a bit agitated, lashing out at Elysia and reminding her that she was recently attacked by a con man who was trying to take all her money, and he hints that this commoner might be after her wealth too. However, Elysia wastes no time in denying this, saying that she knows for a fact that is not the case. This leads Pats to question how she can even trust this common man so much. By herself, Elysia thinks how this commoner cannot be worse than the two who are standing right in front of her. It turns out that after Tiberius and she made their deal, Elysia actually went to check on her mother and Pats's finances. That is when she realized that these two have been living in far greater luxury than she ever had. What is more is that they were even creating debt under Alex's name until his funeral. So, Elysia tells the two that there is no reason for her to justify her actions to them and reminds them that she is a grown adult now who does not need their permission to do what she wants. Elysia asserts that whether she should marry or not is solely her decision. In response, Beatrice says that she is still her mother and that she should have a say in this as she is getting married out of nowhere. But Elysia asks her not to worry as she will introduce this commoner to them. Just then, Chris arrives and informs Elysia that it is time for her to get ready. Elysia gets a bit surprised that it is time already and tells her mother and her brother that they will have to excuse her as it is time for her to leave, even saying that she will call for a carriage for them. Beatrice is surprised to see her daughter act this way, mentioning that they just arrived. Then Beatrice suggests that the mother and daughter should spend some quality time together. Silently, Elysia thinks how she would have actually accepted this offer if this were her younger self, but that is not the case anymore and she is now truly aware of their intentions. So Elysia excuses herself, telling Beatrice that they did not make such an appointment at all and mentions that she should leave now. Elysia now wants to make her presence felt in the hearts of her mother and her brother, watch them cry and instill fear in them. As soon as she leaves, Beatrice bursts into tears, crying to Pats about how Elysia is going about things. Pat says that he has noticed a recent change in Elysia's personality as well, adding that the commoner must have started influencing her. Moreover, Pats is worried that since Elysia is the last remaining princess of the royal family, her spending her whole life with a low-life common man would only leave them with a bad reputation. So, Pats asks his mother not to worry, assuring her that he will deal with this matter one way or another. Meanwhile, Elysia goes to meet with Tiberius, her future husband. There, she apologizes for keeping him waiting for too long, but Tiberius says that he has just arrived there as well. This is Dealerway's new dessert store, and it is very infamous because of a chocolate that is served here, leading Tiberius to ask Elysia if she would like to have that drink. He further adds that a normal person would typically have to wait for hours without an appointment, but for Elysia, he can have his men bring out the drinks in the blink of an eye. With a smirk, he even adds that all of this is because of her being his fiancée. Meanwhile, Elysia takes a good long look at Tiberius and notices that he does not look like someone who would ever need to get into a contractual marriage at all. In her eyes, he looks confident, capable, and far from desperate, which makes her wonder even more. Elysia then mentions casually to Tiberius how she noticed that he is drinking coffee instead of the usual tea noble's drink. With a calm sip, Tiberius mentions that he simply does not like tea at all. To elaborate on the conversation, Tiberius begins talking about how coffee once led to a revolution in some other distant country, explaining it lightly in a very simple and casual way. Hearing this surprising fact, Elysia realizes that Tiberius is not some unintelligent, clueless human being at all, but someone well-read and informed, prompting her to question him softly if he really needs to learn all these things she is teaching him. Tiberius says that they are very necessary and very important, especially for someone like him. Moreover, since they both are to be married soon, Tiberius urges gently that they should start dating as well so that they can learn about each other properly. Elysia begins asking playfully if this meeting is a date then, trying to sound calm but clearly nervous. But before she can get an answer from Tiberius, she finds the answer herself, immediately freaking out inside over the fact that this is indeed a date. Tiberius then once again says that they should keep dating since they are to be married, speaking with a straight face. But the thing is that Elysia is not very experienced in dating either. She never went out with any of her past husbands, even though she was married 4 times in her previous life. Shockingly, she slept with none of them either because of various strange and painful reasons. These reasons or excuses were mostly made by the husbands in reality and had nothing to do with her. One of them had issues with her ex-lover. One of them did not find Elysia attractive enough, and another simply refused to touch her, and so on. Seeing her lost deeply in her painful thoughts, Tiberius asks Elysia if she is all right. Snapping back to reality, Elysia confirms nervously that everything is fine. Just then, Tiberius notices that there is something small in Elysia's hair, maybe a tiny crumb or speck of dust. As soon as he begins reaching out his hand toward her hair to remove the object gently, Tiberius's hand reflects in Elysia's eyes as she suddenly processes a terrifying flashback of her abusive husband Donison beating her and treating her badly in the past. Because of this sudden memory, Elysia quickly flinches and turns her head away, trying to protect herself out of instinct. Concerned and surprised, Tiberius backs off immediately, asking softly and making sure if Elysia is fine and if she is comfortable. In response, Elysia politely asks Tiberius to please tell her before touching her next time. But Tiberius now feels bad, a bit offended at himself and worried, thinking that this kind of reaction would probably be normal between other lovers, but not between them because she is still scared deep inside. Instead of frowning or making the situation worse, Tiberius acts like a gentleman and assures Elysia calmly that he will always ask her before doing anything in the future and will not make her uncomfortable again. Just then, something extremely unexpected happens. Pats suddenly barges inside the dessert store without warning, asking loudly if Tiberius is the common man Elysia is about to marry. Shocked, Tiberius has no idea what is going on or who this rude man is. Meanwhile, Elysia realizes with utter frustration that her excuse of a brother must have followed her here, spying on her again like always, refusing to let her live her life peacefully even for a moment. Pats begins making rude and not very interesting remarks toward Tiberius, saying in a careless and insulting tone that Tiberius looks like he is good for nothing, as if he is someone completely useless. He then turns to Elysia and asks her if she has lost her mind by choosing this man as her husband, acting like he has full authority over her choices. These words come across as extremely offensive and disrespectful to Elysia, who immediately asks her brother to stay silent. She firmly tells tells him that what he just said is not an appropriate thing to say to her betrothed, trying to protect Tiberius even though she is shaking inside. But hearing words like lover and betrothed only makes Pats laugh out loud, mocking her completely. His laughter gives him even more reason to continue insulting Tiberius, and he asks in a sneering voice why Tiberius is hiding behind his sister like a coward. Pats then questions Ellesia again, asking what Tiberius could possibly have offered her that made her foolish enough to take his side. At this point, Tiberius has had enough of Pats's behavior. He finally gets up, calmly but firmly, and pulls Elysia gently to his side as if to shield her. With his fist closed tightly, Tiberius tells Pats that he is not ashamed of being a commoner, not even a little, but he strongly warns Pats to be careful about the way he speaks to Elysia. Hearing this enrages Pats, who bursts out angrily at Tiberius for daring to talk back to him like that. He then accuses Tiberius of being attracted only to Elysia's wealth, claiming that must be the reason he got together with her. Before Tiberius can say anything in his own defense, Ellesia clenches her teeth, visibly upset, and tells Pats sharply to be quiet. But Pats refuses and tells Ellesia to stay quiet instead, acting like he knows more about men than she does, even though he has spent his whole life trying to use his own sister for money. Furthermore, Pats continues confidently, insisting that he is certain Tiberius is only after Elysia's wealth. This accusation is what finally makes Tiberius step forward and decide to introduce himself properly to Pats. Tiberius presents his business card, the elegant card with the name Tiberius Maxim engraved on it, and calmly states that he oversees the Dealerway Trading Company. As expected, Pats does not believe him at all and warns him not to lie any further. Tiberius then points out clearly that his name is literally gold-plated on the business card. This detail triggers Pats's memory, reminding him that all high-level executives from the Dealerway Trading Company are famous for having their business cards made in real gold. Because of this, Pats begins to lean toward believing that Tiberius might actually be who he claims to be. Trying to sound like a gentleman, Tiberius politely asks Pats not to doubt him and says that Pats should take his word regarding the reason he has come to see Ellesia. Pats, still being cheeky and sarcastic, remarks that it seems strange and unusual for a man of Tiberius's high position to want to marry Ellesia just for her wealth. Pats then demands to know what Tiberius really wants from her. This whole situation becomes too much for Ellesia, and she takes a step forward, telling Pats firmly that enough is enough. Instead of backing down, Pats looks at her and asks if she is seriously defending a commoner over her own brother. This finally pushes Elysia to her limit. She raises her voice and shouts at Pats to stop, saying she cannot let him talk to Tiberius that way when Tiberius has done absolutely nothing wrong. She adds with a trembling but determined voice that Tiberius does not deserve to be insulted like this, and she warns Pats that she will never forgive him if he continues to speak with such disrespect, making it clear that she is choosing to protect Tiberius instead of letting Pats bully him. Pats then asks Ellesia if she is really using this tone to talk with her brother just to defend someone who has trapped her in his game. He says all this while holding Elysia's arm tightly. Pats even tries to make Ellesia realize how he and their mother put so much effort into raising her. Realizing that things are not looking like they are going to be solved, Ellesia tells Pats that she has to call security. Hearing this, Pats is confused. Ellesia elaborates, mentioning how Pats has insulted Sir Maxim and has physically abused her, a royal lady, which will land him in jail for about a day. Ellesia is sure that Pats is aware of the consequences of his actions, as she notices that there are many witnesses around as well. Pats tries to reason that he is her blood relative, her literal brother. To this, Ellesia says that she is not denying it, which is why she is giving him the opportunity to quietly go home. In exchange, she agrees not to report him. Furthermore, Ellesia explains that she is going to introduce Tiberius to Pats and her mother at a time of her choosing. Later that night, Ellesia is seen apologizing to Tiberius on behalf of her brother's act. However, Tiberius says that it is all good and does not understand why Ellesia is blaming herself for the sins of her brother. This sparks a flashback of Elysia's childhood childhood when she used to get blamed for everything bad that happened in their household. Once, Pats ran crying to his mother, where Beatrice lashed out at Elysia, reminding her that a daughter should not go anywhere near the firstborn son's shadow, and blaming Elysia entirely for being the reason Pats was hurt. Meanwhile, in the present, Elysia is happy to see someone not blaming her for something for once, and even thanks Tiberius for saying that. Moreover, Elysia warns Tiberius that events like these will keep on happening in the future, although she assures him that she will be there to protect him whenever she is available. When she is not, Elysia asks Tiberius to do as he pleases. This causes Tiberius to question if he should just kill Pats because he hurt her. This sends shivers through Elysia's body, and upon hearing this she makes a worried face and immediately tells Tiberius not to ever do such a thing. Tiberius asks calmly, but with a dangerous hint in his voice, if he should just break Pats's hand next time he sees him, the very same hand he used before to hurt her and treat her badly. Slapping her own head in frustration, Elysia explains to him that it is not a good choice at all to harm others just because one dislikes that person or because someone makes them angry. She tries to tell him gently but firmly that violence is never the answer, even if the person is as unbearable as Pats. Tiberius argues seriously, reminding Elysia that she once told him to do as he pleases and not to hold back. But Elysia argues back quickly, saying that he should do as he pleases within reason and that there should be limits, adding that acting with rational thinking is important. She further explains that using proper security measures, guards, or legal steps is the right way to go for these kinds of situations. Tiberius, however, is the type of person who does not believe in the law protecting his life or anyone else's life, so he disagrees with Elysia completely. To him, the idea of law and order feels unreliable. However, Elysia says that this method at least will keep Tiberius safe from becoming a murderer or someone who gets in legal trouble. After all, he is someone important and cannot act recklessly. Realizing that it is getting quite late now, Elysia tells Tiberius gently that he should head home for the night. Before he leaves, Tiberius hands over a jar filled with chocolate toffees to Elysia, explaining that because they left the dessert shop in such a hurry, Elysia even forgot to taste the chocolates she wanted to try. Elysia happily accepts the jar with a warm, passionate smile on her face. Inside, her heart is probably melting because of such a small but incredibly kind act, and she sincerely thanks Tiberius for this thoughtful gesture. The very next day, Elysia is seen teaching table manners to Tiberius as the two go on to have their meal together. Tiberius seems to pick up the wrong spoon at first, so Elysia calmly corrects him, telling him which utensil is used for what. Just then, Tiberius notices a few strands of hair falling onto Elysia's face and decides to gently move them back behind her ear. Meanwhile, some ladies sitting nearby are watching these two acting so lovingly and sweetly with each other. They whisper among themselves, thinking about how Tiberius is very handsome, very elegant, and looks incredibly charming when he acts so gently toward Elysia. Meanwhile, Elysia also notices how Tiberius does not know royal manners properly, yet he is very good at acting like a lover, performing romantic gestures so naturally and effortlessly that it almost feels real. Turning back to the main subject once again, Tiberius says to Elysia that he should have been introduced to her mother by now, pointing out how Elysia looked in such a hurry when she was desperately looking for a man for the contractual marriage. He wonders why she is hiding him or delaying things. However, Elysia explains calmly that she does not need her mother's permission to do anything anymore and that she is strong enough to make her own decisions. She then tells Tiberius with confidence that their wedding will take place exactly 2 months from now, not a day sooner or later, settling the matter firmly. Elysia receives a letter from Tiberius asking about her mother's health. Elysia talks to herself, mentioning how Beatrice was just faking her sickness. Meanwhile, we discover that it was not at all difficult for Elysia to tell her mother and her brother when Tiberius and her wedding would take place. However, at that moment, one thing did happen. Beatrice actually went against Elysia's decision, trembled like a criminal getting caught, and collapsed. Then Pats had to support Beatrice and scold Elysia for talking to her mother like this. Meanwhile, as usual, Beatrice blames Elysia for being the reason for her condition. She continues to pretend to be ill and even refuses to leave her house. As for Pats, he does go back home. All this is usual for Elysia. What is shocking to her is that suitors actually came to the house looking for her. Elysia realizes that Pats and Beatrice must have gone behind her back and looked for a new husband for her, and she is also aware that she cannot let Tiberius know about this. So she writes to Tiberius that her mother is well in response. She even writes in the letter asking Tiberius if they can meet this evening, reminding him that there is not much time left before their wedding. She then concludes the letter, hands it to Erica, and requests her kindly to send it to Sir Maxime. Moreover, Elysia asks Erica about her mother. To this, Erica explains that Beatrice had her meal and went to the garden to take a walk. Upon hearing this, Elysia is now even more sure that Beatrice getting sick was all just an act. She remembers how her mother was acting like she was on the verge of dying, but she is actually in very good condition. Elysia also wants to send her home now and thinks it is a perfect time to do so. So, she asks Erica to pack Beatrice's things. Shortly after, Elysia heads to the garden and meets with her mother. There, Beatrice sees how the flowers have bloomed and says that it would be a perfect place to have tea with Orlando. Elysia adds that this would also be a perfect place for a wedding ceremony. Immediately upon hearing this, Beatrice begins playing her being sick act and starts feeling dizzy. It turns out that Beatrice has been acting this way whenever Elysia brings up the topic of getting married. With a smirk, Elysia reminds her mother that the doctor actually said she was fine. Beatrice feels pressured and in a defensive tone says that the doctor does not know everything even though it is literally his profession. Beatrice says that the doctor just reads some books and gives them the result, but she believes that a doctor cannot possibly know everything that goes on in her body. Beatrice then leans onto Elysia, telling her that she is really very sick. Elysia plays along and says that she believes her and also believes that she should rest at a place where she feels comfortable as per the doctor's suggestion. Beatrice agrees too, thinking that Elysia would be asking her to rest here. But to her surprise, Elysia tells her mother that she should head back home and rest there. Elysia even mentions how she has gotten all her things packed up, so Beatrice does not have to worry about that either. Elysia has also added some medicines even though the doctor said Beatrice does not need them. Beatrice tries to reason that she actually likes it here, but Elysia ignores her comments and tells Beatrice how she did not bring much of her stuff. Elysia also has a carriage prepared and ready for Beatrice to head back home. Beatrice keeps on being stubborn, telling Elysia that she is really sick, implying that both her hands and legs are frigid. Elysia has a solution for this problem too, as she asks Chris to escort Beatrice to her carriage. As soon as Chris gets close to Beatrice, she elbow drops him in the stomach, telling him to stay away from her. Instead, she asks Elysia to escort her, saying that she must head home now, realizing that her daughter is very busy. However, Beatrice has one condition. She asks Elysia to meet this suitor just for her mother's sake. However, Elysia is clearly annoyed by her mother's persistence, reminding her that she is already in love with and seeing someone. Beatrice tells her that she understands but urges Elysia to meet people from various backgrounds before making such a huge decision all on her own. Elysia continues to argue, prompting Beatrice to interrupt and ask what her problem is exactly. Beatrice warns Elysia that she should act like a good girl and listen to her mother, even saying that she is disappointed in her. Seeing Beatrice talk to her in such an active tone, Elysia comments that it looks like Beatrice is doing fine now. All of a sudden, Beatrice begins her act once again, saying that she is in such a bad state that she cannot really head home right now. Elysia has now realized that it is impossible for her to send her mother home without accepting her request, so she does, asking when and where she is to meet this suitor. Later at home, Erica informs Elysia that her mother left for her home as soon as she agreed to meet the suitor, but she asks Elysia if she is really going to do it. To this, Elysia says that she will just have a cup of tea and leave as soon as possible, asking Erica if she thinks there is something wrong with that idea. Twirling her fingers, Erica worries that Sir Maxim might not like this. Elysia does not react much to this, this since she knows that Erica is not aware of the contractual marriage she and Tiberius have agreed on and believes that they are dating in reality. Although Elysia had written a clause in the contract that both of them will not interfere in each other's personal matters, she asks Erica if she really thinks Tiberius would not like it. Erica emphasizes that no sane man would like for his fiancée to meet another man, so Elysia decides to meet with Tiberius later and ask his permission. Before leaving the house, Elysia tells Erica that she will be having dinner outside and will return home late. Just then, Tiberius arrives out of nowhere, telling Elysia that he could not wait for her any longer and decided to come pick her up. What catches Elysia's attention is the weird dressing Tiberius has going on. She even comments in disbelief, asking Tiberius if he really came to pick her up in this dress. To this, Tiberius says that he decided to wear the best clothes he had to make this dinner a time well spent. Elysia is now scared and hopes that Tiberius did not go out in public in this dress. Well, it is quite the opposite. Tiberius explains that he was out all over town, went to see Viscount Gellens, and even attended a meeting at the Dealerway Trading Company. This prompts Allesia to cancel their dinner plans and suggest that they head to the Dealerway right this moment. The scene then shifts to the Dealerway, where Elysia cannot believe that Tiberius has such a bad fashion sense. Meanwhile, he innocently questions if his dressing sense is really that bad. Elysia then explains that good outfits have to take context into consideration and that the clothes he wears must correspond to the occasion. Moreover, she tells Tiberius that this is the first time she has seen the combination of cravat and the shirt he had on. Tiberius silently says that seeing her smile makes him realize that dressing this way was not that bad after all, but he says this so lightly that Elysia cannot even hear what he said. This is when Elysia remembers that she had to ask Tiberius for his permission and says that she is to meet a suitor soon. Immediately after hearing Elysia shout at Pats like that, Tiberius is a little taken aback, almost surprised, because he did not expect her to defend him so strongly or speak with such emotion. He even apologizes softly to Elysia, telling her that he is sorry if what he is about to say might sound disappointing or uncomfortable to her, but he admits honestly that he does not know how to feel after hearing her argue with her own brother on his behalf. Meanwhile, Elysia cannot understand why Tiberius is acting in this uncertain and slightly emotional way, especially when the two of them have already agreed that their marriage will be a simple contractual relationship and nothing more, with no romance or deeper attachment involved. She even begins to wonder if Tiberius might be the possessive type, something she did not know about him and had never considered before. Still, Elysia understands that Tiberius has a point because it is natural for someone to feel uneasy when their fiancé is meeting another suitor, even if it is only because of pressure from her mother. So, when Tiberius asks gently if he has overstepped any boundaries with his reaction, Elysia quickly assures him that he has done nothing wrong at all. Even though she knows this marriage is only a contract, she understands that emotions can still become complicated. She apologizes to Tiberius for not considering his feelings earlier and says that maybe she should not have agreed to meet the suitor in the first place, no matter how much fuss her mother had made about it. She also thanks him for being honest with her, appreciating his sincerity, but because she has already given her word about meeting the suitor, she feels bad about stepping down now. At the same time, she does not want to upset Tiberius or make him feel unimportant, so she quickly tries to think of a way to balance everything. Then, with a much brighter and more cheerful tone, she asks Tiberius if he can make some time to go out for dinner with her the next day. Without any hesitation at all, Tiberius responds that he will always make time for her whenever she wants him to, showing complete dedication. So Elysia happily tells him that they are going to go on a dinner date. Tiberius immediately understands the hidden meaning behind her words, that Elysia intends to take him along when she meets the suitor, so she will not be alone. Later that evening, Elysia informs her butler, Chris, and her maid, Erica, that she will be staying out for dinner the next night and that she will return home late. She also takes the time to apologize to Chris for her mother's rude behavior toward him earlier in the day. Elysia knows that it is Chris's job as a butler to handle guests politely, but she still believes that what her mother did to him was completely unnecessary and unfair. Chris, however, reassures Elysia that he holds no hard feelings at all and that he has seen far worse hostility in his life than what happened today. He even adds that it was understandable for Beatrice to act the way she did because she comes from royal blood. But this comment only makes Elysia smirk quietly because she remembers the truth that Beatrice was never a part of the royal bloodline at all. In fact, that was the exact reason why Elysia, Beatrice, and Pats were spared during the revolution when the revolutionaries attacked the royal mansion and stripped the family of all their wealth and power. Elysia's father, her grandparents, and all other true members of the royal family were executed. And these three, Elysia, Beatrice, and Pats, were the only ones who were spared. At that time, Elysia had been just a baby, and she still does not fully understand even now that she used to belong to a royal family. But now that they live in a republic, Elysia says that the days when people of high status could look down on others are long gone, and that power no longer belongs to those who think they are superior simply because of their birth. So, she tells Chris not to accept what her mother did to him. Realizing that it is getting late, Elysia excuses herself and begins leaving. As she is walking away, Chris looks at her with pride, thinking how he did not know Elysia was like this all along. He thinks that he might have misjudged her character so far during the time he has been serving her. Shortly after, Allesia heads to the restaurant where she is supposed to meet this suitor. There, Tiberius is sitting at the table behind them. Elysia whispers, asking Tiberius if he can hear her. In response, Tiberius shushes her, reminding her that they decided to be inconspicuous. Elysia then comments that this looks like they are making some wild under-the-table trade. Tiberius joins in the game, saying that he was thinking of this more as a couple of detectives on a mission to catch a cheating husband. Elysia continues her playful demeanor, thinking how this setup seems quite comic, and frankly, she could not have ditched the appointment, but she did not want to make Tiberius wait for them to finish either. So Elysia made a proposal to Tiberius that he should come along with her when she goes to meet her suitor and just observe. In the present, Tiberius affirms that this was a ridiculous proposal indeed, but he cannot deny that this is turning out to be much more fun than he thought. Turning to Elysia, Tiberius says that it feels like they are on some secret date. Just then, Elysia notices a different cravat on Tiberius that looks just as bad as his previous one, if not worse. Tiberius defends himself, saying that he took her advice seriously and picked out the best cravat he could find. However, Elysia explains that it does not suit him at all, questioning if the gods gave him all his handsomeness and took away all his fashion sense. Tiberius then raises a proposal. Elysia should pick out his dress every morning. Elysia says this would definitely happen after their marriage. Tiberius then smirks. Suddenly, the suitor arrives and calls out for Elysia. With a concerned glaze, Elysia prepares herself to meet her second husband from her previous life. The suitor first apologizes for arriving late and says that he should have arrived there first. He explains that there was an accident on the bridge, which is why his carriage was late. This suitor's name is Voldrak Nick, who is also a cheater. Elysia recalls how Nick used to tell her that she should be more feminine and look more ladylike so he would not have to turn his attention to other women, blaming Elysia for his affairs. Nick then tells Elysia that he has heard so much about her. When Elysia asks what, Nick explains that he has heard some things here and there, but Elysia asks him to elaborate further. Nick then says that what others say does not concern him and that he wants to see for himself what Elysia is like. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks how Tiberius must be thinking about Nick's annoying personality right now. Nick continues to butter up Elysia, saying that he wanted others' opinions of her not to affect him, so he decided to come here personally to see and feel her himself. These comments are so inappropriate that Tiberius clenches his fists while holding the newspaper, almost on the verge of tearing it apart. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks about how Nick is such a huge womanizer and how he makes his interest in her sound very nice. So Elysia decides to even the odds at the table, telling Nick that she has heard some things about him as well. When Nick asks her to tell him what these things are, Elysia immediately questions him about Lady Elena and what happened to her. Nick tries to act like he does not know what she is talking about, so Elysia reveals that Nick took Elena in before she became of age. But since Nick has decided to come meet Elysia, she hopes that everything has settled between him and Elena. She does not stop there and continues asking about Galio, the lady Nick sees every Thursday. Elysia recalls that Nick used to see countless women until Pats and Beatrice killed him, and unfortunately, Elysia remembers every single one of those women. Elysia then proceeds to throw another jab at Nick, telling him that she understands that he has to be intimate with many other women, but inquires if he has come here to meet her after settling his relations with all of those women. Nick trembles a bit after hearing this, but assures Elysia that these are just rumors she heard and that there is no truth to them. Furthermore, he tries to get back at Elysia by saying that he heard she just got widowed and expresses sadness over it. Elysia affirms that is what happened, so Nick says it is very courageous of her to agree to meet him even if her husband passed away so recently. Or maybe, Nick comments, Elysia's nights have been so lonely that she has started yearning for her husband. Elysia realizes what he is implying and asks Nick if he is suggesting she is something else just because she has already started going on dates after her husband's death. However, Nick defends himself, saying that these are just implications and that he does not actually mean them. All her life, Elysia has been called a husband-eating witch, but this insult hits her very deeply. So she tries to activate her berserk mode, mentioning that she only came here to meet him because she was told that Nick was in a hurry. With Nick giving a surprised reaction to this, Elysia further adds that she is aware of how Nick got tangled up with a woman who was already married. Soon, the woman's husband found out about his wife's affair and challenged Nick to a duel. Since Nick is a huge coward and does not actually know how to fight, he wanted to avoid this duel at all costs. So he lied about the rumors of him and this married woman having an affair and said he was already betrothed to another woman. This is why Nick has hurriedly started looking for a woman to marry so he can prove his lie. We then see Nick actually going to Orlando and asking her to find him an innocent, quiet, and above reproach wife as soon as possible. Coming back to the present, Elysia playfully asks Nick why he does not just accept the duel and get it over with. Nick goes on the back foot after this, causing him to ask Elysia who she is and if she has been investigating him. However, Elysia responds that she is not really that interested in him and asks him to focus on his life more rather than hers. She reminds him that there will be very bad consequences if he cannot find a woman to marry soon. Nick is now trapped from all sides and he does not know what to say, so he just shouts at Elysia like a madman, saying that she is swimming in deep waters and that she should choose her words wisely so as not to regret them later. Elysia seems fed up with this dinner, gets up and says that they are done here, but Nick is not on the same page. He gets up, grabs Elysia's hands and asks where she thinks she is going, realizing that they are not done yet. He then explains how he thought Elysia was just an innocent and calm girl, but he was completely wrong. Nick does not know where to stop as he continues forcing himself on Elysia, shouting at her, asking if the money she is trying to rip off him is not enough, but Elysia has no idea what he is talking about. Nick further explains that she had already asked for a man in the countryside in exchange for her hand and believes that she should have been quiet now. Hearing Nick talk in a foul tone with Elysia, Tiberius is on the verge of breaking down from his anger. However, Elysia quickly side-eyes him, visually asking him to calm down and let her handle this matter by herself. Tiberius listens to her and stays put. Meanwhile, Nick continues throwing insults at Elysia. Eventually, Elysia stops him and says that he has had a misunderstanding and that she does not want any part of his wealth. Moreover, Elysia even makes it clear to Nick that she does not find him attractive a single bit. Elysia then proceeds to give a piece of advice to Nick, telling him that he should stop living a a life like this if he does not want it to end badly. However, Nick's reaction says it all. He is so desensitized that he is not even listening to himself. Then, Elysia politely asks him to let her go. However, Nick cannot take no for an answer and says that he will not. This causes Elysia to take matters into her own hands. She says that she will now act in self-defense, grabs a vase from the table, and hits Nick on the head with it as he falls to the floor. While Nick shouts curses at Elysia, Tiberius finally intervenes, asking Elysia if she is okay. Elysia asks Tiberius to call the police so she can show Tiberius how they can deal with these matters with the power of law. Later, sir, Fritz arrives and begins investigating the matter. The first thing he does is question Nick whether he really held Elysia's hand against her will and with force. Nick argues and lies that he held her hand very lightly, but Fritz asks him why he would feel the need to harm a woman. However, Nick quickly responds that there is nothing weak about this woman. Nick explains that when he was holding her arm, Elysia grabbed a vase from the table and hurled it at his head. Fritz then turns his attention to Elysia and questions if this is true, emphasizing that she must tell the truth and use her words wisely, because if not, then things might look bad for her. Elysia explains that she was having an argument with Nick and suddenly he got up and grabbed her. Then, when she politely asked him to let her go, Nick denied her request. Elysia defends herself, saying that this led to her picking up the vase and hitting Nick with it, as it was the only thing she could use at the time to save herself from harm. As this is such a huge allegation, Fritz says that Elysia must have some witness who would have seen this happening. This is when Tiberius steps forward, saying that he is a witness and that he saw all this happening from the table right behind them. Nick quickly denies this, saying that he really held her very lightly and that Elysia is making a big deal out of this. Fritz then asks Tiberius about his relationship with Elysia. To Nick's shock, Tiberius reveals that he is Elysia's betrothed. Nick thinks that this might be his getaway from jail card, but not really. He tries to tell Fritz that Elysia is a charlatan and that she lied to him since she already has a betrothed. However, Fritz's concern is the illegal act that happened and not personal matters. So he tells Nick that he is the one who committed a crime, harming a lady and forcing her without her consent. Fritz tells Elysia to leave, prompting Tiberius to hit Nick with a deadly glare, telling Elysia that they should go since they have no reason to stay here any longer. Tiberius then shows what a real gentleman looks like, asking Elysia if he can hold her hand. Elysia quickly agrees with no second thoughts and apologizes to Tiberius that he had to see such a scene. However, she thinks that this might be a good lesson on how to deal with matters like these with the help of law enforcement. But Tiberius has not changed his mind on this. He says that this is a very long process. Tiberius even adds that Nick would have died had he been the one to hit him with the vase. Elysia then tries to explain her point of view, but Tiberius stops her and says that he understands what she means. He then points out how Elysia still got harmed during this confrontation even if the matter was solved toward the end. Elysia stays quiet for a bit, silently thinking to herself if Tiberius is really worried for her. He then suggests that they leave everything and head to the hospital first to get Elysia's wound treated. However, Elysia says that there is no need to go to a hospital for such a minor injury and suggests that they go for dinner instead. But Tiberius is not having it. He agrees that they must go to dinner first, but only if they head to the hospital after. At last, they both agree to this. Moreover, Elysia even says that she is going to pay for the dinner to show appreciation toward Tiberius for helping her that night. Later that night, Tiberius heads home where he meets with his friend and helper, Merlin. Merlin takes a playful dig at Tiberius, saying that his employees have no time to meet women, and yet he is going on dates with beautiful women. Then he says that it does not matter that much anyway, since it is a contractual relationship. Moreover, Merlin even asks Tiberius how long he is going to keep wearing that ugly cravat. Tiberius asks Merlin if his cravat is really really that odd. Merlin confirms in a heartbeat and asks Tiberius if he is trying to grab Elysia's attention by appearing stupid, but Tiberius says that he will do anything to grab her attention as long as he can be with her. With a proud look at Tiberius, Merlin questions him if he is really that much in love with Allesia. Tiberius confirms with a happy heart, saying that it is obvious that he likes her so much. Moreover, Tiberius even reveals that he has loved Allesia since their childhood when she showed him kindness for the first time. The next day, Erica comes running to Elysia as fast as she can, almost tripping over her own feet because she is so overwhelmed and excited and panicked at the same time. She rushes in with wide eyes to reveal to Elysia what she believes is extremely important news. Erica is panicking so much that she can barely breathe properly, while Elysia looks at her calmly and asks her to slow down, breathe, and explain what is going on. With a trembling voice and shaking hands, Erica tells Elysia to please take a look at today's papers immediately. Elysia is confused at first, not understanding why Erica is behaving like this, but when she finally takes a good look at the newspapers, she sees that people have already started to talk falsely and very cruelly about her and Tiberius. It comes as no surprise to her though, because deep down, she was already expecting such a thing to happen sooner or later. When Erica tries to emphasize the gravity of the situation, she points out how people are spreading terrible rumors, saying that Elysia was having this relationship even when her late husband Alex was still alive. Furthermore, there are harsh and derogatory statements written about Elysia, calling her a cheater and many other awful names. They even wrote as if Elysia was some sly fox flirting with every man she sees, and that Tiberius had somehow trapped her in his little game. But Elysia remains calm and tries to calm Erica down as well, telling her gently that there is nothing wrong with it and there is no need to panic. Erica even suggests that they should get the journalist who posted this arrested right away for writing such terrible things. But Elysia continues to remain calm and collected, telling Erica again that everything is fine and that she does not need to worry so much. Moreover, Elysia says that she was expecting this to happen from the moment she decided to marry Tiberius in such a sudden and unusual way. When Elysia asks Erica to just leave everyone be and let the rumors die on their own, Erica stands shocked, unable to understand how Elysia can be so relaxed. Elysia is aware of the fact that since the story is out anyway, there is nothing she can do about it anymore, and stressing over it will only waste her precious time. So, she decides not to concern herself with it any longer and instead asks Erica if the wedding invitations are ready. Erica confirms, saying that everything is prepared and set perfectly, ready to go whenever Elysia wishes. So Elysia suggests that they get ready and head out soon to personally hand over the invitations to their guests. Meanwhile, Erica stands there staring at Elysia as if she is some extraordinary and otherworldly being. When Elysia asks why she is looking at her like that, Erica tells her that she is really incredible and unbelievably strong. To explain further, Erica says that Elysia staying completely unfazed even after such a cruel and heinous story about her has spread everywhere is truly remarkable and admirable. In response, Elysia says that she cannot allow herself to be distracted by these little things and that this marriage will take place one way or another, even if it means she has to ignore stories like these again and again. Another deep concern of hers is that if she does not get married now, Pats and Beatrice will definitely sell her off in a heartbeat, just like they were about to do in the mine deal with Nick. Erica then continues showering praises toward Elysia, saying that she is truly incredible and deserves so much better in life. Of course, Elysia knows all this already since she is literally the future version of herself with more strength, wisdom, and determination than before. So, Erica decides to support Elysia no matter what she has decided and says that she is going to prepare to head out, adding that she will make Elysia look so beautiful that all her acquaintances will be struck in awe. Hearing this, Elysia quickly corrects Erica, saying that they are not her friends, rather, they are just her acquaintances and nothing more. After a short while, Erica and Elysia are walking down the hallway together, preparing for the busy day ahead. There, Erica seems surprised by how good the preparations Elesia's look and gets nostalgic, as it has been very long since she attended a ceremony like this in a salon. She then asks Elysia if she has invited Sir Maxim. Elysia says that she thought about it and decided that it is time to introduce Tiberius to her acquaintances, so she did indeed invite him. As they proceed to enter the room where others are waiting, Elysia begins overhearing their conversation. Inside, the ladies discuss how Elysia is so innocent to not see that Maxim is just using her for her wealth. One of the ladies even comments about how her husband was angry since he would have to bow to a lowlife from now on. Meanwhile, Elysia overhears this conversation. On the other hand, Erica is scared to see Elysia's anger being on the verge of bursting out. Elysia then barges inside the room, grabbing everyone's attention as they turn around immediately. One of the ladies stutters and asks Elysia when she arrived. Elysia says that she arrived right when they were berating her husband and talking foul about him. They quickly step forward to explain themselves, but Erica says that they must continue insulting her husband like they were doing not too long ago. Moreover, she asks if they were saying that Maxim tricked her, but all of them stand there silently. Elysia then asks why they are acting so surprised now, as if they were trying to speak in secret. They finally find the courage to speak up, admitting that they were indeed talking about something like this. Another one of Elysia's acquaintances steps forward and says that Elysia is their only princess left, and seeing her getting tricked by some low-life peasant hurts them. Elysia then thinks about how these ladies are not exactly her friends at all. Rather, they are just acquaintances who happen to be with her since childhood. Not only that, Elysia thinks of their relationship more like a social relation, as they were imposed on her by Pats and Beatrice. Coming back to the present, Elysia realizes that Pats and Beatrice must have picked these ladies out to tear Tiberius apart with their prejudices. Saying this word makes Elysia realize that she is not only fighting her mother and Pats, instead, she also has to take care of those people who hold prejudices against her. Elysia starts speaking in bold words, telling them that they do not actually respect her royalty at all and just call her their princess to project their egos and pride onto her. The ladies realize that they are caught badly, so they begin apologizing to Elysia. In response, Elysia says that they should not apologize to her. When they ask who they should apologize to, then Elysia says that he is about to arrive soon. Next, Tiberius steps inside the room looking handsome, as Elysia tells them that they should apologize to him. Seeing Tiberius arrive leaves the girls in shock as they stand there frozen. Elysia reminds them that they wanted to apologize and says that they should go ahead and do so now. Just then, the girls speak up, apologizing to Sir Maxim for falsely speaking of him. He then asks them what they were saying about him. At this moment, they start stuttering, not knowing what to say. Elysia then points out how they were brave enough to talk about someone behind their backs, but when the person is standing right in front of them, they cannot utter a single word. Elysia then grabs Tiberius's hand and suggests that they should go. However, Tiberius reminds her that the whole purpose of this was to introduce him to Elysia's friends. Elysia explains that these people are not worthy enough to get to know them, so the two leave. Later that night, the two are walking. There, Tiberius asks Elysia if they did something to her since she seems very angry. Not knowing how to respond, Elysia gets a bit closer and softly calls out for Tiberius's name. She then turns to Erica and tells her to take the carriage home. Elysia thinks about how it is also unfair to him to be treated this way just because he has agreed to marrying her. This is why Elysia is still feeling angry and flustered. She blames herself for all this and cannot believe that she once kept company among these prejudiced people. Elysia then leans onto Tiberius as if she is tired of all this, prompting Tiberius to ask her if she would like to go someplace else. Elysia says that she wants to go somewhere quiet, where no one knows who she is, where she belongs, and where there is no one around her. Tiberius immediately says that he can think of a place like that matches Elysia's description. He further adds that in this place, only he would know who Elysia is. He then asks her if it is all right with her to come to his house. Merlin steps out, clearly concerned, asking Tiberius why he is back so soon when he had only just left earlier. In exchange, Tiberius narrows his eyes a little and asks Merlin if he has really been waiting for him this whole time. Merlin says that of course he has been waiting for him very seriously because they have so much work to do, mountains of work in fact, work that keeps piling up little by little. But before he can continue any further with his dramatic explanations, Tiberius lifts his hand and stops Merlin, asking him firmly to be quiet for a moment. However, Merlin continues to play with his usual banter, joking that it is no lie at all that they indeed have an unbelievable amount of work to do and that Tiberius often pretends he does not. Hearing this, Tiberius immediately stops his friend again, telling him that he should watch his words carefully, because if he speaks any longer, it will become his problem and his responsibility, and Tiberius jokingly threatens to fire him, obviously in a friendly way that shows their bond. Elysia then softly asks Tiberius if he is very busy, but he quickly refuses in a very casual manner, mentioning that Merlin is just babbling nonsense at this point. He then turns to Merlin with a suspicious look and asks if what he is saying is right. With a frowning, annoyed face, Merlin affirms that Tiberius is not busy at all, not even a little bit. Rather, he is the one who is always busy. Realizing he has forgotten his manners in all this chaos, Merlin straightens himself and politely apologizes to Elysia, introducing himself properly as Merlin, the assistant of Sir Maxim in all of his important duties. Moreover, Merlin raises his hand forward to fulfill the proper customs of greeting. In response, Elysia gently presents her hand as well, saying that it is lovely to meet him and that she has heard good things. But before the two can make contact, Tiberius suddenly intervenes, grabs Merlin's hand instead of letting him touch Elysia, and reminds him pointedly how he said that he was very busy. Furthermore, he proceeds to ask Merlin to go and tend to his work immediately instead of wasting time here. Merlin continues making the night absolute hell for Tiberius, mentioning loudly how he is very grateful that Tiberius believes his dear friend Merlin can go above and beyond the limit of his capacity like a superhuman. In exchange, Tiberius tightly grips Merlin's hand in warning, assuring him that it is indeed very fascinating how he still talks so much. Merlin now decides that this is enough banter for one night and finally decides to leave, but not before doing one last mischievous act of annoying Tiberius. He leans forward and whispers into Elysia's ear to give Tiberius a quick slap if he does anything rude to her. After wishing them both a good time with a playful smile, Merlin leaves. After his departure, Tiberius sighs, smiles a little, and says that Merlin is truly a good man, even though he can be very rude and irritating sometimes. After heading inside the palace, Tiberius quickly apologizes for the palace being too minimalistic and plain-looking. However, Elysia gently says that the master of this palace must be someone with very good taste. For this compliment, Tiberius humbly thanks her with a soft voice. He then slides a chair out for Elysia to sit and tells her that it has not been very long since he bought this palace, so there still needs to be some work done to make it feel complete. Elysia has so far thought that Tiberius moved into the Republic about 10 long years ago, so it strikes her as very strange to know that he just recently bought this palace. To explain himself, Tiberius reveals that he has actually been living in a hotel all this time, since he did not originally plan to stay here for very long in the beginning. But now, he has a very good reason to stay, even if it is for the rest of eternity. When Elysia asks why that is, Tiberius says that he now has a very good teacher. Upon hearing this, Elysia begins stuttering because she has a genetic issue, but in the heat of the moment. Tiberius confirms that he has indeed decided to stay because he has gotten a very good teacher. He even adds that people have been treating him differently, and then asks about his outfit. Elysia giggles and says that it looks good today. Then, Tiberius questions what type of tea Elysia would like to have. Elysia asks him if he has rose tea, to which Tiberius says that he has all kinds of teas but does not know which one Elysia would like the best. This leads Elysia to ask Tiberius if he has purchased all this tea for her, but Tiberius explains that that these are all the teas that his company trades, and obviously he does not have every single tea in the world. However, he does offer Elysia to look into expanding his trading outposts if that is what she desires. Elysia smiles and tells Tiberius that he is very kind to his house guests, but Tiberius corrects her, saying that he is this kind only for her. Elysia is surprised, now realizing that Tiberius was never joking. Tiberius even confirms that he would like to do this much for her since it is a dream of his. Hearing this, Elysia's heart melts as she says to Tiberius that he would make a very good husband and hopes that she may step up her game soon. Immediately, Tiberius stops her, saying that she is the embodiment of perfection and that she should stay the way she is. Now, Elysia has gotten so overwhelmed by her emotions that she is remembering bad things that recently happened. This causes Tiberius to ask if something hurtful really happened to her back in the salon. However, Elysia refrains from telling the truth and excuses that everything is fine. It is too late though, as Tiberius is sure something did happen. So, he tells Elysia that two lovers must let their partners know about the hardships they are facing. He even adds that it seems like Elysia heard her acquaintances speak badly about him. To comfort Elysia, Tiberius tells her that she should pay no mind to those insults as they mean nothing to him. However, Elysia tells Tiberius that once he finds out what they were saying about him, he would be fuming as well. It is simply not the case though. Tiberius says that he has heard many insults before and asks if they were talking about his social status or maybe saying that he is trying to trap Elysia in his game for her wealth. Tiberius even guesses that they might be saying that he is a con man or a thief. Even so, he tells Elysia not to get angry about such matters as he hears them often and they do not hurt him at all. Elysia, overwhelmed by her emotions, gets up and tells Tiberius that she is about to do something with him that lovers do in such moments. Tiberius's heart begins racing as Elysia walks closer to him. She then leans forward, grabs Tiberius from his head, and puts it to rest in her arms, asking him to breathe in and out slowly. Furthermore, she advises him not to become familiar with such harsh words. Tiberius argues that those words do not harm him in reality, but Elysia thinks that he is just hiding his feelings and tells him to be honest with her. Moreover, Elysia tells Tiberius not to forgive those who treat him unkindly. Tiberius now believes that it is true. He does not believe someone like her at all. Elysia still thinks Tiberius is thinking of himself as some lowlife, telling him that he should not pay mind to these rumors. Elysia explains that they are together with each other because they are helping one another, but she believes that if everyone knew about their contractual marriage, then they would all think that Tiberius is too good for Elysia. This is the end point for Tiberius, as he scolds Elysia for saying such bad things, requesting her not to say he is too good for her ever again. But Elysia still continues, arguing that Tiberius oversees the Dealerway Trading Company, has a nice mansion, and on top of that, he is very handsome. Tiberius tries to be modest, saying that he has no fashion sense though, and he is not a noble either. Moreover, he even says he cannot do anything to stop these baseless gossips about them. Elysia seems a bit upset at Tiberius for saying this, but that is exactly his point. He points out how he feels the same way when Elysia puts herself down. Kissing her hand, Tiberius asks Elysia to promise him that she will not say such a thing ever again. Elysia happily agrees. On the other hand, Tiberius says that he will act the same as lovers with Elysia the next time. But Elysia hopes that there will not be a next time. Elysia is then heading back to her mansion, thinking how Tiberius was really hurt by those words. She is still not fully convinced by the idea that such words did not hurt him at all, and realizes that he is keeping all his feelings inside him. So Elysia tells herself that she will be the one to close those wounds of Tiberius before they begin festering inside him. As soon as Tiberius returns home, Merlin immediately approaches him with his usual teasing attitude and asks if Tiberius had a good time, saying in a playful and joking tone that he must have enjoyed leaving the house alone, working however he pleased, and even going on a date with a beautiful girl all by himself without anyone around to disturb him or stop him. Tiberius ignores his playful teasing completely and calmly comments that he is sure Merlin has not finished writing up the salt sale contract yet, and he firmly tells Merlin to make sure to complete it by tomorrow without any delay. Merlin shows clear disappointment and frustration on his face, his shoulders dropping a little, but Tiberius simply reminds him that this is exactly why Merlin should be more careful with his words next time. Just like how Elysia's acquaintances handle themselves with dignity and caution in public. This remark causes Merlin to suddenly ask why Tiberius did not stop the gossip column from being published even though he already knew about it beforehand. Tiberius explains that he actually wanted people to know about him and Allysia, but he did not expect that Allysia would end up blaming herself for all the commotion, confusion, and noisy reactions that followed. Hearing this, Merlin becomes serious for a moment and decides that he will make sure to silence any future gossip about Elysia so she will not be hurt or affected again. But Tiberius tells him to also erase the gossip that involves him as well, because if they remove only Elysia's stories, people will become suspicious and think something strange is going on. Tiberius understands that Ellesia must be extremely busy preparing for the wedding, running around handling many tasks, so he takes it upon himself to keep her protected from any more unnecessary problems or stress. On the other hand, Merlin quietly thinks to himself about how strange this situation is. Tiberius usually hates being dragged into anything, especially when it involves rumors, unwanted attention, or emotional situations that he normally avoids. But now, he seems completely intrigued, almost comfortable, getting closer to someone like Elysia, a person who constantly appears in the newspapers and becomes the center of talk. From this, Merlin concludes that Tiberius must truly care about Elysia, perhaps even love her in a quiet and deep way. Tiberius then becomes serious and tells Merlin to call Yuri immediately, showing that something important is on his mind. Merlin agrees without hesitation, but deep inside he knows that things are about to become messy and complicated, because whenever Tiberius calls for Yuri, it usually means something important, urgent, or troublesome is about to happen that requires careful handling. From that day forward, the newspapers suddenly stopped publishing anything about Elysia, Tiberius, or their marriage, as if the stories vanished overnight or were erased by an invisible hand. At first, Elysia had planned to take responsibility herself by going directly to the newspaper company and confronting the people who wrote about her, but she no longer needs to do that because the issue has already been handled quietly. However, this does not mean Elysia will simply sit back and ignore everything that happened. Fast forward to the present time, Elysia decides she must still act, so she calls Adeli from the daily paper and politely invites him over to her home. When he arrives, Elysia treats him like a normal guest, offering him a seat, speaking kindly, and telling him to make himself comfortable without any fear or nervousness. She begins to explain why she called him, trying to start the conversation calmly and maturely. But before she can continue, Adeli raises his hand gently and asks for permission to speak first, showing that he has something important he wishes to say before she shares her thoughts. He begins by apologizing, saying he is sorry if Elysia felt uncomfortable because of the recent news he posted about her. But Elysia responds that a simple apology is not enough and will not solve the problem. Hearing this, Adeli then explains that he was tipped off by a source and that he understands Elysia called him here because she wants to find out who that source is. Instantly, Elysia realizes that Adeli has come with the intention of negotiating, not confessing. Seeing this, she decides to play along and begins her own strategy. Elysia tells Adeli, calmly but firmly, that she can sue him for libel. This causes Adeli to panic slightly, and he accidentally says something he should not have said. He explains that a noble suing another noble will not end well, revealing more than he intended. This makes Elysia realize that Adeli's source was a noble, which is why he trusted it with closed eyes. So Elysia asks Adeli if he is sure that this noble source of his can help him financially if they lose the lawsuit. Elysia further explains that since Adeli wrote those derogatory words about Tiberius, who oversees the Dealerway Trading Company, the lawsuit could end up very expensive. So she asks him if he is capable enough to afford that much. Adeli is at a loss for words now as he tries to speak but cannot. So Elysia speaks up instead of him and says that her brother will not care even a little bit if he gets sued. This shocks Adeli as he discovers that Elysia already knows about his source. Elysia explains that it was not difficult to figure out that her brother was behind all this. She understands that he knows her very well and even holds a grudge against Tiberius, so all things point toward him being the source. However, Elysia does assure Adeli not to worry, as she has no intention of suing him. When Adeli asks what she means, Elysia reveals that she actually called him here to help him out. Then Elysia begins having some questions for herself. Why would a reporter like Adeli write about her? Why is the news of her marriage making cycles? The answer is simple, and Elysia knows it. She understands that it is all because she is a fallen royalty. Not only that, the people still have their own fantasies about Elysia and watch her every move. But Elysia understands that she can use this to her advantage. Elysia then raises her proposal, telling Adeli that she wants him to write an article about her and Tiberius with their consent. But there is one condition: only what Elysia tells him will be written, and the article will be written in a positive tone toward Tiberius. Adeli is happy with this offer, and he even quickly accepts. However, he does comment that it is very shocking for him since he never imagined that Elysia would help him out in this way. This causes Elysia to ask if she should sue him instead, but Adeli quickly backtracks and says that he accepts the offer. Then he asks Elysia what she would like to be written in the papers. Elysia tells Adeli to write about her and Tiberius's dating relationship. Moreover, she asks Adeli to put more focus on Tiberius and show him as a positive man. Adeli understands his job, but he does ask Elysia if she has the consent of Tiberius. Elysia quickly recalls that she did not even think about this due to all the excitement she had about showing Tiberius to the world as someone positive. After a short while, Elysia and Erica make their way to the Dealerway Trading Company in haste. There, Elysia wonders if it is okay for her to just come looking for Tiberius at his workplace. She recalls how Tiberius always used to tell her to come find him whenever she needed him, so she gets a bit calm. Just then, she and Erica get approached by one of the workers who works there. He asks Elysia about the reason for her visit. Elysia explains that she is here to see Tiberius Maxim. In response, the worker asks Elysia if she made an appointment beforehand. Erica then speaks up, telling the worker to just inform Tiberius who is here and he will come here to see them himself. But the worker refuses and says that they must come with an invitation. Elysia's confidence immediately shatters as she realizes that this was a bad idea all along. So she tells Erica that they should head back, get an actual invitation from Tiberius, and then come back. Erica does agree, but frowns since they came here from very far. As Elysia is leaving, Tiberius sees her and calls out for her. With a gentle smile, he asks Elysia why she has come here. In response, Elysia apologizes to Tiberius for coming to see him unannounced. However, Tiberius reminds Elysia that he was the one to tell her to come find him whenever. Tiberius understands that there is a wedding to take place, and for it a lot of preparations need to be made, so he assures Elysia that she can come see him whenever she wants to. Elysia thanks him for this and asks Tiberius about the woman beside him. The woman then tells Elysia that it is a pleasure to meet her and introduces herself as the secretary of Tiberius and Yuri of the Dealerway Trading Company. After Yuri introduces herself politely, Elysia also introduces herself in a gentle and respectful manner. At the same time, deep inside her mind, she secretly hopes that she is just being overly sensitive because she suddenly gets a strange bad feeling from Yuri that she cannot quite explain. Elysia then asks the two of them carefully if she is interrupting anything important, worried that she may have come at the wrong time. But Tiberius quickly replies that they are on a break at the moment, speaking in a calm and reassuring tone. Yuri, however, comments coldly that they do not have much time left in their break, almost as if she is annoyed. This makes Tiberius immediately shush Yuri in a firm but controlled way. Elysia, wanting to be polite, says modestly that she can always come back later if the two of them have work to finish or business to handle. But Tiberius quickly assures her there is no such thing and says they are completely done with all their work. He adds that Elysia should have simply come straight up to his office directly without worrying. Elysia explains that she would have done exactly that, but one of Tiberius's employees stopped her and told her that she needed an appointment to see Tiberius Maxim. Hearing this, Tiberius becomes visibly angry, turning toward the employee with a look filled with frustration, clearly irritated that his fiancée was treated like an ordinary visitor. But Elysia remains focused on Tiberius and gently tries to calm him down, telling him softly that the employee was only doing his job and should not be blamed. Elysia then suggests that perhaps Tiberius should introduce her properly to the staff so that something like this will never happen again. Understanding her point, Tiberius calls out to the employee and tells him clearly that Elysia is his fiancée and that she alone has the freedom to visit him without any appointment. The employee immediately nods to show that he understands and will not repeat the mistake. Meanwhile, Yuri is staring at Elysia and Tiberius with eyes full of hostility and hatred, and Elysia can practically feel the sharpness of that emotion hitting her like a cold wind. This makes Elysia realize deeply that Yuri truly holds a strong amount of animosity toward her for reasons she does not yet understand. Tiberius then proceeds to guide Elysia toward his office. As they walk through the building, Elysia notices that not a single employee can be seen anywhere around them. When she asks Tiberius why, he explains calmly that all the employees are currently at different meeting locations, discussing business matters with clients. Tiberius continues explaining the structure of the company building in a very detailed manner. He tells her that the first floor is an exhibition floor where they display products, the second and third floors are used for client meetings, the fourth floor is the storage area where everything is kept organized, and the fifth floor is where his own office is located. Realizing he is talking too much, Tiberius apologizes, feeling slightly embarrassed, but Elysia smiles softly and says that it seems like work was going well for him before she arrived. She even mentions that Tiberius seems to be in an unusually good mood today. Tiberius reveals honestly that it is not work that has put him in a good mood at all. Curious, Elysia comments that he seems to love this company a lot. Tiberius responds that the reason he values this place so much is because it gives him many opportunities, chances that he never had before. Immediately after asking, Elysia grows silent, realizing she has been asking too many questions one after another, and she feels a little embarrassed. She quietly tells Tiberius that he does not have to answer every single question she asks, but Tiberius replies softly that he actually wants to answer her because he enjoys talking to her. He begins to explain what he meant earlier by opportunities, but before he can finish his sentence, Yuri suddenly enters the room carrying a tray with tea, interrupting the moment with a stiff and unreadable expression. Tiberius quickly asks Yuri why she is here. In response, Yuri says that everyone is busy, but Tiberius explains that they are not busy, instead, they are just pretending to occupy themselves. Meanwhile, Yuri glances toward Elysia in hatred. Then, Tiberius politely asks Yuri to excuse them. Yuri does decide to leave eventually. As she leaves, Elysia comments how it looks like Tiberius and Yuri seem to be very close to each other. Tiberius, on the other hand, does not see their relation in this way. Moreover, Elysia says that it is good that Tiberius is in good relationships with his employees. Tiberius then explains that Yuri, to him, is more like a sister than an employee. But he decides not to linger any longer and asks Elysia why she wanted to see him, questioning if it is about the wedding preparations. Elysia says that she has already handled that, telling Tiberius that he just needs to show up at the wedding and that she will not dare to bother him before his big day. Meanwhile, Tiberius misinterprets Elysia's intentions and says that her comments sound like she is the only one getting married. Elysia has no idea what he is talking about, so Tiberius reminds Elysia that it is not only her that is getting married, but him as well, adding that it seems like she just wants him to show up at the wedding. Elysia is taken aback by such remarks, as she was only doing this because she thought men usually do not bother themselves with these things. On top of that, Tiberius is usually very busy, so Elysia decided that it was best if she would not bother him that much, but it turns out she was wrong. Elysia snaps out of her thoughts, apologizes to Tiberius, and says that she should have given this more thought and that she will make sure to include him in her next plans. She even says that this would be good for Tiberius for next time as well, but Tiberius has no idea what Elysia means by next time. Elysia says that this all would be helpful for Tiberius when he marries another woman in the future. This prompts Tiberius to ask her if she really thinks he would leave her and marry another woman. With a confused mind, Elysia asks him if that is not the case. She then thinks about the time when Tiberius will become consul. If she manages to make him the consul, she will make sure to give him enough power and honor that he can get, and then she will leave him. Elysia has decided by herself that once she gets her revenge on Beatrice and Pats, she plans to leave for some quiet place and spend the rest of her life there. Moreover, she is sure that many women would have their eyes on Tiberius already since he is very handsome, and she plans to divorce him once she has taken her revenge so Tiberius can get married again. Once Tiberius has the chance to speak, he makes one thing clear to Elysia: she will be the first and the last woman he will ever marry, and asks Elysia to feed this into her head. Elysia continues, telling Tiberius that he does not have to be so polite toward her. Tiberius listens to this and grits his teeth, angered, as he asks Elysia to stop speaking now before things go bad between them. He then turns around, grabs the box of the ring, and turns back toward Elysia, saying that he should have made his intentions certain before. He then gets down on his knees, presents the ring to Elysia, and says that she will be the only woman he will ever marry and no one else. Elysia is hesitant at first as she tells Tiberius no to Tiberius, but he insists that Elysia take it, requesting her not to bring this topic up ever again. Elysia then accepts the ring with a happy heart and thanks Tiberius. Then Tiberius asks Elysia if she likes the ring, prompting her to ask him if he chose this himself. To her shock, Tiberius reveals that he designed the ring himself. With a smile, Elysia expresses her excitement and tells Tiberius that while he lacks fashion sense, he surely does know about his jewelry. To this, Tiberius tells Elysia that they made this promise a long time ago. Meanwhile, Elysia feels a sudden heaviness in her heart, causing Tiberius to ask her and make sure she is okay. Elysia confirms that nothing is wrong and proceeds to discuss the reason why she is here. At the same time, the door is ajar as Yuri peeks inside, overhearing their conversation. Later, Elysia explains to Tiberius that he has to meet with a man named Adeli because she is planning to have Adeli publish a new article about Tiberius and then another article about the two of them together. When Tiberius hears this, he immediately becomes concerned, wondering what kind of article is going to be posted about him and about Elysia. So Elysia calmly explains that the article will be about how they met and how they fell in love with each other and similar harmless things like that. Nothing dangerous or embarrassing. Even after hearing this, Tiberius still shows a bit of concern, which makes Elysia start worrying that she may have crossed a line. She realizes that she arranged this interview without asking for his permission first, and with all the scandals from the past few days, she is scared of how Tiberius might react. But surprisingly, instead of being upset, Tiberius smiles warmly and says that they should go ahead with the plan. He even seems more excited than Elysia as he begins asking whether they should choose the topic of the article themselves and what date and time the interview will take place. Elysia is caught completely off guard by this reaction, staring at Tiberius with wide eyes because she did not expect him to be this enthusiastic. Tiberius has to call her name because she is not responding, lost in surprise. When she finally answers him, Elysia tells Tiberius to slow down a bit and explains that they cannot simply rush into this matter. They need to think carefully about the story they are going to come up with because they cannot reveal their secret contractual marriage to the public. The idea of them creating a believable love story together causes a playful spark to appear in Tiberius's eyes, and he looks almost amused. When Elysia asks why he seems to be enjoying this so much, Tiberius replies that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity opportunity, something rare and exciting. He adds that it feels very lovely to have Elysia as his teacher, learning from her how to present themselves as a real couple. Elysia looks at him thoughtfully and realizes that she probably will not be bored in the future, not with someone like Tiberius around. Then Tiberius says that he already has a love story in his mind and asks Elysia if she would like to hear it. He begins describing a story based on their meeting at the Verdue Salon, the night when they first saw each other. Tiberius explains that he had been spending time at the salon and was not enjoying it at all, feeling bored because everyone there was busy with their own conversations and activities. He had already introduced himself to the most important people in the room, so he felt no need to stay longer. It was then that he happened to walk past Elysia and accidentally bumped into her, making her drop her owl mask onto the floor. As Elysia lost her balance and started to fall, Tiberius quickly caught her in a gentle, almost romantic way, preventing her from hitting the ground. He then picked up her mask and apologized for the inconvenience he caused, speaking with genuine sincerity. For a moment, the two of them were completely awestruck by each other's beauty, feeling as if time had slowed down around them. Elysia snaps out of this dreamy imagination and finds herself looking at Tiberius, who is still staring at her quietly as he finishes telling the story. Feeling slightly flustered, she asks him if he is all right as well. In response, Tiberius smiles flirtatiously and comments that he has never seen such beauty before, which is why he was at a loss for words, making Elysia's cheeks warm as she listens. However, Elysia does not take this compliment as genuine, telling Tiberius that he is jesting. But Tiberius assures her that he is not joking and says that he is disappointed to see that the lady is not seeing his sincerity in the compliment. Tiberius then proceeds to hand the owl mask to Elysia, telling her to take it. He then grabs her other hand, kisses it, and tells her that it is love at first sight for him. Furthermore, with beauty gushing out of his face, Tiberius asks Elysia if he may ask her name. This was all Tiberius's idea as their made-up love story, and it actually worked. In the present time, when people read about their love story in the papers, they were really moved by it, thinking that they both are very adorable. Some ladies were even surprised to find out that the president of the Dealerway Trading Company was such a romantic. Moreover, since according to this story, Tiberius fell in love with Elysia at first sight, the ladies considered Elysia to be the lucky one in their relationship, since she was the one to catch Tiberius's eyes. Here, we also discover that Tiberius spent his childhood abroad, learning business skills, which is one of the many reasons why he is so successful in today's time period. The other lady reminds her friend that she used to have disdain for Tiberius because of his commoner roots. To this, the lady responds that she thought that of him before she knew more about him. Meanwhile, back at Patz's residence, he reads the paper with Tiberius's news as well. Moreover, there is a naked lady on Patz's bed, lying next to him, and she seems to be his love interest. Patz is really angry after seeing the news and is on the verge of breaking. Just then, the naked girl gets up and hugs Patz from behind, asking if everything is okay. Moreover, she asks Patz why he is so riled up after reading the newspaper, simultaneously telling him to calm himself. Patz explains that his kitten of a sister that he raised so dearly has scratched him once again. So, the naked girl says that the princess is maybe just riled up and does not really know what she is doing since she is very naive. However, she does add that they cannot even do anything if Maxim and Elysia do decide to get married. Upon hearing this, Patz's anger goes through the roof as he pushes the girl away, ordering her to get some ice water for him. Shortly after, the girl brings the ice water, only for Patz to take it and gulp it down. Meanwhile, he is thinking how he paid one of the best reporters to write a story against Tiberius and make him appear bad in the papers. But now, the papers are defining Tiberius as a reliable businessman and a fine husband, and Patz just cannot understand why the media is suddenly kind toward Tiberius now. Patz realizes that the public's opinion regarding Tiberius has turned positive, but he just cannot let this slide. Since there is not much he can do, Patz's rage goes berserk as he shatters the glass by throwing it onto the floor, screaming and asking why anything is not going his way anymore. Pats then peeks at the girl and says that he has some business that he needs to deal with, so he will take his leave. But before he can leave, the girl approaches Pats with a shirt and covers him with it, telling him to get dressed before leaving. She even says that the future king needs to be protected at all costs. Moreover, the lady asks Pats when he is going to come see her again. To this, Pats explains that once the little kitten of a sister of his listens up as soon as possible, he will come see her again. This is where we also discover that the woman's name is Kare. As he is leaving, Kare smirks, hoping that Elysia survives Pats's anger that has gone through the roof already. Later, Pats makes his way to Elysia's mansion and barges inside without her permission. He immediately shouts for his sister to come out. Just then, two of the servants walk up to him, with the female servant telling Pats to wait as Elysia is preparing herself, mentioning that she will come down soon. Pats, as brutal as he is, grabs this female servant by her hair, lashing out at her for showing him disrespect. He tells her that it is people like her that have led the kingdom into the worst state that it is in right now. He even brings Tiberius into this, saying that he is the same as this female servant. Just then, Elysia arrives with clear anger on her face, asking Pats what is the meaning of all this. Seeing that Elysia is finally there, Pats tells her that he must speak with her. Anger is visibly noticeable in Elysia as she steps forward toward her brother. She then grabs his hand, loosens his grip on her servant and removes his hand, asking him how dare he touch her staff. Hearing this, Pats is taken aback by the fact that his own sister has turned against him for some mere servants. Elysia explains that these people work in her mansion and are her people, warning Pats that if he ever lays his hand on them again, that will be the day she lays her hand on him too. Elysia even tells Pats to watch his step from now on. Pats is at a loss for words after this as he tries to find something to say. Elysia remembers why Pats is here and suggests that they head to the living room where the two can talk. Shortly after, the two are seated in the living room. There, Pats reveals that he saw the news about Tiberius and Elysia and asks his sister to stop this childish behavior. Pats says that he understands that Elysia has a rebellious nature, but he advises her not to do things that she cannot undo in the future. Upon hearing this, Elysia is surprised that Pats came in first thing in the morning just to talk about this matter. Then, with a smirk, Elysia asks Pats if he really thinks she is just temporarily rebelling like a child. Moreover, she silently thinks to herself that she is glad she asked Adeli to run this report on Tiberius. Pats does not answer this but says that he is not asking her to stop looking for men she is interested in, but he urges her to find someone who is at least on the same level as her. In response, Elysia asks Pats to point out what type of men those are, asking if Nick is his suggestion. Elysia wonders if Pats is still suggesting that she should look for someone with great riches like a mine that Nick was ready to give, in exchange for Pats selling his sister. Pats responds and says that it was a mistake from their mother's and Orlando's side. Furthermore, he tells Elysia that he wants her to find someone who cares about her, someone who has the financial means to take care of her for the rest of their lives. Elysia responds to this and says that Tiberius is the perfect man according to Pats's description. Elysia further points out to Pats how he has seen for himself in the newspaper that Tiberius has no shortage of money. On top of that, he loves her like there is no tomorrow as well, so it is a win-win situation. Now, Pats has reached his limit as he calls out Elysia for not seeing the fact that Tiberius is not from a royal bloodline. Not only that, Pats even asks Elysia if she has no royal shame. Meanwhile, Elysia clenches her clothes tightly as she is constantly getting fed up with hearing about this royal bloodline, so she decides to finally speak up and make everything clear for Pats. Elysia tells him that the days are gone when the royal family was in power and that the monarchy does not exist anymore in this new republic of theirs. So, she urges her brother to wake up and see the truth. But Pats grows even angrier, scolding her and telling Elysia not to forget her bloodline, reminding her that she is the last remaining princess of the kingdom. In response, Elysia tells Pats that he should head home if he has already decided to continue to spew nonsense. Pats asks Ellesia if she has really decided to marry Tiberius. To this, Ellesia responds and says that the wedding is going to happen soon no matter what, asking Pats if he really has not figured out yet why she has expedited plans for the wedding. After hearing this statement, Pats's behavior changes. Now, he has a smirk on his face as he shamelessly asks his own sister if she has already slept with Tiberius before. Elysia is surprised that her brother would ask such a heinous question to his literal sister. Pats, on the other hand, assumes that is the case and says that now everything makes sense. He thinks that now Elysia has had her first time, she is throwing herself headfirst toward Tiberius because she has started to get the hang of this thing. With a blank expression and widely opened eyes, Elysia tells her brother not to say one more word, thinking how her own brother can think of such a vile thing about his sister. Pats continues, shamelessly saying that this is a good thing. He says that there is nothing wrong with having a lover, as he believes that Elysia can keep Tiberius by her side as her lover and marry Nick, so Nick can be with his women too. Pats adds that he knew Nick and his sister would be perfect for each other. Right after he finishes the sentence, a powerful slap comes flying Pats's way as Elysia has reached her limit. Holding his cheek, Pats has no idea how Elysia dared to slap him. Elysia reminds him how she did warn him to shut up. This time, Pats gets up, asking Elysia again how she dared to slap her own brother. He then raises his hand, telling Elysia that she seems to have lost her mind. At the same time, Elysia is so scared that she just covers her face, ready to be slapped, knowing that she cannot overpower Pats. However, Tiberius arrives right on time, grabs Pats's hand in midair, telling him that he is the one who has lost his mind. Then, Tiberius, in a gloomy tone, asks Pats to keep his filthy hands off Elysia. Meanwhile, Pats simply cannot understand how Tiberius is so strong. Pats gets mad at Tiberius for barging in there without any warning. However, Tiberius argues that this is his fiance's house and that he does not need permission to come in here. After hearing this, Pats gets surprised at the word fiancé and tells Tiberius that he has not accepted him into their family yet and has no intention of doing so either. Tiberius then approaches Elysia, grabs her by the shoulder and gently kisses her forehead, telling Pats that it is for Elysia to decide whether she should marry him or not. Moreover, Tiberius asks Elysia if she is all right. With a soft voice, Elysia assures him that she is okay. Then, she turns to Pats and tells him that she wishes to see him gone from her sight now. Furthermore, she asks Pats not to ever forget what happened tonight between them. In a firm tone, Elysia makes it clear for Pats to know that she will not ever let this happen again. Pats takes these threats very lightly and begins telling Elysia that she will see what will happen to this relationship in the future. Before he can even finish his sentence though, Tiberius looks at him in disdain, telling Pats to shut his mouth and get out of here. With a frowning look, Pats does leave for the time being, but tells Tiberius that he will not ever forget this. After Pats's departure, Tiberius turns to Elysia, concerned, asking if she is hurt. Elysia happily says that she is not hurt at all because of Tiberius, and asks how he even knew this would go down. With a scoffing smile, Tiberius explains that it was actually butler Chris who tipped him off by sending an urgent message. Seeing Elysia's reaction to this news, Tiberius quickly pleads with her not to be angry, since Chris was probably only worried about her. Elysia understands and shifts her attention to Tiberius's outfit, commenting that it looks very good that day. To this compliment, Tiberius reveals that he picked the first outfit he could when he received that urgent message from Chris. The moment gets a bit hot when Elysia gets closer to Tiberius, whispering that he should be careful with the outfit he chooses next time, since he can easily overpower his opponent by just looking good. After saying this, Elysia unknowingly proceeds to gently caress his chest, noticing that it is so pale and thick. When she suddenly stops, Tiberius looks at her with a smirk, telling her not to stop now. Elysia starts blushing as she tries to keep herself away, but fails badly at it. Tiberius kisses Elysia's neck, telling her that there is nothing wrong in doing this now since they are to be married soon, even asking Elysia not to shy away from him. Further, Tiberius comments that this would feel like a proper lesson if it was nightfall, but Elysia does not understand what Tiberius means by it. So Tiberius asks her if she has forgotten that she has to teach him every single thing that happens between a husband and his wife. Elysia assures him that she remembers perfectly. Just then, Tiberius notices that Elysia does not have the ring on her finger anymore. When he questions her about it, Elysia says that she kept it away for when they get married. Tiberius does not mind this and accepts it, but decides to leave a mark on Elysia's finger as a sign of a temporary ring. Then he proceeds to bite Elysia's finger and leave a mark there. The very next day, Tiberius and Yuri are seen in the office, engaged in a conversation. There, Yuri says that she understood that Tiberius never liked it when he showed up in the magazines or tabloids making rounds and whatnot, but she does not understand why he is letting it all slide now and has even changed perspectives on how he perceives things. Tiberius says that he is not reacting to this because Ellesia decided it for him. He further explains that she did so as a strategic move to push back against gossip columns speaking ill of them. But Yuri suggests that Tiberius should not have taken up her offer. From here on, her anger only grows more as she begins lashing out at Tiberius for letting that woman into his life. Calling him Tibi, Yuri tells him that this would never have happened if Elysia had not come into his life. Quickly, Tiberius reminds Yuri where they are currently, their workplace, and asks her not to call him that here, urging her to be more professional. But Yuri says that this does not mean she is wrong, adding that there is something off about Elysia that she just cannot prove yet. At last, Yuri settles on the suspicion that Elysia might be trying to use Tiberius, but Tiberius reveals that is just not the case at all. He further explains that Elysia sees all people as equal, whether they are nobles or commoners, which is also why he took up her offer. Yuri continues to be difficult, telling Tiberius that she does not believe him a single bit. Moreover, Yuri says that she has a hunch something is going on between the two of them and just does not understand what it is. This leads Tiberius to understand that Yuri was listening in on their conversation when Elysia stopped by his office earlier. When he asks Yuri about it, she confirms it, saying that she was indeed trying to eavesdrop on their conversation but could not hear anything. Moreover, she asks Tiberius if he is aware of how the president views their marriage. Tiberius understands that it might be a problem, but that is a risk he is willing to take. To show him the gravity of the situation, Yuri asks Tiberius if he has weighed the consequences he will have to face if the president dislikes this marriage and urges that he cannot fight the president. In response, Tiberius says that if marrying Elysia means making enemies with the president, then that is what will happen. Yuri has no words anymore as she does not understand how to convince Tiberius against this marriage. One might even wonder why she is trying so hard when she and Tiberius only have a friendly relationship. Well, it does not take a genius to realize what feelings Yuri might have for Tiberius. In a fit of anger, Yuri shouts at Tiberius, asking him what this lousy woman could have done for him that has blinded him so much. Tiberius, in response, says that it is a very good question. He further explains that it was just a little help that Elysia did for him, but when they grew up, her request was a bit difficult to fulfill, so he deemed himself fit, according to her description. Then, when he got even closer to Elysia, he found himself getting swayed by her slowly. It came as a surprise for her too, since Tiberius is notorious for not throwing a single cent of attention toward any women. Now, when Elysia is happy, he gets happy, and when she cries, he feels saddened. Tiberius understands that whether he likes it or not, he is slowly falling deep in love with Elysia. Back at Elysia's mansion, she has invited one of the jewelers because she is looking for something. This jeweler's name is Hauser, who has come here immediately when he heard Elysia will soon have a wedding. Not only that, he even came prepared with everything he had in jewels. He tells Elysia that he has brought many high-quality jewels so she can choose easily. Some of of these jewels even have their own stories to tell. While Elysia appreciates his efforts, she does tell him that these high-quality jewels are not what she is looking for. Hauser tells her that it is no worry and asks what she is looking for. With some hesitation, Elysia tells him that she is actually looking for a watch. Then, Hauser starts thinking, telling Elysia that a watch is such a common gift to give someone. He wonders if he has any great watches in his collection, but Elysia quickly stops him, saying that she does not need just any watch, rather she is looking for Geppetto's watch. Upon hearing Geppetto's name, Hauser reminds Elysia that his clientele is not exactly on good terms with Geppetto, and since the watch is very common and cheap, he will not be able to make much profit. This leads Elysia to assure Hauser that if money is the issue, he does not have to worry and can just name a price. In response, Hauser tells Elysia that he never took her for such a reckless lady. Elysia then thanks him for agreeing to the deal, prompting Hauser to argue that he was not trying to say he agreed. Elysia then emphasizes that he is the only one who can do this job for her. She tells him that she only called him out of all the jewelers because he is the only one capable enough. Now Hauser is conflicted with what to do. Meanwhile, Erica appears from behind, asking Elysia about this Geppetto. Elysia explains that Geppetto is the arch nemesis of the crown and the noble folk. Moreover, he was the one who started the revolution and toppled the Lux monarchy. Geppetto was initially just a farmer, but his ambitions were so high that he was able to start his own revolution and convince enough people to fight for his cause. This is why the nobles despised him, but nonetheless, the Republic was established. It has been 20 years since that incident, and since then, people have been waiting for the coming of a second Geppetto. As for others, they tremble at just the thought of there being another Geppetto. Erica understands that Geppetto was a really nice person, however, she concerns herself over the fact that Elysia wants his watch now. To this, Elysia explains that she does not hold any grudges and neither do people because they eventually grew aware of the fact that the monarchy was also corrupt. This was also one of the main reasons why the monarchy fell. As a result, many people gained their freedom as well, so Geppetto's revolution was not that bad after all. However, Erica raises a question, asking Elysia if she really thinks Tiberius would like to have Geppetto's watch. In response, Elysia explains to Erica that she will make him like the watch. She thinks that for Maxim to wear Geppetto's watch, who is also vying for the spot of Consul, it would be a very meaningful act. She cannot deny that it would paint a target on Tiberius's back for the nobles, but the people would really love this. Somewhere else, Nick is telling his friends about Elysia, saying that she is a total con artist. However, his friends ask him to calm down, reminding him that he is not exactly the type to catch so easily either. But Nick complains that the girl already had a fiancé when he went to meet her. Now that the story has gotten more interesting, Nick's friends are completely focused. Nick explains that when he went to the dinner date, this girl's fiancé was already there. He even explains that they had decided she would have one of his mines in exchange for her hand, but now he has realized she was after his money all along. Meanwhile, his friends do not exactly buy this story, but Nick explains that they know about this guy who is her fiancé since he has been in the papers recently. The guys immediately recall the president of the Dealerway Trading Company to be the one in the news recently. Adding all the pieces together, they now realize that it was Elysia who Nick went on a date with, as Nick calls her the stupid princess. Nick continues, explaining that although Elysia does not look strong at first glance, she ended up hitting him on the head with a vase. Upon hearing this, one of the friends begins laughing, prompting Nick to ask him why. This guy says that he never thought that the princess would do such a violent thing, as the rumors have already said that she is really quiet, but now it appears that she might not be. Nick adds that Elysia is indeed very terrible. However, the friend comments that Elysia sounds much more interesting of a woman than he initially imagined her to be. Meanwhile, Nick is totally confused. Then the guy asks Nick if this woman's full name is Elysia Alex. Elysia appears to be heading out for her next date. walking with purpose while Erica stays close by her side like a loyal shadow. But right when they are on their way, it seems that an accident has taken place right in front of them on the road, completely blocking their path. The man handling the carriage politely tells Elysia that they will have to wait for a little while because the road cannot be cleared immediately. Elysia feels frustrated and confused, wondering why every problem in the world always seems to find her exactly when she is in a hurry or has something important to do. As for Erica, she is equally unsure and does not know what she should do, nervously glancing around. The scene then shifts to the past, where Allesia is together with Tiberius during one of their earlier moments. There, Tiberius notices that the mark he left on Elysia's finger with a playful bite is now slowly fading away. He teasingly asks her if she wants him to give her another mark, clearly enjoying how embarrassed she gets. Ellesia immediately tells him not to joke about things like that anymore, reminding him that she had been incredibly shocked the last time he did it. But Tiberius continues to play around, pretending to be innocent as he claims that perhaps his intentions were not clearly delivered. Elysia only frowns at him, annoyed that he is still joking about something like this. Wanting to keep things proper, she declares that their lesson for today is now officially over, and Tiberius calmly accepts this, understanding that he must not forget any of the noble folk manners that Elysia taught him that day. For their next date, Elysia had told Tiberius that she would be teaching him how to escort her properly as a gentleman. As expected, Tiberius had no problem with this and even asked her politely where they should meet. Elysia suggested the opera house, saying that it would also be a good opportunity for him to observe noble culture in a natural setting. Tiberius then used the moment to ask if Elysia would be the one choosing an outfit for him for this special occasion, and Elysia confirmed that she would indeed select something suitable for him. Fast forward to the present time again, Elysia understands that today is not just a normal date. She knows she must be absolutely on time because Tiberius is the instructor today. Thinking quickly, she decides that they should leave the carriage and walk the rest of the way. Erica immediately protests, worried because their destination is still far away, but Elysia already has an idea. She suggests that they simply think of the long walk as a pleasant stroll, saying that if they keep that mindset, the journey will be over before they know it. Even though Erica clearly does not want to leave the carriage and looks extremely reluctant, she does not have the power to refuse Elysia, so she follows her anyway. After the two walk a bit further down the road, they suddenly hear people shouting loudly, asking others to move aside and open the way. Some bystanders mention that a carriage has gotten into an accident up ahead. Hearing this, Elysia immediately hopes that whoever the victim is will be safe. But then, her heart suddenly drops in fear when she notices Sir Merlin standing beside the damaged carriage. At the exact same moment, Merlin also spots Elysia approaching. Without wasting a second, Elysia runs towards him and urgently asks if the wrecked carriage belongs to Tiberius. With a strange, uncomfortable expression on his face, Merlin confirms that it does indeed belong to Tiberius, causing Elysia's worry to grow even stronger. She quickly asks if Tiberius is hurt, her voice trembling. Right then, Tiberius steps out of the carriage, covered in blood from head to toe, his entire clothing stained and messy. But despite the alarming sight, he walks with complete confidence, like nothing can shake him, almost like a boss walking through chaos. He calmly approaches Elysia and tells her that he did not expect to see her here, speaking in such a relaxed tone that Elysia cannot tell whether she should cry in fear or yell at him in frustration. Meanwhile, Elysia is worried sick about him, asking what all this is and saying that they must head to the hospital quickly. But Tiberius remains confused, not understanding why Elysia is panicking so much. He then reminds Elysia that they are scheduled to attend an opera tonight, but Elysia urges that the opera is not important. However, his health is. In response, Tiberius argues that the opera is very important since he promised to teach her about noble culture. Elysia says that it can wait and they must head to the hospital now. Tiberius asks why that is, to which Ellesia points out that he is hurt. However, Tiberius is still very confused, asking Ellesia if she is hurt at all. He then quickly grabs her in his lap, telling Merlin to prepare a carriage immediately as they must quickly head to the hospital. Merlin then says that leaving here would be a bit difficult since the way forward has been blocked. Tiberius suggests that they must walk to the hospital then, asking Merlin to lead the way. At the same time, Elysia has no clue what is going on. Everyone is acting dumb at this point. She wonders if Tiberius hit his head during the accident. Elysia then stops Tiberius, making it clear she is not the one who is hurt, rather it is him. Tiberius finally understands what is going on when Elysia points toward the blood on his shirt. Firstly, Tiberius apologizes to Elysia for causing a misunderstanding and assures her that this is not his blood. As the sun sets, it is nighttime now, and Tiberius has already explained to Elysia what happened. As it turns out, a bunch of assassins were sent to kill Tiberius, but Elysia asks for a longer explanation than this. He then questions her if she is aware of the dwarf assassins, but Elysia has no clue what he is talking about. Tiberius explains that people hire these dwarf assassins to get someone killed legally or illegally. They hire them because they are very little in size, very quick, and very efficient at the same time. He adds that the blood on his clothes is a result of their fight, but seeing him talk so calmly makes Elysia ask why he is not worried about this. Tiberius reveals this is not the first time something like this has happened to him and says that staying in this business has landed him a great deal of enemies. Elysia then asks Tiberius if he is really okay, causing him to assure her that he is. However, Tiberius does say that it gets a bit tricky with these assassins because even if you finally get a hold of them, they kill themselves before revealing who sent them. Moreover, they do not even leave any evidence behind, which makes things a bit more difficult. Elysia then recalls her previous life when she used to get called a witch and that whenever she marries a man, they die. Another name Elysia was well known as was a man-eating witch. So this makes Elysia wonder if it was Pats who was behind this, and she even asks Tiberius about it, but he explains that he does not think so. He further adds that these assassins have been coming for him for a long time now, and he is also aware that they will not quit unless they succeed in their mission since they have already made him their target. Moreover, Tiberius also realizes that their benefactor is a wealthy one. Feeling so powerless in this situation, Elysia can do nothing but rest her head on Tiberius's shoulder. This leads him to ask her if she is worried about him. With concerned eyes and a genuine expression, Elysia affirms that she is. As a response, Tiberius comments that he would not mind getting numerous assassination attempts on him if it means that Elysia would worry about him so beautifully. However, Elysia does not like Tiberius saying this, so he reminds her about the promise he made to her. He will stay alive for her sake no matter what. Moreover, Tiberius emphasizes the fact that he is a legit businessman and he has never let his clients down on the promises he has made to them, so he asks her not to worry too much. Still concerned, Elysia warns Tiberius not to ever forgive him if he breaks the contract. Later that night, Elysia is reading all the letters she has received for the day. One of them is from her mother as usual, in which she is asking Elysia to think again regarding her marriage with Tiberius. Erica tells Elysia that her mother has been sending this letter almost every day now and asks if she wants to throw it in the fire like always. Just then, Elysia notices that one of the letters has good news since it is from Hauser. When Erica asks what the good news is, Elysia reveals that Hauser has found Geppetto's watch. We are introduced to a young boy whose father was a marquis and who has recently passed away. This young lad is the only son of the dead marquis, and now his relatives have come to claim their shares. Meanwhile, the young boy's mother has decided to give the marquis title to her son as the relatives shout and fight over the fact that they deserve it more than him. Meanwhile, the young boy is acting more like an adult than his two relatives and thinks about how they have no shame as they are fighting over money in front of a literal child. This young boy's father had so much wealth that they were set for life, but he realized that there was nothing more to his life after both of his parents passed away. The very next day, his relatives started fighting over the inheritance, even tearing each other to pieces. An inheritance which was rightfully the young boy's, by the way. It was on this day the boy, Kyle realized how truly despicable these nobles are, and his hate for them started to grow. In the present time, Hauser has come to pay Elysia a visit to reveal more details about Geppetto's watch. There, Elysia expresses her disbelief over the fact that Marquis Verdi is the one who has had Geppetto's watch all along, which comes as a great surprise to her. Hauser agrees that Kyle Verdi is the type who is very difficult to schedule with, but nonetheless he is willing to sell it to its seeker. Elysia smirks and realizes that Marcus Verdi is really intending to negotiate with her. Meanwhile, Erica whispers into Elysia's ear, asking who this Kyle Verdi is. Elysia explains that Kyle Verdi is the head of the Verdi family now and is quite infamous for having a taste for exquisite luxury. Although his parents died very young because of the revolutionaries, the young Kyle Verdi was given the title of Marquis and became the head of the household at a very young age. However, as the rumors have it, Kyle Verdi is the type who turns down every woman who is interested in him. He does not even entertain them. Rather, he holds parties and invites them to show off his wealth. So, this makes Elysia's mind race, wondering why, of all people, it is Kyle Verdi who holds Geppetto's watch. Meanwhile, Hauser assures Elysia that he has already verified the authenticity of this watch. To this, Elysia says that she never had a doubt anyway, since they themselves have invited her to their hotel, nor would they engage in a secret exchange with her if the watch was fake. However, since Elysia says this so loudly, Hauser is quick to ask her to lower her voice. Elysia apologizes, realizing that the Verdi family has always been very loyal to the crown. And now, if people find out that Kyle is the one who holds Geppetto's watch, the reputation of the Verdi family will crumble and hold no weight in the future. Shortly after, Elysia heads to attend this meeting with Kyle along with Erica and Hauser. Immediately after opening the door, Kyle thanks Elysia for coming to see him after such short notice. Meanwhile, Erica is totally awestruck by Kyle's handsomeness. On the other hand, Elysia now understands why all the girls get mad over him. Kyle then opens the door wide and invites them all in. Immediately upon entering, Elysia notices the cleanliness of the place. Kyle explains that he makes sure every day that the floor is nice and clean, even mentioning that he paid special attention to such details when he built the hotel. Elysia is on the same page as him, as she tells Kyle that he has a wonderful eye. Moreover, Elysia says that the carpet and the furniture go so well together. For this, Kyle thanks her with his heart, mentioning that he has a great interest in things such as jewelry, art, and other things like that. This makes Elysia realize that this might be the reason why Kyle, out of all people, holds Geppetto's watch, or at least this is what he is trying to tell her. Kyle then goes to his desk where a box lies. He points to this box, revealing that inside is Geppetto's watch. Kyle then asks Allysia why she wants this watch in the first place, questioning if she plans on destroying it. Allysia is confused, asking why he would say such a thing. In response, Kyle explains that this is what many of his friends have suggested he do, since a lot of nobles disdain Geppetto. To this, Allysia tells Kyle that she is not his friend, so he does not need to worry about that, and she adds that she will fairly compensate him for the watch as well. However, Kyle says that he will not receive any payment whatsoever from Elysia, but Elysia cannot understand why that is. She urges that this should be a fair exchange and that it is only fair for her to pay him an equal amount to the watch's worth. Kyle explains that the reason he was holding on to this watch was because he was waiting for someone to come looking for it. Kyle then requests Elysia to take the watch, but Elysia does not understand why he is doing this. Kyle once again emphasizes that this situation will only benefit her. Although Elysia is at a loss for words, she does speak up, saying that this should be an equal exchange between both parties. If she is to receive Geppetto's watch, then she urges Kyle to receive something of equal value from her. However, Kyle tells Elysia that she has already paid for this exchange unknowingly. He further emphasizes that it was enough for Elysia to come meet him. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks silently to herself that this guy is such a terrible flirt, and since she has no intention of getting this watch without an actual payment, she asks Kyle one last time if he is interested in this trade or not. Kyle explains that this interaction means a lot to him since he has been waiting for a month to meet her. He further explains to Ellesia that he became interested in her and desired to speak with her the moment Nick came to his party and spoke badly of her. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks Nick was a very stupid man. At the same time, Kyle continues, telling Elysia how he also heard about her hitting Nick in the head with a vase. He comments that it was very hilarious of her to do that. Kyle reveals that he became curious after that day and gained a desire to see Elysia one day. Elysia is not willing to entertain this conversation any further as she asks for her leave if Kyle has already decided to engage in baseless conversation. Kyle then humbly asks Hauser to take the servant lady and leave them both for a bit so they can talk privately. Hauser looks at Elysia, unsure, but Elysia believes Kyle is a very reasonable man and tells Hauser and Erica to leave them for a moment. Kyle does not waste this opportunity either, as he comments that he is indeed a very reasonable man, but not in bed. Elysia was right all along. He really is a terrible flirt. As the two leave, Kyle tells Elysia that many people have come looking for Geppetto's watch. However, there has only ever been one noble who has come looking for it, and that is Elysia. He further reveals that he looked into some of Elysia's background. She asks Kyle to enlighten her with what he found, so Kyle explains that he knows she is getting married to Tiberius Maxim and says that he does not suit her well. Elysia, with a smirk, comments that they are just two people spending time with each other and that there is nothing that could not suit them. Kyle immediately calls it a perfect answer and says that he was enthralled by reading about her romance in the papers. Moreover, Elysia comments that she does not care enough for her relationship to be judged by him. But now we see that Kyle is not just some hopeless romantic, he is actually very cunning and smart. Kyle says that there was something off about their story though. He says that it is not every day that a commoner meets a noble woman, falls madly in love with her, and now the noble woman is searching for Geppetto's watch. Kyle smells something fishy going on as he asks Elysia if perhaps it is a revolution she is planning. He even asks if his imagination is too great for his own good. In exchange, Elysia asks him if he is jealous. Kyle mentions that he is not particularly a fan of this situation. Meanwhile, Elysia realizes that she has to be careful in front of Kyle as he has very sharp intuition. Elysia then explains that the reason she is giving Tiberius this watch is because she wants to teach him about a commoner, a mere farmer who achieved great things in life and left a mark in this world. That is all. Kyle thanks Elysia for finding it in her heart to flatter him with this story, but he mentions that he is aware it is untrue. Elysia then begins to walk to the door, telling Kyle that she has decided to call off this exchange. As she is about to turn the doorknob, Kyle approaches her, saying that she misunderstands him. Elysia's heart begins to race as Kyle gets very close to her, and he then says that he simply wants to be a part of her plans. Kyle explains that he does not wish to hinder Elysia's plans at all. Rather, he just wants to be a part of them. When Elysia asks what he means by them, Kyle says that it's up to her to interpret what he means. He then gets even closer to her but just slides open the door, telling Elysia that his doors will always be open for her if she ever changes her mind about striking a deal with him. As soon as the door opens, Elysia quickly steps out of the room. Kyle then says that it was a time well spent with her, and Elysia says likewise. We then see that in his teenage years, not long after he became Marquis, Geppetto's watch fell into Kyle's possession. At first, he thought nothing of it, but as days passed by, Kyle slowly discovered more about Geppetto's lifestyle and slowly fell into an obsession with this watch. So much so that he started wishing someone could be his Geppetto, even though he laughs when thinking about this because he is a noble himself. As Kyle's hate and disgust for the nobles grew more and more, he simultaneously felt more and more obsessed with Geppetto's watch. At one point, he made it his religion to make sure that when he finds his Geppetto, he will dedicate the rest of his life for that person. Back at Elysia's residence, two of her maids are seen talking about how Elysia's wedding is to come soon. One of them comments how she is marrying so soon, but the other says that she is happy for her to marry someone not too long after her husband's death. She says this because Elysia has been so lonely, and it's good for her to have someone who can take care of her. The other maid notices that she is being too overly caring for Elysia and asks her why, so she responds and mentions that she has had a different perspective regarding Elysia because she used to stay quiet in the past, but now that she has transformed into someone very outgoing, she has finally started to see Elysia for what she is, a kind person. The maid even points out how Elysia stood up for them in front of Pat's, her own brother, and took their sides rather than Pat's. She says that she had no idea Elysia cared so much for them. The other maid speaks up as well, saying that she was surprised too. Now, they are planning to return the favor, so they have decided to make it their goal that Elysia's wedding goes very smoothly. Meanwhile, Elysia is deciding on the menu, and since she has no idea how many people there are going to be, she tells Chris that they are going to go with the buffet system. Furthermore, she tells Chris to make sure that every single food in the buffet is bite-sized. In front of Elysia, Tiberius is seated, who expresses surprise over the fact that they are going to have a buffet at their wedding. Seeing his reaction, Elysia asks him if it is not to his liking, but Tiberius says that he was just enthralled by the idea, that's all. He further explains that he has never experienced a buffet system in weddings before, so Elysia tells him that they don't have to do everything as others do. Moreover, she asks Tiberius if there are any last-minute guests that he would like to invite to their wedding, though she thinks they might not be able to make it since their wedding is happening in such a hurry. Tiberius then mentions that he has no issues even if the wedding is to occur tomorrow, but then he decides to come to the real topic. He asks Elysia how she is familiar with this Marcus Verdi. Hearing this, Elysia only comments that word travels really fast. With a smile, Tiberius explains that information is exactly his suite. Furthermore, he tells Elysia how Marcus Verdi has moved to the capital since their meeting and asks her if they both have always been close to each other. But Elysia explains that she met him for the first time at one of his hotels. Hearing the word hotel shocks Tiberius to a greater extent. Seeing him shocked, Elysia decides to calm him down, explaining that she had a personal request to relay for him. So, Tiberius asks to be known about this personal request if it doesn't go against their contract. Elysia assures him that he can indeed ask him about it if the person being questioned is happy to answer. So, Tiberius asks Elysia the reason about this personal request that she had, but Elysia turns him down, saying that she can't tell him about it. Tiberius is now clearly overwhelmed in his emotions as he feels completely powerless in front of Elysia now. However, Elysia does assure Tiberius that Kyle is a very nice man, not as bad as she thought of him to be. Even the rumors make him look so bad, but meeting Kyle has changed Elysia's mind about him. Furthermore, Elysia assures Tiberius that nothing happened between them, but then she thinks about the time when Kyle got really close to her by the door. However, since she cannot tell Tiberius about it, Elysia sticks to her story, saying that nothing bad happened between her and Kyle. Hearing all this, Tiberius finally decides that he cannot take it anymore. He then shares his feelings with Elysia, saying that he is not a very patient man, but Elysia doesn't understand what patience has to do here. Tiberius decides to be more open in front of her to be wife, and reveals that he is very jealous right now. So, he asks Elysia if they can make some changes in the contract, but Elysia says that technically the contract cannot be changed. So, Tiberius suggests that they change one clause. Then he is referring to the clause where it is mentioned that both the parties cannot interfere in one another's private life. Tiberius says that it's a bit strange for him to keep silent and not have a say when his wife goes to meet with strangers. This leads Elysia to ask Tiberius if he thinks she will cheat on him, but Tiberius explains that it's not her he's concerned about, rather it's the people around her. But Elysia cannot understand what he is trying to say. Overwhelmed in his feelings, Tiberius shouts out loud, telling Elysia that she is very pretty. In his eyes, Elysia is the epitome of beauty, so he cannot imagine how others would see her and with what intentions. Elysia then thinks about how she has been called pretty before, so maybe Tiberius is just stating an obvious fact. She even thinks that Tiberius doesn't mean it literally, rather figuratively, and is comparing her beauty with that of flowers and pretty jewels. Elysia understands that scandals usually follow those that are beautiful. Maybe that's why Tiberius is a bit concerned about her. So she decides not to fight it and tells Tiberius Tiberius that she only put this clause there for him and to protect his personal life. But Tiberius says that he doesn't need this clause, and just like that, the clause gets removed from their contract. Tiberius's heart has now finally calmed down. Then, with a huge smile on his face, he asks Ellesia once again about the reason for her visit to Kyle's hotel. Eventually, Tiberius ended up badgering this information out of Elysia. She told him everything, how she went to meet with Kyle to get the Geppetto's watch from him. Moreover, she even told Tiberius about her plans of giving him that watch and making him a symbol for people to praise. Moreover, before Tiberius left, he did tell Elysia one thing, and this was an instruction basically where he told Elysia not to meet with Kyle alone ever again. Elysia thinks that Tiberius is doing this because he is that concerned about getting into scandals, as if it's not very obvious that he's doing this because he's very jealous. Just then, Chris appears and quickly informs Elysia that her mother and her brother have arrived. However, Elysia doesn't remember making an appointment with them or inviting them here. Furthermore, Chris mentions that they appear to have arrived with lots of luggage and even told him that they plan to stay here until Elysia's wedding. So, Chris quickly asks Elysia to come with him downstairs. Elysia wastes no time and rapidly rushes down the stairs, asking Chris if they have already stepped foot inside the palace. She understands that if they have already walked inside, then it will be very difficult for her to kick them out. Well, her greatest fear comes to fruition as Beatrice greets her daughter with a huge smile on her face, commenting that Elysia has gotten very thin since the last time they met. Moreover, she asks Elysia how the wedding preparations are going. Meanwhile, Elysia bites her teeth, realizing that she was very late in arriving here as her mother and Pats have already walked inside. Beatrice pretends to worry about Elysia as she rushes over to her with an overly dramatic expression, acting concerned and asking if Elysia has been eating properly lately because, according to her, Elysia looks too thin and weak. With a confused face and unsure why her mother is behaving like this, Elysia calmly replies that she has been eating as usual. Then Beatrice reveals the real reason they have suddenly appeared. She claims that she and Pats have come here to help Elysia with her wedding preparations. When Elysia reacts with surprise, not expecting this sudden kindness, Beatrice explains that Elysia must have a lot to deal with, and therefore they have come to lessen her burden. Just then, Pats opens his mouth and asks Elysia directly where Tiberius is, saying he wants to know because earlier Tiberius had been loudly declaring how he was deeply in love with Elysia, yet now he is nowhere to be found. Hearing such bold words, Beatrice quickly shushes Pats and tells him not to say such embarrassing things since they are all going to be one family very soon. She then turns toward Elysia again, saying gently that they may not have always seen eye to eye before, but she wants that to change now. Beatrice adds that after all, she only wishes for her daughter to be happy and content in life. Meanwhile, Elysia tries to figure out what is really going on behind their smiles. She is no longer the naive girl who once believed everything her family told her without question. Immediately, she remembers her previous life, the moment she overheard Beatrice and Pats casually discussing how easily they killed Vaslik, Elysia's fourth husband. With that memory burning in her mind, Elysia now thinks that they must be plotting to kill Tiberius before the wedding, and that is the real reason they have come here pretending to help. Wanting to protect Tiberius, Elysia firmly tells her mother that she and Tiberius have already prepared everything for the wedding themselves and that they do not need any help from anyone. She further adds that it would be better if her mother returned home. However, this time, Beatrice appears to have come prepared for such resistance. She reminds Elysia that she once agreed to introduce her future husband to them. Using this as her advantage, Beatrice says this is the perfect opportunity for Elysia to introduce Tiberius to the family. For this reason, she invites Elysia and Tiberius to a dinner that very evening. Later that night, dinner takes place. Beatrice begins the evening by saying she hopes the food is to Tiberius's liking, trying to act warm and thoughtful. Pats then adds a comment of his own, saying the two look very good together, speaking as if he had never caused a scene before. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks to herself how shameless her brother is, wondering how he can speak like this when he seems to have completely forgotten what happened the last time he visited here. Trying to stay calm, Elysia turns to Tiberius and quietly tells him to let her know if he feels uncomfortable at any moment during the meal. Hearing this, Beatrice interrupts and says that yes, this whole situation may be uncomfortable, but that is not a reason to avoid good family gatherings. She continues by reminding Elysia that Tiberius is family now, so they should all get along. However, Elysia argues that she is about to get married and will soon leave the family. Beatrice dismisses this completely, calling it nonsense, and says that Elysia will always be her precious little daughter no matter what. Pats immediately agrees with their mother, of course, and why would he not? Beatrice continues, saying that just because Elysia is getting married does not mean they will stop worrying about her or caring for her. Hearing this, Elysia feels shocked by their double standards. In her past life, whenever she faced hardships, pain, or abuse from her husbands, she always turned to these two, hoping for comfort or help, and they never truly cared. However, they would only tell Elysia one thing: she's married now and she must deal with her matters by herself. Other times, they would make excuses like they are busy or some other stuff they would come up with. So now Elysia is wondering why the sudden change in their behavior. Beatrice then notices Elysia only drinking water, so she calls her out for it, saying that she should eat more. Then Beatrice asks Chris to bring more soup for Elysia. Tiberius then turns to Elysia, asking if she would like to eat some soup, but Elysia refuses. Beatrice then questions Chris why he is just standing there, to which Chris responds that the lady does not want the soup herself. This causes anger in Beatrice as she lashes out at Chris, telling him that she knows her daughter best and orders him to bring the soup, saying that he should listen to her orders more obediently. Elysia jumps in, telling Beatrice that she doesn't want to have soup, but in response, Beatrice tells her that she should mind her manners in front of Sir Maxime. Hearing these words surely does not feel good to Elysia as she starts thinking about the past. Specifically, she thinks about her childhood when she used to get beaten and scolded for not having enough manners and other things too. Coming back to the present, Tiberius assures Beatrice that Elysia has never not minded her manners. As a response, Beatrice tells Tiberius politely that he might not be accustomed to the royal manners, but explains that a guest should never refuse to receive the generosity of the host. However, Tiberius gives her a cunning answer, telling her that he thought Elysia was the host. Beatrice quickly replies that she was the one who invited her nonetheless. Beatrice doesn't just stop there. She continues, saying that Elysia has committed a very grave sin as she has disobeyed her mother's orders, and that too in front of a stranger. Elysia is feeling a bit pressured now as she asks her mother to stop, saying that she will eat the soup if she just stops. Tiberius then slides his hand over Elysia's arm, giving her great confidence. So she speaks up, telling Beatrice that she has been impolite to her at this dinner. For this, she apologizes and also apologizes for what she is about to do next. She says that they have had enough to eat for tonight and proceeds to leave. As they are leaving, Beatrice is surprised that Elysia has decided to leave the dinner midway. She thinks of it as very rude of Elysia to do something like this. With a smirk, Tiberius says that he will also take his leave now and thanks them for inviting him for the dinner. As the two leave, Beatrice continues to shout at Elysia, asking her to get back there. Later, the two make their way into the garden area. There, Elysia says that they have done it again, so Tiberius tells her not to worry about it. Elysia agrees because she thinks this is nothing as compared to the other crazy sides of her that she has shown him thus far. Tiberius tries to give her some comfort, but Elysia continues to speak up, saying that there is nothing wrong in this though, since Tiberius will soon be her husband, and for husbands, it's a good thing to get to know more about their wives. Upon hearing this, Tiberius asks Elysia if he, as a husband, is allowed to assert himself if something like this ever happens again. But Elysia has no clue what he is talking about. So Tiberius explains that even if it is her mother, her brother, or anyone for that matter who tries tries to harm her, he wants to be able to protect Elysia at all costs. Tiberius even comments that he understands that it's a little rude to do that to his mother-in-law, but he has no other choice. As for Ellesia, she doesn't mind it, telling Tiberius that it would be rude if her mother wasn't so rude herself. Moreover, Elysia even tells Tiberius how he has already seen her getting badly treated in front of her brother. Tiberius replies that all he has seen is her getting insulted and disrespected as if she holds no worth in their eyes. Elysia agrees, even adding that the sad part is that her mother is aware how Pats treats her so badly. Although she knows this, she has never once taken her side. Just then, Tiberius hugs Elysia while holding her as tightly as he can. When Elysia asks what he is doing, Tiberius says that he is comforting her. He further explains that he noticed how Elysia was quite sad in front of her mother, so he tells her not to say a word anymore and just embrace the hug. Tiberius slides his hand even deeper onto Elysia, telling her that she doesn't have to say a single word anymore tonight, but he does request her to tell him everything later when she feels like it. Elysia proceeds to embrace the hug, getting more comfortable, telling Tiberius that she doesn't know when, but assures him that she will surely tell him everything one day. 2 days later, after the complete disaster of a dinner that left Elysia stressed and emotionally drained, she receives an important invitation from the Dealerway Trading Company. At the same time, she is getting ready with Erica's help for this grand and serious occasion. While fixing Elysia's appearance, Erica tells her that she looks very beautiful when her hair is put up in this neat and elegant style, almost like a noble lady in a painting. Although Erica knows that Elysia said she wants to dress simply since this is not a fancy ball, she still asks gently if Elysia would like to change her earrings to something a little more decorative or shiny. In response, Elysia shakes her head and says that it is perfect as it is, adding that this occasion requires a quiet, subdued outfit anyway, not something showy. Just then, Chris arrives and respectfully presents the documents Elysia requested earlier. Elysia thanks him kindly for bringing them. On the other hand, Erica becomes curious after seeing the thick stack of documents and asks Elysia what they are for. Elysia calmly explains that these papers contain information about all the people she will be meeting that day. Erica is surprised by this, asking Elysia if she plans on reading all of those documents and learning so many new things in such a short time. This is when Elysia reveals that she is actually attending a business meeting for the Dealerway Trading Company, not a casual gathering. She explains that in this meeting, there will be many important people discussing serious matters related to the business, topics that Elysia has no background knowledge in, so she needs to prepare herself carefully because she must be on the same level as these experienced people, especially since she is Tiberius's fiancée and cannot allow him to lose face. Moreover, Elysia reveals that this is actually a test for her. Upon hearing the word test, Erica becomes shocked and cannot believe that Sir Maxime would make Elysia go through something like this. But Elysia then explains that Tiberius is not the one who invited her to the meeting at all. When Erica asks who did it, Elysia reveals that it was his secretary, Yuri Bronte. From the moment Elysia met Yuri, she could sense something strange about her, a coldness in her eyes, as if Yuri did not approve of Elysia's relationship with Tiberius. Elysia even expresses her growing discomfort, saying she feels like she cannot catch a break. Just when she thinks one hurdle in her marriage is removed, another immediately appears. In the beginning, it was Beatrice and Pats who tried their best to stop her marriage, and now it is Yuri standing in her way. But since Tiberius cares so much about Yuri and treats her like family, Elysia becomes determined to pass this test no matter what, and prove that she has the ability to stand proudly in a room full of intelligent businessmen. However, all of her confidence begins to fade the moment she reads that Marquis Caelverdi will also be attending this business meeting, someone she is extremely nervous to face. Later that day, Elysia finally heads to the meeting venue. As soon as she enters, Tiberius immediately spots her from across the room and calls out her name warmly, saying that he almost didn't believe Yuri when she told him that Elysia would actually make it on time. Just then, Yuri chimes in with a smug voice, telling Tiberius that she told him so. She then turns to Elysia and greets her by calling her Mrs. Alex, using the name of Elysia's late husband. Immediately, Elysia realizes that Yuri is doing this intentionally to provoke her and insult her, trying to remind everyone that it hasn't been very long since her previous husband passed away, and suggesting that Elysia moved on too quickly. So Elysia, with a smile on her face, tells Yuri to call her by her name since she is going to get married soon to someone else. Tiberius then turns to Yuri, asking her to call Elysia by whatever name she likes. Yuri has no other choice but to accept this. Tiberius then turns back to Elysia, telling her that he will now escort her to the ballroom. For this, Elysia thinks, but says that she is here now, but is not sure if she should be attending this party, as she doesn't feel in place at all here. In response, Tiberius tells her that she belongs here 100% because she is his fiancée after all. As soon as Elysia enters the ballroom, people begin noticing her one after the other as the famed Mrs. Alex. It doesn't take long before Kyle spots her, greeting her, saying that he didn't expect to see her again so soon, adding that they are surely meant to be. Just then, Kyle moves his hand forward to greet Elysia properly. This hand is shaken by Tiberius instead of Elysia, who tells Kyle that he should have just told him before being so keen to take his hand. Kyle apologizes, greeting Tiberius, saying that he forgot to greet him because he was completely distracted by Elysia's beauty. With his teeth gritting, Tiberius assures Kyle that she is well aware about how gorgeous his wife is. To this, Kyle comments that he is more than glad to hear that he is aware of that. Then Kyle continues playing to be the smarter one in the room, telling Tiberius that since he is the host of this party, he can go and tend to his duties and he will be escorting Elysia for the rest of the party. Hearing this, Tiberius's anger falls through the roof, but Yuri holds him tightly, telling Tiberius that Kyle is right and that the former has guests waiting to be greeted. Meanwhile, Kyle and Allesia turn around to head to the party area. There, they proceed to sit at a table where Kyle notices that Elysia hasn't said a single word so far and is continuously drinking her wine. This leads him to ask her if she is not having a good time. Elysia says that she thought that this meeting would be more about business, but she hasn't seen that happen at all. In response, Kyle asks Elysia if there is a particular business that she is interested in here. Elysia denies having any interest, so Kyle says that this meeting is not for her then. He further explains that this meeting is for those who come looking for people to join their ventures. Moreover, Kyle says that his interest is piqued now because he cannot believe that Elysia would attend this meeting when she has no interest in any business that is being dealt here. He further asks Elysia if perhaps she is here to keep a watchful eye on her to-be husband, Tiberius, to make sure that he doesn't cheat on her. Hearing this only leaves Elysia with a scared expression on her face. Kyle further comments that he thought this marriage was a sham. This is the limit for Elysia as she shouts, "What?" Kyle explains that he does not believe them one bit and understands that Tiberius and Elysia are not actually seeing each other. Elysia grows very angry upon hearing this, asking Kyle if he is even listening to himself. Just then, a hand smacks on their table. It is Tiberius, and he has come back, saying that it looks like these both are having a lively conversation, and that too without him. Tiberius expresses that he wants to join in on the conversation as well. Elysia asks him if he is already done greeting his guests. To this, Tiberius explains that he only went and greeted the most important ones. Then Tiberius takes a seat right beside Elysia, telling her to use this opportunity and teach him about wine mannerisms as he is not aware of them. Elysia, confused, begins thinking that it's a little odd for Tiberius to be making such a request here. Even so, she thinks she understands when Tiberius asked her to teach him tea mannerisms. But why is he asking for wine now? She simply cannot understand. Just then, Kyle comments that they both look like they are student and teacher. Tiberius confirms this, saying that Elysia mostly is the teacher as she teaches him various things. Kyle says that he is very excited about what these things are that she teaches. Tiberius reveals that since it's his first time being in love, Elysia usually teaches him about life and about love. Elysia silently thinks to herself that she doesn't teach him about everything in life though, and she has no idea what these two two are going on about. So Kyle wishes to learn things from Elysia as well, but Tiberius quickly refuses his offer. Seeing his reaction, Kyle asks Tiberius why he is reacting this way, asking if he has something to hide, questioning if he is keeping a secret. Kyle doesn't just stop here. He proceeds to speculate, saying that a marriage between a fallen royal and a regular commoner doesn't sound suspicious at all. He says that ironically, adding that there is something definitely fishy going on. He even takes a wild guess, asking the two if they are engaging in a contractual marriage. To reply to Kyle's wild and almost insulting accusation, Elysia calmly tells him that he is being extremely disrespectful by making such terrible and baseless assumptions about her and Tiberius. She adds in a steady and confident voice that she is deeply in love with Tiberius and that he is deeply in love with her as well, and that the two of them are fully ready to spend the rest of their lives together as a committed couple. Hearing her firm answer, Kyle gives a cunning, almost playful smile and offers a smooth apology, saying that he only said such things because he couldn't help feeling a little jealous after seeing a couple so strongly and obviously in love with each other. While she keeps a polite expression on her face, Elysia thinks to herself that she has noticed this about Kyle before. She knows very well that he has extremely sharp eyes and even sharper senses, the kind that can easily catch even the smallest movements or hints. Because of this, she understands she must always be extremely careful around him and must guard her words and actions so he cannot catch anything unusual. As for Tiberius, he simply stares at Kyle with a blank, unreadable expression, not giving away even a small bit of emotion. Just then, a drunk businessman, Sir Dennit, arrives, stumbling toward them and clinging onto Tiberius's arm. Tiberius greets Dennit politely and asks him if he is enjoying the party. Elysia takes a good and long look at the man and is surprised to realize that this is Glenn Dennit, a name she has heard many times. From what Elysia knows, Dennit is a huge lover of wine and is also the person in charge of the wines at the Dealerway Trading Company, making him the expert who checks and judges the quality of every bottle. Dennit then steps closer to Elysia and asks if she is the woman who has captured Sir Tiberius's eyes and attention, even saying that it is a great honor for him to finally meet her. Dennit then pours some wine into Elysia's glass and asks gently if she would like to try some. Tiberius quickly steps in and tells Dennit that she has already had enough to drink and asks him not to offer her more wine. But Dennit quickly responds that he procured this wine with enormous effort and great difficulty. Moreover, he explains that precious wines like this one should be enjoyed only with precious people, so he asks Tiberius not to stop him from sharing it. He even turns to Kyle and asks if he is right, and Kyle casually agrees. Dennit then hands a glass of wine to everyone at the table, insisting cheerfully that everyone should have a glass and enjoy. Elysia notices how the mood at the table has suddenly changed, shifting from tense and uncomfortable to lively and chaotic. Later, after taking a sip from her glass, Elysia becomes completely enthralled by the wine's exquisite taste. She feels the wine fill her mouth with a sharp, rich flavor, and the scent reminds her of a deep and vast forest with fresh air. Seeing her amazed reaction, Dennit eagerly asks if it is incredible. Elysia answers honestly, saying that she is completely mind-blown by the taste of the wine. Dennit continues proudly, explaining that this wine was procured from a glacier that has not melted for 100 years, and that this is a legendary wine that the elves once hid away. He insists that such a rare opportunity must not be wasted and encourages Elysia to drink a little more. But Tiberius quickly tells Elysia that she cannot just keep drinking wine simply because she likes it so much. Before Elysia can respond, Dennit interrupts, telling Tiberius that they aren't even married yet, and he is already trying to control his wife. Tiberius tries to explain that he is not doing anything like that at all, but before he can say anything. Further, Dennit waves his hand and says that he feels sorry for Tiberius's wife anyway, making the situation even more awkward. To explain himself, Dennit reveals how Tiberius had such a wide grin on his face when meeting with those wonderful ladies earlier. Elysia is taken aback by this, asking Dennit to repeat himself as if he said lovely women. Tiberius quickly explains himself, telling Elysia Ellesia that he was merely greeting her female guests. Tiberius adds that Ellesia is the only lovely woman for him for the rest of his life. If Ellesia had gotten angry at this moment, Kyle would have a reason to play with them even more. So, she decides to remain calm at this moment and tells Tiberius that he doesn't need to worry and that she believes him. But she does ask Dennit to pour more wine for her. While doing so, Dennit accidentally spills some of the wine over her hand and hastily apologizes for it. Elysia shows no concern though, saying that everyone can make mistakes. Just then, Kyle uses this opportunity to make his move and tells Elysia to use his handkerchief to wipe the wine off her hands. But before she can take it, Tiberius grabs her hand and licks all the wine off of it, surprising everyone at the table along with Elysia. After licking the wine completely off Elysia's hand, Tiberius looks at Kyle with a huge grin, telling him there is no need for him to give his handkerchief anymore. Just then, Elysia stands up, and with a fake smile, she asks to be excused, telling Tiberius that she has to head to the powder room. While walking away, Elysia recalls all the things going against her tonight, Yuri trying to take her down, and most importantly, Dennit revealing how Tiberius was enjoying the company of beautiful women. As she is trembling from anger, walking down the hallway, Tiberius follows her, catching her hand from behind. Elysia quickly turns around, asking why he followed her here, reminding Tiberius that he is the host of the party and he should cater to his guests. But Tiberius says that is not important right now and asks Elysia where she is heading to. With a frowning expression, Elysia says that she is fine, telling Tiberius to go back. However, Tiberius persists, asking Elysia once again where she is going, telling her that he will escort her home if that is where she is going. Elysia decides to express her emotion now, asking Tiberius what will happen after he escorts her home. Worried, Tiberius tells Elysia that she is drunk and politely tells her to stop being like this. But Elysia says that she is fine, asking why he would say that. Tiberius reminds Elysia that she has had wine, asking her not to act like this. Elysia continues to argue, questioning Tiberius if he really thinks he is in a position to be saying this to her. Tiberius tries to say something else too, but fails to get the words out of his mouth. Elysia uses this to finally confront Tiberius. She asks why he never finishes his sentences in front of her. When Tiberius asks what she means by this, Elysia explains that she doesn't know a single thing about Tiberius, not even his past, nothing about his family, and nothing about how he spends his time. Moreover, she points out how she has shown him everything about her, even the things that she is ashamed of. There are some things that Elysia wishes she could hide away, but she showed Tiberius all of that too. On top of that, Elysia points out how she didn't even know this party was taking place here. It was his secretary Yuri who tipped Elysia off about this meeting. She asks Tiberius if he is even remotely aware of how miserable it made her feel. Gently caressing her hair, Tiberius asks Elysia if she is really that curious. He asks her if she really wants to know everything about him. Tiberius asks Elysia if she really wants to know more about him, asking if she thinks she can handle it. Elysia responds and says she can handle it. Then Tiberius tells her that there are some things about him he doesn't want to share, but he is willing to tell them to Elysia if she wishes to know them. However, a businessman that he is, Tiberius asks Elysia what she will do for him in return. This prompts her to ask Tiberius if his secret is so important that it requires a payment to be told. She proceeds to ask him if he's a fairy or a demon. Tiberius responds and tells Elysia that she has a very vibrant imagination. Elysia proceeds to guess and ask if he's a magician. With a smirk, Tiberius says that seems more likely than him being a fairy or a demon. However, Elysia dismisses his comment, telling him that magicians are extinct now, so it's highly unlikely that he is one. Tiberius then changes the topic and apologizes to Elysia for not telling her about this meeting. He explains that he didn't bother to tell her about this meeting so as not to disturb her with the wedding preparations because she seemed very busy. Hearing this, Elysia hits Tiberius with a smile, leading him to realize that they have made up, Since they are on good terms again, he suggests that they head back to the party. Back at the table, Dennit shows remorse over the fact that none of them are tasting his delicious traditional liquor. There, Elysia sits silently, looking around, thinking that although she returned back here, she is having no fun at all. She wishes that she could have just taken up Tiberius on his offer and headed back home with him. She looks around and sees people busy talking amongst themselves, and this makes Elysia feel really out of place. She thinks of herself as just a human being wasting space and wine and being of no use. Then her eyes linger on Yuri, who is having fun. Yuri suddenly looks over at Elysia with a grin on her face, as if she is trying to assert that she was right all along and that Elysia does not belong in this place. Meanwhile, Dennit is drunk and asks everyone to raise their glasses, basically asking for acknowledgement for his tasty wine that he got from the Crimson Forest that was swarming with bandits. Elysia's mood changes a bit as this turns out to be the laughing moment for her. She giggles and thinks to herself how Dennit is so drunk that he is repeating the same thing again and again. Then Kyle chimes into the conversation and says that he has heard there are many blood wolves in the Crimson Forest. He even comments that it must have been quite the ordeal for Dennit to bring the wine from that forest. In response, Dennit says that he just wants everyone to taste this wine once in their lives and make sure that there is no one left to taste it. Even Kyle tells Dennit that he is very drunk. Then Elysia decides to ask why it is so difficult to get this wine through the Crimson Forest. Tiberius explains that there is no other path for carriages than to go through the Crimson Forest. For her next questions, Elysia asks where this traditional wine is made. She soon discovers that it is made in the Grace Peace Valley. This is the valley that lies in the middle of the Grace Mountains, and the only way through is the way through the Crimson Forest. However, the Crimson Forest isn't the only path that connects the capital with the valley. Elysia says that there's a river as well. Yes, while they all used to believe that through the Crimson Forest is the only path, Elysia makes this grand revelation that surprises everyone at the table. Elysia further explains that when Grace Peace was a small kingdom, they used the canals to engage in trades with the neighboring countries. Moreover, no one can deny the fact that trading by water was much more expensive than trading on land. For this, they also needed more boatmen, more docks, more funds, and the weather used to play an important role as well. However, Elysia argues that it was on par with the cost of passing through the Crimson Forest. Elysia explains that one needs to pay a hefty amount for soldiers and men for rent for your own protection. While Dennit agrees with Elysia, he also emphasizes the fact that it is very costly to open canal transport also. Just then, Tiberius speaks up, saying that he is very interested in this alternative route. Dennit grows a bit curious as he asks Tiberius to repeat himself. Tiberius tells Dennit that he is in charge of handling the wine, but the Dealerway company has more things on its plate. He further explains that they have many goods to transport from Grace Peace. Tiberius proposes that they can only arrange one boat and it will do the job for 3 carriages, carrying all the stuff at once. Kyle chimes in, saying that he agrees with Tiberius on this one. Thereafter, Dennit questions Tiberius if this means that the Dealerway will now start trading by water and transport wine without any conditions. Tiberius responds and says that they have but one condition. He just wishes for Grace Peace to grant them a full monopoly over the traditional wines of the next 3 years. Dennit tells Tiberius that he is crazy for proposing such an idea as it will leave him nowhere in this business. Meanwhile, Allesia analyzes the situation and realizes that Tiberius is living up to his word. She remembers him once telling her that the primary goal is not to earn profit through wine trading. Rather, he expects greater outcome in future as Grace Peace might start trading in other goods as well. She then tells Dennit that he is not the one suffering here, rather it will be Sir Maxim himself. Elysia further reveals that once the canals for water transport are built, Dennit's job will be very convenient and it will be Dealerway who will have to deal with all the bills. What Dennit will have to do is just pay a small fee to use the waterway transport, and that is about it. In response, Dennit tells Elysia that she is being biased and unfairly taking her husband's side, but she asserts that she is not. Soon, Kyle speaks up and says that he agrees with Elysia as well, leading Dennit to realize that no one is on his side. To convince him further, Tiberius tells Dennit that he doesn't have to take on the offer if he doesn't want to, and that they can continue their business as usual. Seeing this, Elysia realizes that Tiberius really has that businessman aura in him. Tiberius further explains to Dennit that even if he was looking for long-term profit in this deal, it wouldn't be easy at all to construct a new waterways path. Tiberius starts playing the mind games. He sees that Dennit is in a drunken state and can be taken advantage of, so he tells him that he thought Dennit wanted to supply these wines badly, which is why he proposed this idea, even though the dealerway company would be at a loss, but now he will have to change his mind. All this Tiberius says out loud. Now Dennit is feeling pressured to decide. He settles on agreeing to the offer at last though. Then Tiberius asks Dennit what percentage of share he will be giving to Elysia. However, Dennit has no idea why he is asking that. Tiberius reminds him that this was Elysia's idea and that she should be fairly compensated, to which Dennit agrees without any arguments. After a short while, Ellesia is given the necessary documents and signs and finalizes this deal. However, Ellesia says that she is feeling very dizzy right now and asks if she can sign it later. Tiberius then whispers into her ear, telling her that it is good for her to sign the papers right now or else Dennit might change his mind. He further tells her that although Dennit is a very good guy, he is very difficult to do business with. So he suggests that when Dennit is feeling tipsy already, they should take advantage of this moment. Without any further counterstatements or hesitation, Elysia ends up signing the papers. She then asks Tiberius if that is all now, and once he confirms, Elysia slowly passes out in his arms. When Elysia wakes up, she can feel the sun rays on her and is lying on a hard pillow, but she is confused as to why this pillow is hard since hers has always been soft. After opening her eyes completely, Elysia sees that she is not even in her room. Rather, she is in Tiberius's, who is lying literally beside her. Tiberius pulls Elysia closer to him, asking if she slept well. Upon realizing the situation, Elysia lets go of a huge scream, calling Tiberius a pervert and telling him that she thought of him as a decent man, but he turned out to be the exact opposite. Tiberius quickly explains himself, asking Elysia to calm down first. He then asks her if she does not remember at all what happened last night. Elysia tries to remember what happened. She remembers talking about the Crimson Forest, the waterway transport, them talking about some contract, and Tiberius getting her to sign it, but that is all. Tiberius tells Elysia not to ever drink without him again. Elysia asks him why he was lying beside her, then if he is telling the truth. In response, Tiberius explains that he did not want Elysia to think badly of this situation, so he kept pinching his thigh for the whole night so he would not sleep. He then puts his head on Elysia's thigh, telling her that he is very tired now. Patting his head gently, Elysia says sorry, realizing that she completely misunderstood the situation. Now that everything has come back to normal, obviously Elysia has to think something negative. She still feels that something is not right in this room. These two are about to be betrothed and they got drunk late into the night. Then they got into the same room, even slept on the same bed very close to each other, and nothing happened. These are the thoughts running through Elysia's mind as she thinks about her past life. In her past life, her husband Nick used to tell Elysia that she is very rigid, not fun, and no one would see her as a woman. So, before she actually turned back time, Nick used to find Elysia unattractive as a woman. Coming back to the present, Tiberius is constantly calling for Elysia as she is lost in her thoughts. She wonders if he also sees her as an unattractive woman, which is why nothing happened between them. Tiberius then gets attentive and swears to Elysia that he is not lying when he says that nothing happened between them. Elysia then assures Tiberius that she is not doubting him at all, but Tiberius has already noticed that strange expression on her, so he asks her why the long face then. Elysia realizes that she cannot ask this question to Tiberius at all, so she makes an excuse, telling him that Erica would be worried about her, so she must head home. Since just recently, Elysia accused Tiberius of touching her, she cannot just simply ask him if he finds her attractive or not in the very next second. Later, Elysia heads home and is received by her mother, who who tells her that she has been worried about her, asking where she has been for the entire night. Elysia explains that she spent the night at Tiberius's and asks her mother not to worry about her anymore since she has already returned now. However, Beatrice gives a very surprised reaction after hearing that she was with Tiberius the whole night. Elysia understands what her mother might be thinking, but she has no energy left in her to explain herself, so she decides to let it slide this time. She then tells Beatrice that she is very tired and that she will be heading to her room now to take a nap, as she did not get any sleep last night. As soon as she goes into her room, Erica comes knocking at her door, informing Elysia that there is a guest for her. Elysia, on the other hand, is very tired and exhausted, so she asks Erica about this guest. Erica reveals that it is Yuri Bronte from Dealerway. Elysia asks if she is with anyone but finds out that she came here alone, so Elysia tells Erica that she will come down shortly. Shortly after, Elysia gets herself ready and heads downstairs to meet with Yuri. As she is walking down the stairs, she sees Pats attending to Yuri, telling her that his sister can be dense sometimes. Just then, Pats spots Elysia and tells her that he was just entertaining Yuri until she arrived. Elysia then asks Pats to leave them alone to talk. Pats turns to Yuri and tells her that it was a pleasure to meet her. In response, Yuri tells him that they will be keeping in touch. As Pats leaves, Elysia begins to wonder what these two would be plotting, but she quickly dismisses this idea, realizing that these two just met and that they are planning nothing. Elysia then sits in front of Yuri, asking her why she is here. Yuri decides to cut to the chase and says that she is there to give her the contract from yesterday. While she is handing her the documents, Yuri asks Elysia if she enjoyed the party yesterday in which she invited her. Elysia responds, saying that it was okay, and adds that Tiberius did not have fun at all. Yuri tells Elysia that she is spot on and explains that yesterday's party was about business deals getting finalized. Moreover, Yuri comments that Elysia would know this because she struck a business deal herself yesterday. From just this brief conversation, Elysia understands why Yuri is actually here. She then thanks her for the documents and tells her to be on her merry way if she is done here. Yuri, in a daunting tone, says that she is not at all done here. This prompts Elysia to ask her if Tiberius is aware of her coming here, but Yuri says that he would not stop her even if he knew. Yuri further reveals that she and Tiberius have a special relationship with each other because he cares for her deeply, unlike Elysia. So Elysia asks Yuri to be more direct with what she is trying to say. Yuri then explains that people from all over the country came to meet with Tiberius. Some of them were even from international countries. However, Tiberius left before any of the business ideas were properly discussed. Elysia asks Yuri if she is trying to say that it was her fault. Yuri confirms, saying that it was absolutely her fault. Moreover, she reveals that she was very surprised when she heard that Allesia signed a contract with Dennit and did business with him. She then states that the fact of the matter is that the day before, Tiberius had many business opportunities that he could have availed, but he could not because of being distracted by her. Elysia stops Yuri right there, saying that she is making a huge mistake right now. As for Yuri, she does not understand why Elysia would say such a thing. Elysia explains that firstly, Yuri is implying that Tiberius is a stupid person who has no sense of priority. While Yuri tries to argue that is not what she meant, Elysia proceeds to the second reason, which is that her striking a deal with Dennit will prove to be very beneficial for the Dealerway company in the future. Then Elysia reminds Yuri that she is Tiberius's beloved secretary, saying that she understands that Yuri wants to take her down at all costs, but emphasizes that it should be in her best interest to think about the company's future. She then asks Yuri the million-dollar question. Elysia inquires to Yuri if she is here as a secretary of Tiberius or someone who is in love with him. Upon hearing this question, Yuri has a completely blank expression on her face. For the remainder of their conversation, Yuri keeps repeating the same thing again and again and keeps avoiding Elysia's million-dollar question. After she leaves, Elysia thinks to herself how she had a vague sense that this was coming. But now that there is a jealous woman in their story, Elysia is aware that things will get a bit more difficult. Then Elysia heads upstairs where she sees her workers working with their hearts and souls. While looking at them, Elysia smiles, realizing that one good thing about this entire situation is that her workers are making sure that they go through with Elysia's wedding. Just then, Chris approaches Elysia, prompting her to ask him if there is something wrong with the wedding preparations. Chris reveals that he is here for another reason. Firstly, he apologizes to Elysia for overhearing Yuri's and Pats's conversation, but he says that what he heard was not quite to his liking. Hearing this, Elysia flinches as she realizes that her hunch of them plotting something was absolutely on point. Chris adds more legitimacy to his speculation and tells Elysia that he saw and heard it with his own 2 eyes and ears. He says that they were scheming something, and while he does not know the complete details, they actually planned to kidnap Tiberius right before the wedding. The very next day, Elysia goes to meet with Marcus Verdi to return Geppetto's watch, the same watch he boldly sent to her without asking for any payment in return. Elysia hurries straight to his mansion, frustration clearly written all over her face, and hands him the watch while reminding him firmly that she already told him she would not take this item without paying the full and fair price for it. Elysia is completely angry at him, asking how he even dared to send such a precious watch to her through the mail like it was nothing. When she opened the box yesterday, she found a letter inside where Kyle had written that if she returned the watch to him, he would shatter it into pieces. He wrote that she should simply accept it as her wedding gift, which made Elysia furious because she hates being forced into anything, especially something expensive. However, Kyle argues that he is not forcing her at all. He says he even left a small note at the end of his letter because he knew Elysia would never accept such a gift easily, and that she might try to refuse him. Kyle then says he thought Elysia had come to his mansion for the meal he originally offered as the price for the watch. But Elysia immediately refuses and tells him clearly that she is only here to return the watch and has absolutely no intention of having a meal with him. When Kyle asks why, Elysia explains bluntly that he is simply not her type, not the kind of person she would enjoy spending time with. So, Kyle, still unfazed, asks her to tell him what type of person she likes so that he can change himself to match that preference. Elysia realizes this conversation is going nowhere and decides to turn around and leave, saying she is not here for childish or pointless conversations. But as she walks away, Kyle grabs a glass of water and casually says that if he pours it onto the watch, he is sure the watch will become damaged and useless. Hearing this, Elysia freezes in place, realizing she is trapped in a lose-lose situation. She then turns back and tells Kyle that this watch is an important and valuable part of history, and that instead of treating it carelessly, he should sell it to someone willing to pay the full price. She urges him not to disrespect something that has existed for so long. To this, Kyle calmly replies that he already has someone in mind to whom he wants to give this watch. Elysia lets out a tired sigh and asks him why he is acting like this and bothering her so much on purpose. Kyle then responds with a strangely sincere tone and explains that he truly wants to be her friend and that he is not trying to harm her. But Elysia, trying to be sarcastic, tells Kyle that she does not befriend people who threaten her with destroying valuable objects. Kyle then points out that Elysia seems to have a very long list of requirements to make friends, saying that if someone threatens her, she will not be friends with them, and if someone tries to give her a gift, she will not be friends with them either. So, Kyle asks her directly what exactly she wants him to do for her to finally accept him as a friend. Elysia, frowning heavily, asks Kyle if he was never taught in his childhood how to properly make friends. Kyle responds by saying that it seems Elysia was not taught very well either because they are both equally bad at it. He then tells Elysia that she should not act so cold and defensive toward people who genuinely show interest in her and wish to get closer, even if they are clumsy in the way they show it. But Elysia says that sometimes one-sided interest is not welcome. This is such a cold answer that Kyle has no counter-argument as he tells Elysia that she is particularly very harsh today. Kyle then suggests that they have a meal together and believes that Elysia's anger must be getting fueled by her hunger. Ellesia then picks up the watch from his table and tells him to have the meal by himself. Furthermore, she says that she will be taking her leave along with Geppetto's watch since it is not meant to be for her. After leaving, Elysia thinks of Kyle as a very rude person since he is trying to force himself into her life. Shortly after, Elysia arrives at the dealer way. After she heads inside, she meets with Sir Merlin where the two greet each other. Elysia even comments about Merlin, saying that he looks busy as ever. Thereafter, Merlin asks Elysia why she is here. With a giggle, Elysia thinks to herself that she is here to let Merlin's boss know that one of his employees is planning on kidnapping him. But since she cannot tell this to Merlin, Elysia says that it is a secret. Not to poke in their matters any further, Merlin tells Elysia that Tiberius is in his study and asks her to go ahead. Elysia then heads to the study room and knocks on the door, prompting Tiberius to ask her to come inside. After heading inside, Elysia immediately apologizes to him for coming here unannounced, but Tiberius says that there are no worries. Furthermore, he notices that there is a worried expression lingering on Elysia's face, so he asks her if everything is okay with her. He even asks if it is the marriage blues that she is getting, but Ellesia quickly denies, saying nothing of that sort happened. Moreover, Ellesia says that she is hesitating to explain because she worries that Tiberius might not believe her. Tiberius grows a bit concerned, asking Ellesia to tell him the reason as to why she is so down right now. Ellesia then recalls how Yuri once told her that she and Tiberius have a special relationship, and since Ellesia only met Tiberius a few weeks ago, she worries that he might not trust her. But she finally plucks up her courage and tells Tiberius the truth. She reveals to him that Pats is planning on kidnapping him before marriage, and Yuri is a part of this plan. Elysia decided to tell Tiberius this even after all the doubts because it is Tiberius's life that is at stake. Moreover, in the past, Pats had already killed many of Elysia's husbands, and now she cannot afford to lose Tiberius as well. Tiberius is a bit shocked after hearing Yuri's name, so Elysia explains that she heard this plan from a trusted source and asks if he has noticed Yuri acting suspicious lately. In response, Tiberius thanks Elysia for telling him this, so Elysia pleads for Tiberius to believe her. But Tiberius tells her that he really believes whatever she has told him. Furthermore, he asks Elysia if she has had lunch yet and suggests that they eat together. Elysia reminds Tiberius that lunch is not the issue here, saying that it is his life that is at stake. Tiberius then tells Elysia to give him a break, explaining that he is feeling overwhelmed right now. With a firm voice, Elysia says that she cannot stall this any further since this concerns his safety, reminding him that she heard that they are planning to kidnap him before the wedding. To comfort Elysia, Tiberius promises her that nothing will happen to him and that the wedding will go smoothly as planned. However, Elysia says that she has no care for the marriage, implying that she cares about Tiberius's safety more. This is how Tiberius thinks as well, which leads him to ask her what she is worried about then. And exactly at this point is where Elysia goes silent because she cannot directly tell Tiberius that it is him she is worried about and nothing else. So she reminds Tiberius that he made a promise to her that he would stay alive no matter what. Tiberius assures her that is what he is planning on doing. Elysia then requests him to keep this between them and not tell Yuri, knowing that he trusts Yuri more than her. Tiberius explains to her that she has misunderstood him and that he trusts her more than anyone else. Even though Tiberius has given her all the assurances, Elysia still does not believe him. So she turns away from the conversation and proceeds to walk away, telling Tiberius that she did not know he would be this foolish. Just the idea of Pats doing something to Tiberius makes her feel like she is going to throw up. She tells herself that she cannot let anyone hurt Tiberius at all costs, so she tries to think of a way. Eventually, she gets the idea that she can kidnap Tiberius before Pats and Yuri can kidnap him and decides to go with it. Later, Tiberius decides to head straight to Kyle's residence with a very serious mood. There, Kyle is calmly waiting for him to arrive, almost as if he already knew Tiberius would show up sooner or later. Tiberius walks toward him confidently, almost like a boss who knows exactly what he wants, and approaches Kyle with firm steps. Kyle greets him and says that he honestly did not expect to see him here in person. He even jokes lightly that the groom-to-be himself has come to deliver the wedding invitation. But then he quickly notices that Tiberius is not smiling and does not look happy at all. In response, Tiberius bluntly confirms Kyle's observation and says that he is indeed very far from happy. Tiberius then reveals that Kyle is not receiving a wedding invitation from him at all, which surprises Kyle for a moment before he pretends to act disappointed. Kyle tells Tiberius that he was actually looking forward to congratulating his friend Elysia. Tiberius then begins a calm but serious conversation, saying that Kyle must listen to him with a neutral mind and not twist his words. He asks Kyle what he would do if rumors started spreading everywhere that Tiberius's wife was secretly going out with some other man. But Kyle immediately says he was only planning to give a gift to his friend and nothing more. Kyle then asks Tiberius to listen to himself carefully, reminding him that he and Allesia are only working together for a certain purpose, and this marriage is part of that plan. Even though Tiberius firmly tells Kyle to stop speaking nonsense, Kyle continues, asking Tiberius if he ever considered that Elysia could have chosen absolutely anyone else to help her reach her goal. Then, with a completely straight face and no hesitation at all, Kyle tells Tiberius that it is simply his turn right now and that Kyle will have his own turn with Elysia next. Hearing such bold and false words about his wife, Tiberius loses his patience and angrily grabs Kyle by his collar. This sudden action causes all the people around them to stop and stare because it now looks like a scandal is unfolding right in front of them. While gritting his teeth, Tiberius tells Kyle that he will regret saying those words. Surprisingly, Kyle calmly replies that he actually hopes Tiberius will make him regret it. Then Kyle points out that if the two of them start fighting here, it will only harm Elysia's reputation, and Kyle claims that he does not want that to happen. Hearing this, Tiberius releases Kyle and lets him drop back down before turning around to leave. But halfway through walking away, he suddenly stops, turns around once more, and warns Kyle that if he ever sees him hanging around Allesia again, things will not be as amusing or easy for him as they always are. As Tiberius finally walks out, Kyle watches him leave and thinks quietly that Tiberius and Allesia are such a disagreeable pair, constantly arguing and reacting to each other, yet somehow they are also quite charming in their own complicated way. Outside, with an irritated expression, Tiberius walks out of the building. Then he reaches into his pocket and takes out a neatly folded letter. He opens it and sees that it is from Elysia. In her letter, Elysia apologizes to him for burdening him with her strange and unbelievable story the last time they talked. She writes that she wants to see him and asks him to visit her secretly. As Tiberius reads her gentle words, his mood instantly shifts from anger to happiness, almost like a cloud being lifted. Later that night, Tiberius quietly sneaks his way to Elysia's mansion under the cover of darkness. Soon, Elysia opens the door herself and softly asks if he made sure no one followed him. Tiberius tells her not to worry at all, saying that he is very skilled in tasks involving hiding, chasing, sneaking, and running away, so no one would ever notice him coming here. Elysia then takes Tiberius inside her mansion and politely asks him to sit on the sofa so he can relax for a moment. As he settles down, Tiberius's eyes wander around the room until they stop at a small portrait hanging on the wall. It shows a very young girl with bright eyes and a soft expression. He immediately asks Elysia if the girl in the portrait is her. Elysia nods and confirms his guess, explaining that she was about 10 years old when that portrait was painted. Hearing this makes Tiberius smile warmly, and he tells Elysia that she hasn't changed one bit. This causes Elysia to raise a brow and wonder if he is trying to say she still looks exactly the same as when she was 10. She then gently puts her teacup on the table and sighs, saying that she cannot claim her childhood was a particularly happy or peaceful one. She even reveals that she was scolded many times because of that portrait, though she never really understood why. Tiberius then asks her softly why she called him here in secret at this hour. Elysia explains that she wanted to avoid anyone thinking that the newly married couple was already on bad terms. She reminds Tiberius that they are quite the hot topic in society these days, with everyone whispering about them and making assumptions. As she continues speaking, Elysia begins pouring tea for Tiberius. While watching her, Tiberius becomes completely mesmerized by the beauty of her hands and the graceful way she moves them. He cannot help but tell her that he has never seen hands as lovely as hers. Elysia simply replies that there is no point in having beautiful hands if they serve no purpose. So Tiberius, still captivated, asks her to give those hands to him if she does not want them. Confused, Elysia asks him what he plans to do with her hands if she gives them to him. Tiberius answers in a calm voice that he would not use them for anything at all. He would simply treasure them and keep them forever. Hearing this, Elysia immediately becomes disgusted and calls his joke gruesome and creepy, telling him never to make such a horrible joke again. The two then decide to focus on drinking the tea. While pouring more tea, Elysia admits that she hurried so much preparing things that she forgot to make coffee for him, knowing very well that Tiberius does not like tea very much. But Tiberius quickly clarifies that he does not actually dislike tea itself. What he hates are the noble customs and strict rules that surround tea drinking. He explains that coffee is simple, you can just drink it however you like, but tea comes with many traditions, steps, and expectations that he finds annoying. While Elysia agrees with this, she tells him that he does not need to follow any manners or rules when he is with her and that he can relax and be himself. Tiberius asks again if she is truly sure that he does not have to mind his manners around her. Then he brings up the original question once more, asking Elysia why exactly she called him here in secret, especially since she is such a fearless and bold woman. As he takes another sip of tea, Elysia calmly tells him that he is the one who should be afraid. Right as Tiberius hears this strange statement, he suddenly begins to feel dizzy, as though the room is shifting around him. Not long after, the teacup slips from his hand and falls to the floor as he starts losing consciousness. Slowly and helplessly, Tiberius passes out. Elysia quickly catches him and gently lays him down so he can rest. She then leans in, kisses his cheek softly, and tells him not to worry about anything, whispering for him to simply rest. The next day, Tiberius slowly wakes up, still feeling somewhat unconscious and foggy, as if his mind has not fully returned to his body yet. As he blinks a few times and collects himself, he wonders in confusion if it is already morning. He tries to remember what happened the previous night, and then suddenly thinks about why Elysia decided to slip a sleeping pill into his tea, even though he would have willingly done as she asked without any trouble, because now he actually gets to spend quiet, peaceful alone time with her, something he secretly enjoys. When he finally looks down at his hands, he notices that they are tied together, but what truly surprises him is the thing they are tied with. It is not a rope, not chains, and not anything strong at all. It is just a cute little pink ribbon, soft and harmless, something that he could tear apart in less than a second if he wanted to. So he wonders to himself if this tiny, adorable ribbon is really supposed to keep him trapped here. Tiberius begins talking to himself quietly, imagining the look on Elysia's face when he shows her how to properly tie someone up if she seriously wants to keep a person captive. At that exact moment, Elysia is standing right next to him and asks calmly what exactly he plans to teach her. Seeing the tray in her hands, Tiberius asks if she brought breakfast and even says that he is glad because he was beginning to feel hungry. Elysia then sits beside him on the bed and tells him gently that she understands he must be feeling uncomfortable right now, but she promises that she will untie him once he gives her his word that he will not run away or leave suddenly. This makes Tiberius ask if she plans on keeping him locked up in her room for the rest of the day. Elysia replies that if he cooperates with her, then he will be untied and free to move, but if he refuses to listen or does anything risky, then she will have no choice but to keep him here for his own safety. Hearing this, Tiberius listens very carefully, studying every word she says, which suddenly makes Elysia feel guilty, so she apologizes for disappointing him, but Tiberius surprises her by saying that he is not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he is actually happy. Elysia then asks him if this sort of situation is something he actually likes, and Tiberius immediately asks her if she will play along if his answer is yes. Realizing that she is not getting anywhere with this strange back-and-forth conversation, Elysia decides to untie him right there and then before things get any more complicated. Once his hands are free, Tiberius asks her directly why she tied him up in the first place and what reason she had for keeping him locked up. Without wasting any time or trying to hide anything, Elysia gets straight to the point and tells him that she decided to kidnap him before Pats got the chance to do anything. She explains that she is certain Pats would never imagine that Tiberius is in the same house as him, let alone inside Elysia's own room. She believes Pats will simply assume that Yuri betrayed him, and that will be the end of it. Tiberius then comments that this means Yuri's life might be in danger, and Elysia quietly asks if he is worried about Yuri's safety. Tiberius stays silent for a moment thinking, and then calmly says that he is not worried at all, not even a little bit, adding that Yuri is strong enough to take care of herself and handle whatever comes her way. Elysia is somewhat comforted by this answer, but she still does not fully believe him. She wonders if Tiberius truly does not care about Yuri at all, or if he is simply saying this to stop her from worrying. Even so, she tells Tiberius that he must keep a very low profile for now and avoid drawing attention to himself. She also understands that the Dealerway Trading Company might face trouble if their president suddenly disappears, so she decides that she will secretly let Merlin know about Tiberius's whereabouts. That way, Merlin can quietly take care of the company. Matters without alerting Pats or anyone else while Tiberius remains safely hidden until the danger passes. Tiberius agrees but tells Elysia that no one must know he is here, and he is sure that Merlin would find solace in the fact that Tiberius will be away from him, since Merlin's usual complaint about Tiberius is that he nags him. Elysia then asks Tiberius if there is anything he needs before she goes to make the phone call, and Tiberius grabs her hand and says that there is just one thing he needs. Putting her hair away from her face, Tiberius tells Elysia that she has to stay right in front and keep an eye on him so he will not run away. With a confused expression, Elysia asks Tiberius if he is planning on running away, and Tiberius responds that he is not escaping right now, but cannot say about later, so he urges her to keep an eye on him at all times as they cannot have him escape from this house. Meanwhile, Elysia is wondering if Tiberius is not willing to cooperate with her or if he is simply amused by this ordeal. Back in Pats's room, Kare calms Pats down as he is having a breakdown, and when she asks him what happened, Pat says that someone has gone missing. However, Kare knows who he is talking about and is sure that Pats was trying to interfere in the princess's wedding. Pats continues, explaining that the issue is he does not know who took this man. Kare then tells Pats that if it is a boy he is worried about, then it is no worries for her, adding that if it was a woman, she would have been jealous. In response, Pats just looks at Kare with a huge grin on his face. He then recalls how he struck a deal with Yuri, where he managed to convince her to be an accomplice in kidnapping Tiberius. But there was one condition set between them. Yuri had asked Pats to release Tiberius once the wedding was over. Pats silently thinks to himself that he did not trust Yuri at all in the first place, so he decides that if he wants his plan to still work, he needs to start with Yuri. Pats then instructs Kare to find a woman named Yuri for him, and to convince her, Pats gets a bit closer to Kare, telling her that she will find this woman before Elysia's wedding. Later, Elysia goes looking for Erica and tells her that she needs a bigger sofa for her room. For this, Elysia asks Erica to place an order for her. Erica questions Elysia why she suddenly wants a sofa, and as the latter is about to answer, she stops herself, realizing that people in the house might hear her, so she whispers into Erica's ear that Tiberius does not fit on the sofa that she has currently in her room, and so Elysia is afraid that he might get uncomfortable. Erica then asks Elysia if she really thinks Tiberius will be okay, reminding her that she did kidnap a person after all. Elysia defends herself, saying that if she had not, Pats would have kidnapped Tiberius instead of her. Just then, Pats arrives, announcing that he has come home. Elysia quickly asks Pats where he was, to which Pats says that he had some matters to tend to. Then Pats notices that the tray is filled with a lot of food, so he tells Elysia that it is too much food just for herself. Elysia creates an excuse on the spot and says that she has been stressing a lot lately, which is why she has been craving too much food, even though this food is for Tiberius. Pats tells Elysia that she might be under too much stress because her wedding is coming up. So Elysia decides to play along. She confirms Pats's comments and says that lately she has been craving a lot of chocolate when she does not even like it. Moreover, Elysia says that she worries she might become fat and her wedding dress will not fit her then. Pats then tells Elysia that fat women are liked by no one, so she must take care of her shape. But while he is saying this, Pats remembers Elysia using the word cravings a lot, which leads him to wonder if Elysia might be pregnant. Without any second thoughts, Pats tries to ask Elysia this question but cannot get the words out of his mouth. As Pats tries to ask another personal and uncomfortable question from Elysia, he suddenly stops himself midway, remembering very clearly what happened the previous time when he crossed the line. He remembers the moment when he got slapped so hard by Elysia for asking an inappropriate question, a slap so sharp and humiliating that even thinking about it now makes his cheeks sting a little. So, this time, he decides not to ask anything more and not to take that risk again. He simply tells Elysia in a stiff and awkward voice that he is going to have a late supper and then quietly leaves the scene without saying anything else. Meanwhile, Erica and Elysia just stand there in silence, both of them completely confused and dumbfounded, having no idea what is wrong with him or why he acted so strangely all of a sudden. Later, when Pats is finally eating in his room, Beatrice suddenly barges inside without knocking, asking Pats loudly and angrily where he has been all this time. She further tells him that he should have come to greet his mother first before doing anything else. Meanwhile, Pats is annoyed, wondering why she cannot see that he is eating right now and why she always chooses the worst moments to scold him. Pats thinks of his mother's behavior as rude and irritating, so he tells her that he had matters to take care of and that he was not simply wasting time. But Beatrice then reminds Pats sharply that the wedding is coming up soon and asks him if he is just going to stand by and do nothing, acting irresponsible as always. Hearing this makes Pats grow angry, and he finally snaps, shouting at Beatrice and telling her that she is getting on his nerves and stressing him out even more. Beatrice then looks at him with a shocked and disappointed expression, asking Pats how dare he speak to his own mother like that. After realizing he stepped too far, Pats calms himself down, takes a deep breath, and apologizes to his mother, explaining that he acted out of frustration for a moment and politely asks for her forgiveness. Beatrice softens and understands that Pats must be too stressed right now, especially with his little sister going off the proper path, so she forgives him. She then tells him there is something wrong with Ellesia, and when Pats asks what she means, Beatrice explains that Ellesia keeps taking huge quantities of food upstairs every day. Furthermore, she says that she is sure Ellesia cannot finish all that food by herself, so she strongly suspects that something unusual is going on. Pats thinks about this and realizes his instincts were right all along. He recalls how, in the past, he used to scold Elysia harshly for eating too much, telling her that no one wants to see a woman bursting the seams of her dress. Moreover, he used to advise her to leave more than half her plate full because he believed people would see that as a sign of elegance and self-control. He even asked her not to eat anything after dinner and not to drink water at night because he believed that sugar and food would poison her figure. Pats remembers clearly how Elysia trained all her life to eat with control and strict discipline. So for her to suddenly eat carelessly now means only one thing in his mind. Pats smacks the table loudly and turns to his mother with wide eyes, asking if she thinks Elysia might be pregnant. Hearing this, Beatrice cannot believe what Pats is trying to suggest. Pats then asks her if she has been giving Elysia her pills regularly, but Beatrice explains that she did not feel the need to give Elysia her pills after the death of Alex. She also says that Elysia has been avoiding her for quite some time now, so it has been very hard for her to get close enough to keep an eye on her. Beatrice further says that she could not have possibly known that her daughter would get herself knocked up right after stopping the pills. However, even hearing the phrase knocked up is too much for Pats, and he warns his mother not to jump to conclusions yet, emphasizing that they do not know the full story and should not assume anything without proof. So, Beatrice begins to worry about what they should do now and thinks that they will just have to accept this baby in their life. Pats then tells Beatrice that Elysia has drastically changed these past few days and even has eyes for men now. He worries that once Elysia marries Tiberius, she will abandon them completely, and if that happens, then all of their expenses, their status, upkeep, and all of their money will dry up. So, Beatrice trusts Pats for coming up with an idea and asks for some ideas. Pats says that there is one thing they can do and tells Beatrice that they will have to find a pharmacist who is willing to keep his mouth tightly shut no matter what. Pats realizes that no one knows about Elysia's pregnancy yet, so if it stays this way, then they can make it so that their baby never existed. Back in Elysia's room, Tiberius rests peacefully on Elysia's leg, saying that it feels like they are already living a married life. Ellesia then asks him if that is all he needs not to run away, and to this, Tiberius says that she is keeping such a close eye on him, so there is no way he will run away from this. Moreover, Elysia thinks to herself that she is thankful for ordering a larger sofa. Elysia then worries that Tiberius might be feeling uncomfortable on the sofa, so she suggests that she sleeps on the sofa and asks him to take the bed, but Tiberius says that he cannot allow that to happen. Thereafter, Elysia asks Tiberius if he is not worried about the dealer way. Tiberius asks Elysia if she is worried that he might lose his position at dealer way, and then he will not be able to support her financially. He adds that such a thing will not happen and that she does not need to worry. Tiberius then realizes that he has not gotten in contact with anyone for days, so he gets up and says that he will talk to Merlin to let him know about things, but Elysia stops him, mentioning that she has already reached out to Merlin regarding Tiberius. We then get a flashback from the past when Elysia went to the dealer way to meet with Merlin. There, Merlin informs Elysia that the master, Tiberius, has disappeared, so he calmly asks Elysia to be careful as well and be aware of her surroundings. Seeing him being so calm, Elysia tells Merlin that he is showing no signs of worry while saying this. Merlin explains that they cannot disturb themselves by such a minor inconvenience and believes that they should keep their focus on more important tasks. Furthermore, Merlin asks Elysia if she remembers the time when the dwarf assassins attacked Tiberius. He believes that something of that sort might have happened again, and that Tiberius will be able to handle this ordeal like he does every time. Meanwhile, Elysia realizes that things might get too out of hand if she does not reveal the truth right now, so she tells Merlin that she has something to tell him that concerns Tiberius and the dealer way. We then skip to the part where Elysia has already explained everything to Merlin. Moreover, she even apologizes for this and says that she will return him as soon as the wedding is over. However, what she did not expect was that Merlin was not worried one bit, and on top of that, he even tells Elysia to keep Tiberius away for as long as possible and tells her that she does not even have to return him. Moreover, he jokingly says that he is very much concerned for his safety too, and of course wants what is best for him. Coming back to the present, Elysia thinks Merlin did not seem worried one bit, but she cannot tell that to Tiberius, so she decides to keep it to herself. Elysia then tells Tiberius that she will hand him over a paper later and says that she will have someone recently take this letter out without anyone knowing about it. Back at the Dealerway company, Yuri barges into Merlin's office, calling out for Merlin, asking him where he is. Merlin is surprised to see Yuri there, asking why she is back so soon. Moreover, he says that he thought Yuri was on vacation. Hearing this word vacation, Yuri asks Merlin to repeat himself. Merlin reveals that is what Tiberius told him about her. In a loud voice, Yuri asks Merlin if Tiberius really said that. Instead of answering her question, Merlin asks Yuri not to say Tiberius's name like that, reminding her that they are at work. Moreover, he asks her to be more careful as someone might hear her voice. Smashing her hand on the table, Yuri reveals that Tiberius had her locked up. With a stutter, Merlin asks Yuri to repeat herself and asks why Tiberius would have her locked up. With an ironic smile on her face, Yuri believes that it is all Elysia's doing and holds her responsible for it. She believes that it is Ellesia because of whom Tiberius had her locked up. We then see a flashback scene where Tiberius approaches Yuri and confronts her about what he has heard. He says that he heard she is scheming something with Elysia's older brother and that this scheme is to kidnap him. Tiberius asks her if this is true. However, Yuri proceeds to play dumb, acting innocent like she has no idea what Tiberius is talking about. Then Tiberius reveals that a trusted source tipped him off about this. Yuri scoffs after hearing that a special source tipped him off, and she is fully aware that this special source is none other than Elysia. Moreover, Yuri proceeds to call Elysia using foul words, asking Tiberius if she was the one who told him about this. Tiberius immediately asks Yuri to snap out of her imaginary world and asks her to mind her words. Yuri argues, telling Tiberius that Elysia is clearly turning him against her because she is jealous of them. However, Tiberius does not understand why Elysia of all people would be jealous of Yuri. Yuri explains that she and Tiberius have a special relation, which is why Elysia might feel envy towards them. But Tiberius explains in clear words to Yuri that they are just two people who grew up like siblings and are now working together in the same company, and implies that there is nothing more to their relationship. As for Elysia and Tiberius, they are getting married. Yuri is a bit shocked to hear this, but she remains calm and says that they will divorce each other once their contract is over. But Tiberius is confused why she is talking about divorce, and he tells her that he is not going to divorce Elysia at all. Now Yuri's anger has gone out of the roof as she lashes out at Tiberius, telling him that Elysia has him in the palm of her hands, adding that she is a fox. Furthermore, she tells Tiberius that this fox made him into someone he is definitely not, as he has never shown interest in any woman before Elysia. Tiberius continues to argue, telling Yuri that she has been mistaken all along and that there is nothing like she is talking about. Yuri then decides to let Tiberius deal with his issues as he wishes to, and says that he can let Elysia suck him dry for all she cares. In a daunting tone, Tiberius tells Yuri that he is not done talking to her. Yuri then turns around, telling Tiberius that she is done talking to him and that she has nothing more to say. However, Tiberius was serious when he said he was not done, as he approached Yuri in haste, telling her that she has been making Elysia uncomfortable for a long time. He says that he cannot just stay put and let this happen in front of him, so he decides to put her to rest for a while. Coming back to the present, Yuri says that she has been locked up since this encounter. Furthermore, she asks Merlin if he knows any information regarding this woman named Elysia, but Merlin says that he does not know much. Yuri then asks why he would let Tiberius marry her in the first place, questioning if he is not concerned for his safety. Moreover, Yuri explains that women are known for trapping men and fooling them to the point of using them for their own benefit. However, Merlin responds and says that he would not mind Tiberius becoming a fool. He says that it would actually be cool to see Tiberius become a human for once. But seeing Yuri's reaction to his joke, Merlin understands that he should not joke around anymore. After they both calm down, Yuri says that this wedding must be postponed. She further emphasizes how Tiberius has been making a fool of himself lately. She even reminds Merlin of the day when Tiberius left the party just to tend to Elysia's needs. Yuri comments that she simply hates everything about Ellesia that there is. On the other hand, Merlin says that he actually likes Ellesia. He then asks Yuri to think about it. He paints a picture for her, reminding her that since the day Ellesia has gotten into Tiberius's life, he has started to act differently and more like a human. On top of that, Tiberius has begun showing emotions that he has never seen before. To Merlin, it looks like a wooden doll slowly transitioning into becoming a human being. He believes that this is very good for Tiberius's character. However, Yuri is too deep into her thoughts and is not listening to rational arguments at all. She asks Merlin if he thinks the president would just happily accept this marriage. This prompts Merlin to ask Yuri if she thinks the president does not know about this marriage. He further explains that the president will attend the wedding. Yuri is totally shocked after hearing this and has no idea how to react. Merlin further makes it clear that the president actually approves of this marriage and asks Yuri who she is to oppose her boss wedding. Yuri stays silent, not knowing what to say. Merlin then tells Yuri that she needs to understand the gravity of the situation and should stop playing her little games, asking her to go home if she understands his message. With a saddened face, Yuri walks out of the room, thinking to herself how things are not going her way at all. Moreover, she still cannot believe that the president would approve of this marriage. However, she can do nothing about this wedding anymore, or so she thinks, until she gets an idea. She understands that if she cannot stop this marriage from happening, then she can do something about it that would make it stop. She realizes that people show their true nature when they are exposed in difficult situations, so she decides to force Allesia to show her true self in front of the president himself. Back at Allesia's residence, Beatrice and Elysia are sitting in the living area, having tea as their drink. There, Beatrice reminds Elysia that tomorrow is already her wedding day and says that it is important for her to stop amidst her busy schedule and take some time out to have tea with her mother. Furthermore, she asks Elysia if she is not too busy. Elysia comments that she is glad Beatrice recognized her busy schedule. Beatrice says that she understands that Elysia must be spending her days without any free time due to the wedding preparations and says that her days will be busy after the wedding as well. Meanwhile, Elysia thinks to herself how she wants to stoop to her mother's level, but she does not want to do that anymore. Elysia then tells Beatrice that she is aware of all these things since this is not her first marriage. But Beatrice gets angry over her comment, telling Elysia that this is essentially her first marriage, telling Elysia that she has hardly done anything with Alex. Elysia realizes that her mother is trying to convey something, so she asks her to speak up and tell her what is up. But Beatrice says that it is nothing and gives a book to Elysia along with a bottle with some medicine. Holding the book, Elysia reads the title, which reads, "A Textbook for Daughters to be Married." Along with this is a bottle of medicine, prompting Elysia to ask what it is for. Beatrice says that she has not really paid much attention before to teach Elysia about these things and believes that this is the right time to do so. Elysia now realizes that this is a book on marital affairs and thanks her mother for this thoughtful gift. Beatrice appreciates the thank you and asks Elysia if she would like to have some more tea. Beatrice tells Elysia that she had some of that medicine from that bottle she gave her and slipped it into the tea. She explains that the medicine helps with a clear mind and to soothe the muscles. She says that she cannot have Elysia stressed during her wedding. For this, Elysia thanks her mother, who then asks Elysia to drink up. She seems really keen for Elysia to drink this tea. After Elysia takes a sip, Beatrice tells her that this will improve her health the more she drinks it, and even instructs her to have another cup before going to bed as well. Coming back to her room, Elysia is finally relieved to come back to her room and wonders why Beatrice gave her all of this out of the blue. Elysia remembers Beatrice not doing anything of this sort when she was getting married to Alex. Leaving all these thoughts behind, Elysia decides to focus more on what is present. She proceeds to call out for Tiberius, but he is nowhere to be seen. Elysia grows a bit worried, remembering that Tiberius was here the last time she was here. She even begins wondering if he escaped the house. Just then, sounds of wet footsteps echo throughout the room as Tiberius walks closer to Elysia. He just has a towel covering the lower part of his body while he is completely naked from the chest area. Tiberius then asks Elysia if she has had a good time with her mother and says that he was just taking a shower. As for Elysia, she is at a loss for words, seeing Tiberius half naked. Furthermore, Tiberius tells Elysia that he had used her tub just a little while ago, saying it in a calm and casual voice as if it were the most normal thing in the world. He then suddenly notices a book in her hands and, with curious eyes, asks what it is about. Tiberius believes that Elysia must have brought a book for him to read so that he could entertain himself while staying in her room. even mentioning that he was already feeling a bit bored and restless. He then suggests with a bright expression that they should read the book together, thinking it might be a sweet and peaceful activity. Stuttering nervously, Elysia calls out for Tiberius and quickly backs away from him, asking in a panicked tone why he is standing there half naked without even trying to cover himself. Tiberius calmly explains that he does not have any clothes to change into at the moment, which is why he is roaming around like this without much thought. In order to push him back and create some distance, Elysia reaches out in a hurry and accidentally touches Tiberius on his chest. After getting a feel of it, she stays completely still for a moment, shocked and frozen, thinking how she never imagined that a man's chest would be this warm and this surprisingly squishy and soft in such an unexpected way. Coming back to her senses almost instantly, Elysia pulls her hand away and immediately apologizes to Tiberius, explaining nervously that she did not mean to touch him there and that it was purely an accident. Meanwhile, Tiberius's face turns bright red as he tries to keep his composure and tells Elysia that it is fine and that she does not have to apologize at all for something like this, especially since, according to him, he is going to be hers tomorrow anyway. While he is saying this in a flustered voice, Tiberius continues to walk closer and closer to Elysia as she keeps moving backward, trying desperately to maintain her distance. Moreover, Elysia wonders why Tiberius is blushing so much at that moment, even though he is the one approaching her. While she is trying to stay away from Tiberius's grasp and stepping back without looking properly, Elysia suddenly trips and loses her balance. During this unexpected stumble, she drops the book she was holding as well, and with a scared expression, she feels her shame leaving her soul completely. As the book falls down onto the floor, some of its pages spread open and become clearly visible even from afar. These pages are instantly noticed by Tiberius, who freezes in place and then looks at Elysia with wide eyes after seeing those pages. He tells Elysia that he never knew she would be into such things, sounding surprised and completely caught off guard. He then quickly runs away in embarrassment, saying that he will change back into his previous clothes as Elysia continuously calls out for him to wait and listen. As he disappears out of sight, Elysia is left standing there in shock and horror, trying to explain that it was her mother's idea to give her this book and that she was not reading it for the reasons he thinks. Not long after, Elysia starts blaming herself, realizing that she has completely ruined everything, at least in her own mind. She then throws herself onto the bed, burying her face in the pillows, thinking that Tiberius surely sees her as some kind of strange animal now. Some time passes by, and Elysia eventually falls asleep without realizing it. Later, she finds herself being gently woken up by Tiberius. After gaining back control of her mind, Tiberius tells her that the day has not passed yet. In a soft and sleepy voice, Elysia asks Tiberius what time it is. Meanwhile, Tiberius proceeds to release his tie knot slowly and tells Elysia that he cannot wait any longer. When Elysia asks him what he means by that, Tiberius says that he cannot wait until their marriage day to learn certain things that they had decided he would learn only after their marriage. He then leans onto Elysia, slides the strap of her top off gently, and looks at her with deep passion. At the same time, Elysia's face goes completely red as she tells Tiberius that she has something important to confess to him. Tiberius then proceeds to part her legs slightly, asking Elysia what it is that she is trying to confess in such a trembling voice. Elysia explains in a soft and shaky voice that she has been married before, but she has never truly dated anybody or shared any real romantic experiences with anyone at all, and she feels embarrassed even saying this out loud. However, Tiberius continues to slowly caress her thighs with gentle movements, and Elysia begins making intimate and flustered noises while still trying her best to explain herself clearly. She says that she understands fully that she is violating the terms of their contract, but she feels genuinely apologetic and guilty for letting things go this far and for losing control. As for Tiberius, he has absolutely no concern over any of this, because he simply proceeds to enjoy the closeness of Elysia's body as much as he can while keeping his calm expression. Then he moves his hand slowly all across her body, exploring every part of her form, while Elysia tries to mention that the book she was holding earlier was actually given to her by Beatrice and was not something she chose herself. Feeling way too overwhelmed by her emotions and sensations, Elysia begs Tiberius to stop for a moment, but both of them are already too deep into the heated moment for either of them to pull back easily. With a soft smile, Tiberius thanks Elysia for being honest with him, but also asks her gently not to worry or panic. Moreover, he tells her that the night is still young and long, and that they can take their time and get to know each other even more slowly, step by step. Meanwhile, Elysia feels like she is melting away completely just from a single touch from Tiberius, as if her whole body has turned warm and soft. But then, it turns out that none of this was real, as expected. In reality, Tiberius is calling out Elysia's name again and again, trying to wake her up with urgency while she is totally passed out on the bed. As soon as she wakes up, Tiberius tells Elysia that she was sweating heavily and moaning very loudly in her sleep, asking if she is truly okay. After getting back into her senses, Elysia finally realizes that all of this intense moment was just a mere dream that her exhausted brain created. She finds relief in this, feeling thankful that nothing embarrassing actually happened. But then, suddenly, everything around her starts to spin for Elysia, and her vision becomes blurry as she falls again, this time right into Tiberius's lap. She has no idea what is happening to her body, but she still tries to figure it out anyway. Tiberius believes that her condition is worsening rapidly and suggests firmly that they should call a doctor right away. However, Elysia quickly dismisses this idea in a panic, saying that a doctor should not be called no matter what happens. Elysia thinks that Pats is simply waiting for even the smallest moment to ruin this wedding, and she understands that she must not give him even one tiny chance. Furthermore, Elysia tells Tiberius that their wedding must take place tomorrow at all costs, without any delay. Tiberius understands what she means, but he is conflicted inside because he cannot decide what is best right now. Then Elysia points weakly at the table and asks Tiberius to hand her the bottle of medicine that she brought along with the book that was given to her by her mother. Tiberius analyzes the medicinal bottle carefully and suspects that it looks nothing like normal medicinal tea, like Beatrice told Elysia it was supposed to be. He finally arrives at a conclusion, realizing this is not medicine at all, and tells Elysia firmly that she should not drink this anymore. Elysia becomes confused by what Tiberius is trying to explain, but he then requests Elysia not to be stubborn anymore and tells her again that they should call the doctor as soon as possible. Elysia tries to speak up in her defense, but she loses all her remaining strength as her head falls forward. Tiberius quickly runs to her side, holding her up and asking her if she is all right, with deep worry in his voice. Elysia has now even closed her eyes and is not responding at all, while Tiberius tries to wake her up, pleading for her to open her eyes. Even though she is unable to talk, Elysia tells Tiberius not to call the doctor at all costs, mentioning that she wants to go through with this wedding no matter what. As she passes out, Tiberius calls out for her desperately. Just then, Tiberius hears someone telling him that he cannot use magic since he does not possess much in him due to his average birth. This voice warns Tiberius that him using magic at this moment might result in danger. However, Tiberius tells his teacher if it means saving Elysia's life, he is even willing to die for her. We are shown a past scene where Tiberius gently asks Elysia if she really, truly wants to know everything about him, every single detail that he has kept hidden. Elysia responds with a confident yes, saying that she wants to understand him fully, but then Tiberius asks her in return what she is willing to do for him if he is to tell her all his secrets. Elysia then asks Tiberius if his secrets are really that important, so important that it requires some form of payment or exchange just to find out about them. It is then that Elysia begins to guess wildly, asking Tiberius if he he is some sort of demon or maybe a fairy or some mysterious creature from old stories. Hearing these guesses, Tiberius tells Elysia that she is making such wild and imaginative guesses, and he comments that he actually likes her imagination very much because it is amusing. Elysia then asks Tiberius if he is some sort of magician, maybe someone who performs magic tricks. Tiberius hints to Elysia that she might be close, but Elysia quickly dismisses her own idea, saying that magicians are extinct now and that no such people exist in the world anymore. Fast forward to the present time, the shocking truth is revealed, as Tiberius has indeed turned out to be one of the magicians that everyone believed had disappeared long ago. We are then taken to a port city about 10 years ago, where a young Tiberius encounters an old magician. The young Tiberius tells the magician that he must be a con man and insists that he is lying because Tiberius is only a child. The young Tiberius says confidently that magicians have been extinct for a very long time and that there is no way this man is real. Hearing this, the magician calls out the young boy for being abrupt, telling him that he speaks too quickly without knowing anything about the world. Moreover, the magician asks the young Tiberius what he will do if he turns out to be a real magician after all. But Tiberius refuses to believe that and tells the magician that he is speaking complete nonsense, adding that the magician should be more worried about the police arriving and grabbing him instead of trying to prove he is a magician. The magician then tells Tiberius that if he continues living like this, he will starve to death soon, but he also comments that he likes the boy's stubbornness and bold personality. Moreover, the magician asks Tiberius to come and make a bet with him. Tiberius asks what type of bet he wants to make, and the magician tells him that he will take care of him and look after him like a mentor. In return, Tiberius must learn magic from him. Although the magician already knows that Tiberius has absolutely no natural abilities or talent of a magician, he thinks that this is better because it will be much more fun to teach someone like him. Tiberius feels like this magician is some kind of strange pervert and asks him directly about it. The magician then pats Tiberius gently on the head, saying that he needs to teach the boy some manners first. Moreover, the magician asks Tiberius to follow him if he wishes to live to see another day, and says that he is prepared to take him in as his student. He also tells Tiberius to be proud of the fact that he is now under the tutelage of the last surviving magician in the world. Now, in the present time, it all turns out to be true, as everything Tiberius's master had said to him was real. Tiberius has no talent for magic at all, but he went through harsh, grueling, painful work to learn his lessons and eventually became the last magician following in his master's footsteps. But all that Tiberius could master were only the smallest, simplest spells. So far, Tiberius has accepted the little magic he knows, but today is the first day he is regretting not learning more magic like his master once wanted him to. Tiberius then helplessly looks at Allysia, feeling sad for her. Just then, Merlin arrives, asking Tiberius if he will be able to proceed with the wedding the next day. Instead of answering his question, Tiberius tells Merlin that he is late. To this, Merlin says that he came as fast as he could, reminding him that he asked him to do quite a few things along the way. Tiberius then asks Merlin if he was able to find the people working for Pats, to which Merlin says that he is looking into the matter now. Tiberius then shifts his concern toward the president, asking Merlin if the president is really going to attend his wedding tomorrow. Merlin responds and mentions that the president will be happy to see Tiberius in this state. So Tiberius gives Merlin the green light to tighten their security and asks him to find a good doctor who specializes in poison. Merlin questions Tiberius if Ellesia was the one who drank this poison. Tiberius confirms, saying that her mother fed this poison to her. Merlin says that Ellesia's mother is one determined woman to have slid poison for her own daughter. Tiberius agrees and tells Merlin that he needs to figure out a reason why. Moreover, Merlin asks Tiberius if he is not coming with him. To this, Tiberius says that he cannot leave Allesia alone. Merlin then worries that Tiberius has expanded too much of his recovery magic and believes that the side effects are bound to be heavy. Tiberius proceeds to rest Allesia on his lap and tells Merlin that he will just rest up and says that he is just worried about her. her. Tiberius explains that Elysia's fever is gone, but he does not know what will happen now. Moreover, Merlin notices a pale expression on Tiberius's face as well. Eventually, he tells Tiberius to let him know if something comes up. Later, Ellesia gains her consciousness and finally wakes up, giving somewhat of a relief for Tiberius. Confused, Ellesia cannot remember when she actually fell asleep. To remove her confusion, Tiberius tells her that she was stressed out and ran a high fever all night, adding that he was quite worried. Elysia then inquires to Tiberius if the doctor was involved at all during this ordeal, but Tiberius explains that he did not bother himself with a doctor because Elysia refused him to get one. He then asks her if she falls sick like this often. Elysia quickly refuses and starts gaining back some memories before she was passed out. She remembers feeling pain in her stomach, and this pain was so immense that it is usually said to happen to those women who are on their periods. What is shocking for Elysia is that she was not on her periods. Not only that, she does not even get periods that often. As for Tiberius, he is still a bit concerned regarding Elysia's safety, as he tells her that they are going to see a doctor to get her checked up after they are done with this marriage ceremony. With a happy expression, Elysia accepts the offer. He then decides to attend his matters, telling Elysia that he will see her on the wedding day, calling her his bride. Later, when Elysia is getting prepared by Erica, the latter tells Elysia that she is looking a bit sharp that day. Elysia confirms her suspicion, saying that she is a little on the edge that day. Erica then gives Elysia a gentle pat on her shoulders, telling her that it is okay for her to feel a little nervous on that day. Furthermore, she asks Elysia not to worry and is sure that people will all cheer for her once they see Elysia's true beauty. Elysia then takes a look at herself in the mirror and thinks how almost all women experience this day only once in their life. But for her, this is the fourth time she has donned a wedding dress. Moreover, Elysia thinks how she always saw a depressed version of herself when wearing the wedding dress, asking Erica if the dress feels too much. To this, Erica responds and tells Elysia that she is the star of the show and that it is never too much for her. Moreover, Elysia does not think the same way about herself as before. Depressed, she is actually happy because for the first time in her life, she is actually getting married to someone of her choice. Just then, Pats hastily approaches Elysia, telling her that he has some bad news for her. He mentions that the wedding is about to start, but says that Tiberius has yet to arrive. Elysia starts wondering what they should do in this situation, so she asks her brother if he can go fetch Tiberius. Pats is surprised Elysia would ask him of all people to do this. Elysia explains that it will be very embarrassing if the guests find out that Tiberius is late. Moreover, Elysia whispers to Pats that he is the only one she can trust and asks if he can go and check on Tiberius. Pats is happy to hear that Elysia trusts him so much, tells her not to worry, assuring that she can always put her faith in him. Shortly after, Erica accompanies Elysia to the avenue. Upon Elysia's entrance, the audience is left in awe after staring at Elysia's tremendous beauty.